Welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the IndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. What is going on? Real quick, shout out to the replay gang. If you missed this live and you are watching the replay, shout out to you. We haven't done it yet, but I know for a fact we are about to have a great time that you're going to watch. If you want to be here for the live party, all you got to do is make sure you hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. So as soon as I go live, you will be notified. Before we jump into today's topic, I was going to share my screen, but I don't even have to because look what I'm wearing. Boom, boom. Boom! You can get your own The IndianJesus merch. I will share the screen here anyway. At mysicktshirt.com. You can see it right over here. Bunch of good designs here. Some not so great, but hey, whatever floats your boat. We don't judge here. Go to mysicktshirt.com and get one of your own IndianJesus shirts or whatever the hell you like. They're cheap, they're soft, they're comfy, and that's all we need, right? So with that out of the way, today we are going to be talking about which one should I use? We are going to be talking about an interesting conversation between Rollo Tomassi and Ruslan KD that happened on the Valuetainment Money channel. So if you are not familiar, Rollo Tomassi is the author of what is commonly referred to as the Red Pill Bible, The Rational Male. And he's an older dude, wrote the book. He's since written 3 Rational Male follow-ups, all to show basically, what you need as a man to survive. What type of mindset you need as a man to survive in today's world. And Ruslan KD, I am not very familiar with him. I was not familiar with him before I found this interview, debate, podcast, whatever you want to call it. But he comes from the red pill from a Christian perspective, which makes sense, but I haven't really seen that take. And as you guys know, I love to it's fun to watch people who are on opposite sides of an issue go at each other and, just go into this crazy fight about whatever. That's always fun. That's always going to be a good time. But here we want to elevate things a little bit. And while we are having fun, we want to learn as well. And so one of the things you miss out on when you have these debates from people on 2 opposite sides of an issue, you're likely to get very surface level stuff on either side because the other person is completely on the other side. So when you get people who generally agree but disagree on a smaller thing, then you can really get a better idea of the entire mindset because you're getting 2 smaller perspectives within the big umbrella of red pill, manosphere, whatever you want to call it. I hate these kinds of labels, but we got to know what the hell we're talking about. So they actually do a pretty good job of doing the introductions in the video itself. So without further ado, let's dive right in. As always, guys, please do let me know if we are having an issue with sound or anything like that. I will not know unless you tell me. So here we go.
Introducing ourselves at the beginning of the show. Guys, hey, welcome to Southcast, episode 47. Guys, I haven't been this excited to host a debate maybe in my life. Okay, so let me set the tone here. I know our audience is super excited. I'm excited. People here at Valuetainment are super excited. I know you guys are excited. You guys have never met in person. So let me kind of set the tone of what's happening today. And I'm going to be the moderator of this day. You guys are going to be doing probably 90% of the talking, and I'll feed you guys questions. But for those of you that are just tuning in, welcome to Southcast, episode 47. This is where finance meets romance. This is where...
Hey, we got a Jimmy Dean in the building. Welcome, brother. I'm glad to have you back. How you doing?
Money and relationships intersect, intersexual dynamics. You see how we did that? Plug to Rollo. Only here on Valuetainment, the #1 channel in the world for entrepreneurs, okay? So here on this show, we're all here to, I think we can all agree, all of us are here to help men improve, okay?
Absolutely.
That's why we kind of are intersecting on this show right now. We want to help men win. We want to help them win in the marketplace, in the sexual marketplace, and win in life. What I always say is you come to here to the Southcast so you get paid, and you get laid, and you do it your way. So with that being said, special guests on the show today. Should we do age or beauty first?
Beauty.
You were the beautiful guy. On my left, this is Ruslan. Okay, Ruslan KD.
Yeah, I love how you pronounce my name.
Ruslan.
Thank you.
Okay, if I tried to pronounce your last name, brother, I'd probably butcher it. But go ahead, give the last name. Karoglanov. Once he says it, I can repeat it pretty easily. Karoglanov, rapper, influencer, but most importantly, bless up follower of Christ.
Amen.
Amen. Okay, and you've been on the show a couple times now. This is the second time.
Yeah.
I think officially. You interviewed PBD yesterday.
Last night, yes, sir.
We've done some stuff together before.
You've been on my channel.
And Rollo, this is probably his 10th time being here at Valuetainment. I don't know if that's the over-under, but
certainly once a month since February.
Yes.
I would say modern day philosopher, specifically about the concept of intersexual dynamics.
Student of life,
but that's you. But I feel like a lot of our viewers, a teacher of life. So
well, we all are. I mean,
all
everybody is. Anybody who's an influencer today is a teacher.
Okay, but today, let me set the tone. We're gonna have a debate. I think a healthy debate, a spirited debate. You guys have never met in person, correct? You guys have intersected on Twitter. On social media, on YouTube, we've done reaction videos. You've done reaction videos. You guys have known each other for how long at this point?
I think November.
Yeah,
okay.
November, yeah.
So almost a year. Coming, happy anniversary, guys! Almost. So, there was. I don't remember what the tweet was or what exactly happened, but I think it was you say, "Oh yeah, okay, oh yeah, all right. Why don't we go on Valuetainment, mutual friend? We're friends with them for the record, and let's have Adam Sosnick moderate a debate, a unfiltered debate where you guys can both freely speak your mind, prove your points, and I'm here to just kind of be the Don King and the host of this situation. Okay. I should have spiked my hair, but listen, here's a guarantee that I will make today. I don't know who's going to win this debate, but like we discussed earlier, I know for a fact that the audience listening is going to win, because I guarantee you, if you pay attention to what these two very smart gentlemen are saying, you will improve without a shadow of a doubt. I'm very convinced of that. So stay tuned. I think we're going to have some agreements. I think we're going to have some disagreements, but I think more importantly, people are going to learn, and men specifically are going to improve. Ladies too, by the way. Before we get into introducing you guys, we have to give a shout out to the lovely Natalia Del Valle in the house.
Hello.
She's going to be moderating the chat. She's going to be answering your questions.
Our magician's assistant.
Yes. Exactly. Anything you want to add that the people should know before we get started? Go ahead, Natalia.
Of course, I would like to say welcome. I'm excited for today's podcast. Make sure you guys subscribe, like the channel, Valuetainment Money, and get some good questions going. And make sure you guys type the questions, right? So we can get you guys the answer you're looking for.
And drop those super chats.
Yeah, super chats, of course, because we will be reading them throughout the podcast today. So make sure you get those. But subscribe.
Thank you. Subscribe. I appreciate that. And smash the like. If you're a fan of either one of these, who brought you here? Are you a fan of Rollo and that's how you ended up here? Are you a fan of Ruslan and that's how you ended up here? Who do you think is favored? We want your opinions. Natalia, you're going to be reading this, but we usually answer super chats at the end. Let's do it throughout.
Okay.
Let's kind of mix it up. We want to get your opinion. We don't want you waiting 2 hours to do this. We have a hard out at I believe 5:10. Ruslan's got to catch a flight. When you're flying that private jet life, you got to kind of got to do your thing. But with that being said,
so if you're just joining us, this is the Valuetainment Money channel. You might know Valuetainment from PBD, Patrick David. He does a lot of big interviews, and this guy front and center is usually his co-host. This is their secondary channel, Valuetainment Money, and we got Rollo Tomassi versus Ruslan KD. Both red pill manosphere type dudes talking about slight differences in their opinion, so we can get a better look at what exactly is the red pill and what does it have to do with money.
I think I've done enough talking right now. Let's get into who these two gentlemen are. So let's start with this is obviously where money and relationships meet. Why don't we start with defining your relationship status? Both of you are married, and then how do you make money? Let's just start with that. Just basic concepts, financial status, marriage status, and we'll go from there. You offered to let Ruslan go first. Let's start with you, Ruslan.
Yeah, Ruslan, I'm 37, been married 14 years, together 18 years. And
hey, we got Darshan in the building. Welcome, brother. Please. Oh, you know what? Let me drop his channel in the chat too.
Got 2 kids and make money primarily. Originally it was music, 2015, did music full time for a couple of years. Portion of my revenue still comes from that, stuff like sync licensing, DistroKid, Spotify. Past 2 years, transitioned more over to YouTube, revenue streams like Facebook, like Patreon, merchandising, that sort of stuff.
How long you been all in on the influencer YouTuber game?
2020 is when it tipped at the end of 2020. So almost 2 years full time with that surpassed all.
And that is your full time career right now. You're not rapping as much as you used to, nothing like that.
I still make music, but like I showed earlier this month in Boston, but no, not as much because it just makes sense to fly to
Rollo.
Sure. Let's see. I'm 54 years old. I've been married for 26 years as of July 20th. So that's been a while. And
happy anniversary.
Thank you very much.
Give a shout out to your wives, gentlemen.
There we go. Shout out to Mrs. T.
No name, no nothing.
Mrs. T.
Just Mrs. T. Mr. T, as you were, sir.
So let's see. So 26 years. I have a daughter who is 24 years old. As far as money is concerned, I used to work in casino marketing.
Always, brother, always.
After that, I got into doing wine and spirits. I did that for quite time. I'm the author of 5 books, The Rational Male being the premier one that was published back in 2013.
So that is, as I mentioned before, The Rational Male. That is said to be the red pill Bible. I read it, or I listened to the audiobook. I think it was, it was extremely helpful. It was, dare I say, groundbreaking. I just don't know because I didn't know any of the kind of stuff that is in that book before I'd read it. So it was all groundbreaking to me, but all just about how women think, the different roles that men and women play despite what society tells us and all that stuff, and how we got here. Rollo is the guy, and that's The Rational Male. So I would recommend that to anybody.
And thinking that was going to be the only book I ever wrote. But then here we are 5 books later. So as far as money is concerned, I made a lot of my money just sort of in the private sector. I went from sort of being like the art director of a casino marketing to doing the gig economy, because we kind of, progressed into that. It made more sense. And then while I was doing that, I was participating in a lot of what is now known as the manosphere, like forums, and we get to blogs, and we get to broadcasting, and now we have social media and YouTube and everything else. So I have my own channel. Everybody probably already knows that. I've got The Rational Male, I've got The Rational Male Clips, both of which, by the way, are past 100,000 now. So that's celebrated that for the Clips channel. But it's like, that's to me like the money that I make off of that. I never really started to, like, my intent was not to become an influencer. It's just I did that for engagement, and I was working with Pat Campbell, God rest his soul. And he said, you need to get into this. You need to start doing this. So we were doing a terrestrial radio show. I got into doing this, and it's always been about engagement more than like the money side of it. But as far as money is concerned, I have residuals from brands of liquor that I've worked with. But right now in 2020, once again, that sort of killed off my promo life. And
again, if you're just joining us, we are with Rollo Tomassi and Ruslan KD on the Valuetainment Money podcast.
Then I started doing this full time. And being the person
but on YouTube, you've been doing YouTube how long?
I've been doing YouTube since 2017, the latter half of 2017.
Gotcha. So one of the things that always fascinates me about YouTube is, like, unless you're OG YouTube, what is OG, 2010? Most people have just only been doing this 3 to 5 years, right?
Yeah, it's new media. Yeah, it's engagement media.
We had dinner last night. We talked about engagement media. By the way, both of you guys, I think we're culminating here on the Sozcast, but you were on Jedediah's show yesterday, and unbiasedly, I'm saying that's probably the best show that she's ever done here at Valuetainment. The 3-hour marathon. Yeah. Respect. I don't know. Did any of you guys have to go to the bathroom?
No. Well, she did actually at the end of it.
3-hour marathon. That's cute.
Maybe Natalia did. I don't know.
And we had dinner last night with your friend Miguel and Vinny. We had a great time with Pat as well at dinner.
All right,
and then you interviewed Pat yesterday.
That's great.
How did that go?
Great.
Yeah. And then when's that coming out live?
The first part's out now.
I saw the clips already.
Yeah, first part's out now.
Yeah, man.
Agree upon. Let's start with this. Is that you both want to see men improve?
Right.
You want to see men do better. I think that's fair to say, right? No objections there. So let's just clear the air there. There's a lot that you will agree upon, I'm sure. But let's also start with what you disagree upon. Can we do with that? And then, by the way, I'm going to kind of moderate this. I'm going to let you get your chance to speak. You get your chance to speak, kind of almost like a presidential debate, the state of manhood. And if at any point, goes off the rails, this is where I'll have to be the DUI drunk driver to just bring us back onto the road. So let's start with where you guys disagree, right? So I know you guys have different philosophies on, how men should act. So let's just start with that. Let's get into where you guys disagree. Is there something specifically when you're like, Rollo, I hear your brother, I hear what you're saying, but I full on disagree with you on this. Is there something that stands out?
Yeah, there's quite a few things. But before we get there, I call you my brother from another mother. We get compliments that we look alike. Something me and Rollo agree on that I didn't know we would agree on. And as I was reading the end of his book is we both believe in Jesus. And that was really cool. So Rollo says that he is a Christian. He's also a follower of Christ. That's how he described himself. And that he believes in the divinity and physical resurrection of Jesus, who is the Christ as per the Abrahamic telling. So I didn't know that about you. I read the book.
Thank you. Thank you.
I read the whole book. And I want to honor you in that way. Because
let me explain something really quickly too. Like when you and I had our exchange on Twitter, thank you for doing me the courtesy, doing me the solid of reading the book, because that right there saves a lot of time.
Yeah.
So when people tell me, just give me the elevator pitch of the red pill, give me the elevator pitch of what you're talking about, it's like, it's impossible to do that because it's so comprehensive. So it's easier for me. Like people criticize me for like linking old essays when they ask me questions. They just read this essay. I already covered this. And they get really pissed off at me for doing that because they want something like a sound bite. They want some sort of little info bite.
Well, everyone wants clip notes. You don't want to.
And and as the moderator saying here, I don't think that's unfair. The fact that you have a wide library of things that you've said and written before, those people who are asking that obviously haven't read that stuff or haven't seen that stuff. So you, regardless of this is what I was talking about with Andrew the other day, that if I was asking him, about any of this kind of stuff, and he was just like, go read this essay, I would just stop caring. To my own, dismay. But if you were able to just say, "Oh, it's just kind of, it's about what I just said before, your role as a man in today's society and how that is different from, what the media teaches you, and just a basic introduction on how women look at dating and men in general." That's the elevator pitch. That's the elevator pitch. I understand that's super simplistic, but that's what an elevator pitch is.
Yeah. Like that, respect to you, brother. Yeah. Like, how long did it take you to read that book?
Longer than I'd like to admit.
Okay. But you actually read it.
It's not that long. And to be fair, I did listen to the audiobook on like 2.5 times speed, but it's not that long. I mean, it's a book. It's a regular ass.
And I read the Rational Male as well. So I think reading the book, I don't think we need to go over what the red pill or the manosphere is. I think everyone here knows what being red pill aware is. And I think that.
Yeah, thanks to me now. None of you guys can sum it up.
That it was interesting to me because when I saw your reaction to my conversation with Hafiz, it was framed as if I was the ideologue, religious guy with no care for empirical evidence or data.
So again, not that it matters too much. Hafiz is another manosphere podcaster, and this guy does a podcast as well. But he comes from a much more Christian perspective. Just for some context there.
Which is just not true. And that's what I want to kind of get into is that, one, we both believe in magical thinking, per your definition. We both believe in a risen man who died and physically rose from the grave.
I acknowledge the idea that magical thinking is both a positive and a negative.
Yes. Okay. So we agree that it's a positive. We agree.
For those of us that aren't clear on this, magical thinking.
It's the way he frames religion in the book.
The way that I talk about magical thinking in the book is that there is in fact, I'm fairly sure, I don't know the actual name of it. There's like sort of an element to the human brain that has the capacity to think outside of it's like taking the red pill, right? It's like, so are we in a matrix kind of thing? Yep. It's this want for answers that end up becoming sort of metaphysical as opposed to the physical. And I make the point in the book here is like, our reality, boy, I'm going to real existential today. Our reality is defined by like our sight, our taste, our touch, or what we can like register in our physical senses, right? But we also have a part of our brain that says, well, maybe there's something like, there's a form of energy, there's something that we don't have the particular organ for, so that we can sense that particular form of energy, whatever it's like. Sound is an energy, like light, like when we're looking at things, that's an energy, right? And I don't mean like woo energy. I mean like in the sense that there's something else that could exist that we don't know exists, like say infrared spectrum, or like helium is the example I give in the book. Is like helium was mathematically proven before we knew what exactly it was. And so, but it's you can't smell it, you can't taste it, but it is there, and we put it in balloons for your kid's party, right? So the fact that we have the ability to think outside of what our senses are telling us, that to me is like imagination. And I make the point in the book, by the way, is that there's the quote that I want to say it was Albert Einstein, but he said, what's more important, like imagination or knowledge? And everybody always says, oh, imagination, right? I think it's both. Both of them are.
Hey, we got Vincent in the building. Welcome. Said he came from TLA. Did you see my little thing there? Welcome. So we're just talking a little bit about the red pill, the manosphere, and we're talking with Rollo Tomassi and Ruslan KD, a more Christian version. But welcome. Thanks for hanging out. I know I'm going to lose you at 9, but hey, he's going to be late, so stick it out till 9:30 at least.
Like one is incomplete without the other. And so that imagination part is what I refer to in the book as magical thinking, in the sense, and that leads us to religion. That leads us to thinking outside of what we can physically interpret.
And we're both creatives. And we're both married.
Yeah, I should have added that to my bio. It's like I play in a band as well.
Yeah, we have
I know we're doing a little kumbaya here right now, but let me get back to my question.
Hold on. Well, I feel like we need to define what magical thinking is.
I got that. And I said, there's going to be a lot you guys agree upon, okay? You're both married. Yep.
This guy's coming correct. I like you, Vincent.
Kids, you want the most best for men. You both talked about religion. You wrote a whole book about religion, which we're going to talk about religion towards the end of this. We're not going to lead with that. But all that's great. But I asked you a very specific question. What do you disagree with Rollo on?
So we agree on a lot. What we disagree on is the biggest thing that I think is most problematic is marriage, that you can't endorse marriage.
Not now.
And I think that if we look at what is the optimal environment to bring children into this environment, into this world, if my buddy Sauce wanted to have kids, do you want kids?
Yeah, for sure.
Hopefully we could agree that the optimal environment is to be in a nuclear family where the man and the woman are in the household together.
Socially enforced monogamy has been the bedrock of Western society.
100%. So we agree on that. However, the red pill speaks very low of marriage. You guys have a very, in my opinion, a very skewed view of marriage based on 66% of marriages are filed by women, so on and so forth.
70, but half of marriages end in divorce right now, at least in Western, but statistically speaking, you got a 50-50 chance of having a quote unquote successful marriage, whatever that is defined as. And then of course it's actually at 70 to 80% of
Okay, your book
depends on whose numbers you I was trying to be as conservative as I could.
Your book was 60 to 70.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to be conservative.
So if the optimal environment is for kids, soft kids, is to be married in the same household
with a husband and a wife, or with a man and a woman, however you define it.
Husband and a wife is fine. The painting of marriage is not helpful, in my opinion, based on what we know about marriage. So marriage is 40 to 50% in the divorce. What's left out is kind of the character of divorce. You do 90% of the work, she puts in 10%, and then she could file divorce at any time, and then you have to split all the proceeds. There's a lot you leave out there, Rollo.
So, guys, if you're just coming in, we are having, as you can see here, a debate with Rollo Tomassi and what is it got? Ruslan KD, a more Christian version of the red pill. I'm not too familiar with Ruslan, but very interested to see what we got here. Give us a salute so we know who's here and get this party started.
A whole lot. For starters, divorce highly correlated with income. The less you make, the more likely you are to get divorced. This is a fact. I got sources.
And it's commonly known that like one of the top two issues in divorce is or breakup of money.
It's money. And Dave Ramsey would say that number one reason people get divorce is money fights money problems. Okay, so one, we know that the more people make, the least likely they are to get divorced. That's a fact. With regards about 250K, you flatten out, I think, at about a 25% rate. So one, that's omitted from the fact. And then the response goes, well, alimony. Okay, if the average man, median income for the average man, take away the bottom and the top outliers, is about $60,000 a year. Okay, average is about $40,000 when you have outliers. Okay, people aren't paying alimony on those types of salaries. So the average person is most optimally to thrive. I'll give you all the statistics about how being single, you're highly to be suicidal, depression, all these unhealthy, lazy, all these different things. The optimal environment for a man is to be in a marriage. Okay, so
for kids,
I agree with that. I think the entire point of the red pill, though, is just because an ideal marriage is the ideal situation doesn't mean that you should ignore red flags and all that stuff to get into a marriage. An ideal marriage is the key there. And that's the whole point, unless I'm missing something.
You mean
for its mental health. And again, and I got the studies. We can look at the studies if you want to look at the studies. Suicide rate, depression, unhealth, all kinds of different things. It's awful if you're a man in your 40s. So the red pill is framing marriage as this caricature that maybe on the contractual side, there are outliers where women take advantage of men. But the average case is that if you know how to make money, if you understand some of the game side of things, I would say there's some utility. And I think what you guys do a good job is you stir people away from some type of women that are, in my opinion, selection bias. Sauce, you got married before, right?
Briefly, yeah.
Yeah. And what did you do to protect yourself in that marriage?
Oh, I had a prenup.
You had a prenup, right? Dave Ramsey recommends prenups for anybody that's independently wealthy before they go into marriage.
I had money, she did. Correct.
You got a prenup, and I protected you.
Yes.
Correct? I got buddies that have covenantal marriages, per your book. Got a couple buddies. They got married. They kept the state out of it. They protected themselves, right? And so on and so forth. So I think primarily, this character of marriage, man, is I think, very toxic. On top of which, you go on to glorify how being a virgin is ideal in a marriage. Which is
for the woman,
for both people,
for the man too.
For the man, we could correlate body counts.
Hold on, what?
We could correlate body counts.
That's where I'm going to start waiting.
Sounds like we're in some agreements here. All right.
We can correlate body counts to less happiness in a sex life. The higher, more partners you have, the less likely you are to be happy in a marriage sexually. That's proven. I think
you know what you're missing. Ignorance is bliss.
100%. So, and on top of it, and this is the part I'm probably most bummed about, and you identify as a Christian, as a follower of Jesus. I'm bummed, Rollo, that you left out all the statistics about how unlikely you are to get divorced if you are a person of faith who practices their faith. Now, I know you're going to say that's the no true Scotsman argument. It's not. If you believe in earning wealth, you're going to do.
So I want to break that down because of the fact, that we talk about logical fallacies, and he just said that it's a no true Scotsman. So the No True Scotsman is basically just saying that, oh, no real Christian would do XYZ when there's a Christian who does XYZ. That's a fallacy because obviously the person is a Christian. But he's saying that Vincent says he's got too many bodies. That's all right. You're a man. Or I'm assuming. That's all right for you. Where specific, at least, this is again where the Christianity, I'm not sure where it fits in. I'm not saying that it's incongruent by any means. I'm just saying I don't know what the hullabaloo is about. And it sounds like what he's saying is that I'm just not sure. Let's let him keep going because he's kind of let me him dig his own grave, if anything.
Certain things,
or maybe he'll educate me.
Practice earning wealth. If you believe the Lakers are the best basketball team, you're going to wear a jersey and go to a game occasionally. If you profess to be a Catholic or a Christian, you do things that show that, in that you go to church, you pray, you do certain things. So when we factor all of these different variables together, when we factor in, hey, if you make more than the average person, hey, if you have a great sex life, if you maybe have a prenup, if you have independent wealth, if you're a person of faith, the divorce rate plummets way off the ground, lower body count. And that's the part, Rollo, that I'm like, man, this is such a caricature of marriage that I was really bummed out that you as a Christian didn't put any of this in there with the caveat. And I appreciated you putting the virgin thing in there because I thought that was fair of you. And that's the part where I go, man, if the optimal environment for our buddy Sauce is to one day get married to have kids, why would we not tell him that? Why would we keep this information from him? Why would we omit this?
Who's not saying that that's the case? I think KD here, Ruslan, he's mixing up again the fact that yes, if you find that unicorn, then you're good, great, go, lock her down, do whatever you have to do. But it's not that simple, and it's not always as it seems. Sometimes it seems like you found this amazing woman, but if you don't know the red flags to look out for, that people like Rollo have, and I'm sure himself, I looked through his content a little bit, and he talks about red pill stuff, but he talks more. It's more Christian based than red pill based. And if you're not aware of the things that will let you think that you're headed down that road of an ideal marriage, only to find out that it's not as ideal as you thought, then it's precisely why you need to be aware of these things. Thank you, Vincent. Oh, exactly. It's not easy in these streets. And so just, saying, yeah, we want to get married, we want to be virgins. Like, okay, great. Go find go find it as if it's right there. It's not that simple, bro. It's not that simple. And then, the idea of, I talk a lot on this channel about how religious speech, talking about religion and placing things in the context of religion, pushes a lot of people out, because even though a lot of people want to believe in Christianity, thank you, Vincent, I ain't going nowhere. I think a lot of people have this idea of Christianity in their own mind, but we have to acknowledge that we all have, I'm an atheist, but people all have their own versions of Christianity. And while there's a lot of underlying themes that we'll run through, and you'll be able to find common ground on some of those things, there will be certain aspects of that are very different. We have the 304s out in the streets saying that they're in the name of God. Like, hold on here, brother. It sounds like he's just saying, oh, go find a Christian, make sure she's a virgin, and get married. How are you going to make sure of that? That's my first question. How are you going to make sure she's a virgin? Oh, she's a born-again virgin. Oh, that's not quite the same thing. Now, is it?
Is that your goal? Is that your goal to do that? That's first and foremost, is like, what do you want as a man right now? Because right now we're in the 21st century. We're 21 years into 21 and a half years into the 21st century. Okay.
If you guys are just joining us, welcome to the party. We are watching a heated debate between Rollo Tomassi and Ruslan KD on the State of Manhood on the Valuetainment Money channel. If you could, I would love if you could hit that like button on your way in.
We're still clinging to
and say hello.
Old order ideals. We're still clinging to a 20th century, actually probably like an 18th century ideal when it comes to monogamy. We are not looking at it from a post-sexual revolution. And I'm saying, for better or worse, I'm not saying this is, okay, I don't deal in shoulds, I deal in is.
But you do, though, because you prescribe very specific things in your book, The Rational Man.
I understand
but you do prescribe things, Rollo.
I make a point to be as...
If you don't know me, welcome to the party. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
I know it's impossible to be entirely objective.
Right. You believe in objective truth, but you prescribe certain
things. I don't prescribe anything. I don't prescribe.
Okay, we can come back to that.
So let me explain something.
Let him get this out.
Let me explain
we'll
real quick here. I'm not in the business of making men better men. I'm in the business of giving men the tools that they need to make better choices, to become better men themselves. I'm not trying to be a cult leader. I'm not trying to be any kind of. I'm not. I told this to Jedediah yesterday. Is like I bristle at the idea of being an influencer, because to me it's like, who are you influencing and what gives you the authority to be that quote unquote influencer as is right now?
But let me just understand what you just said.
That's all right there is a sign of, not just blanket, but a good sign of somebody that you can trust to listen to, that what they're saying is at least, if not true, at least coming from the right place. That they don't care about the clout. They don't care about anything. They want to help other people. And it's a little thing, and anybody can say it, but not everybody does. And when people do say it, it's typically not something that, if it's bullshit, that you say. If it's bullshit, you usually just don't mention it. So little things like that. Little things. And Vincent, I appreciate that. I appreciate the respect. And if you guys didn't know before, you can now get your own Indian Jesus here to resurrect the second coming of common sense merch, mysicktshirt.com.
Right there, and then I'll let you continue. It's almost like cause and effect. You said, I'm not here to help men be better. I'm here to give them the education to be better. Well, it's the same thing.
It's a model, Rollo. You were prescribing certain activities.
There's a big difference.
So
I'll explain to you why. Okay, I do not have a step-by-step program that says, follow this template and you will have a great fucking life. I have nothing like that. I'm not saying
that's bullshit, Ruslan. Your step-by-step is follow the Bible. That is precisely what your shit is. I watched 2 of your videos, and that's exactly what it is. There's not one video without a piece where you go to the Bible. And hey, if that's your thing, fine. But don't tell me you're not prescribing things that people should do, and then say, hey, follow this. Well, I'm not prescribing it. God is prescribing it. Give me a break.
I'm not saying that you do. I'm saying that that's my approach when I write any book, when I do any show, when I write any essay. It's not about, here's what you should do. Here's what is happening. What are you going to do with this information? Okay. It's like fire. Okay.
There we go.
You can use fire to cook your food, or you can use fire to burn your neighbor's house down, and you can go and set your neighbors on fire as well.
We're not endorsing that, by the way.
Please don't. But what I'm saying is that, like, it's not the actual red pill that is the problem. It is, how is that being used? So when people like come at me and they say the red pill is about this, and I'll say, no, that's black pill doomers. That's the MGTOW side of this thing. That's the MRA side of this thing. When we started this whole the whole podcast here, it's like, well, what's your philosophy? This is your philosophy. That's your philosophy. There's no philosophy of the red pill. The red pill is a praxeology. I need to set that out right now.
Woo! Did we all catch that? The red pill. Do we have the caption on here? The red pill is not. What did he say? I can't do it better than he did. What did he say? Let's back it up.
When this whole the whole podcast here, it's like, well, what's your philosophy? This is your philosophy. That's your philosophy. There's no philosophy of the red pill.
There's no philosophy of the red pill. The red pill is a praxeology. Is that even what it
is? A praxeology.
Praxeology, basically meaning something to be applied. I love that. I love that. It is not. There's no philosophy of the red pill. The red pill is, just as the metaphor suggests from the Matrix. It's just a pill. There's no philosophy behind the action of taking the pill. Once you've taken that pill, Neo went down the rabbit hole. There was nothing else tied to it. Hey, Vincent is ready for a different kind of party, but hey, we ain't judging here. Let's get it going.
Praxeology.
Oh God, not the bottom of the bottle. Oh Lord.
They're going to come at me because they think it's.
I can't do it as good as him, but that was pretty good, I think.
Strictly related to like economics and stuff like that. But praxeology is basically the study of behavior with the intent of showing that behavior is something that it has a purpose or a latent function to it, kind of thing. So people.
Right. So just to put a bow on that, again, he's just like atheism. There is no philosophy behind atheism. Atheism is simply the position of not accepting the belief that there is God or gods. It doesn't mean that I don't believe that God doesn't exist, or that I don't believe God exists. It does mean I don't believe God exists. It does not mean that I believe that God doesn't exist. I'm going to say that again. I believe that God does not exist. That doesn't mean I know God doesn't exist. There's a difference. And in the same way, with the red pill, it's not about believing anything about women or anything. There's somebody talking about I have a friend right now in a Discord server who just got divorced, and I'm kind of telling him to go find some red pill stuff because he was subject to betatization by 1,000 concessions. And I bring up Rich Cooper. And this girl, the only girl in the server, is saying, "Oh no, don't! He's some old bald mad guy, whatever." And I'm like, you just don't quite get it, do you? And yeah, it's not about a philosophy that you need to follow or rules that you need to follow. It's information that when you are armed with the information, you are better equipped to navigate the landscape of, again, whether it's just being a man who's alive today, whether you want to go down the road of dating, whether it has to do with your work, anything. It's just information for you to use.
People behave in such a way as this is how it works, kind of thing. So when I am talking about marriage, and you're not the first person to throw this at me, is that they say, well, Rollo, how can you be red pill because you're married, or how can you be married because you're red pill, right? And so I'm always stuck in the middle of all of that, because I have a great, by all estimates, I have a fantastic ideal marriage. For most guys would say it's an ideal marriage for 26 years. I have a kid, right? So when especially from the traditional conservative side of things, they come at me and say, well, how can you be so down on marriage? I'm not down on marriage. In fact, I make that point in religion. I said, I'm not down on marriage. I'm down on how we do it now. Okay. As I said before, monogamy, pair bonded monogamy, however you want to define it. Like, remember, it's Judeo-Christianity doesn't have a monopoly on marriage. Okay. Marriage has been a thing between men and women for a very, very long time. Whether it's in Muslim culture, or it's in Jewish culture, or it's in like even Asian culture, you can go back to feudal Japan and find people getting married. Okay. So they had nothing to do with Abrahamic religions, but they're still pairing off like that. So there's something innate in us that says, hey, we're better together than we are apart. Okay. Where it is functionally, evolutionarily advantageous for human males and human females to compromise their mating strategies, come together, and be parentally invested in that quote unquote family unit, which of course becomes.
Hey, we got Shakara Sanders. I'm sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly. I've been a Christian for 20 plus years. Thing is that things that are called red pill is just common sense. In the Bible, we should know what to look out for. Proverbs shows so much about these topics, and I 1,000% agree with you. Those of you who are regulars of the channel will know that my big rally cry is that there's so much good stuff in Christianity and religion and all that kind of stuff. The ideas of the non-weird rituals, just having a schedule type thing, community, all of that kind of stuff, treating others well. I just think that religion is a personal thing, and people try to pull it into politics and to everything else, and I think it pushes people away. If you're a Christian and you're happy with it, great. But exactly as I'm going to call you Mr. Sanders because I'm not good at reading names, but as Mr. Sanders here is saying, exactly, it's just information for you to use. And whether you get it from the Bible or the Quran or the Rational Mail or this show right now, it's just there for you to use. Just trying to spread the good word.
First tribe that you have, and we can talk about tribalism later on. So I'm not against marriage. I'm against the way we do it now in a post-sexual revolution.
Explain that, because
but that's a sociological phenomenon. Like that's social culture that's dysfunctional.
Yeah,
right.
That's why
I don't follow culture, Rollo. I build culture.
Do you have a legal contract between you and your wife?
I do have a legal contract.
Okay. Then that's part of the culture.
Burn.
Yes, that's a part of the culture because we chose to be that. I can get into why that is if you want me to. But when you're talking about people just brainlessly following culture,
I actually really love this nickname, Firelord Lutch, aka I'm Firelord Lutch, aka the IndianJesus. I love it. I love it.
Culture, right? Like I get it. That sounds like everyone's plugged into the matrix and acting like an idiot. I'm with you. The issue is that most people who want to be successful at anything aren't going to follow culture. Okay? If I come to you and I say, Adam, man, I want to double my income this year, you're going to give me a bunch of countercultural examples of how to do that, correct?
Countercultural?
Don't go out and party every night. Don't play video games.
Don't take on student loan debt.
Do you guys agree with that? If he asked how to get rich, the answer would be don't do this, 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 and this. I don't agree with that. If somebody, I mean, obviously I'm not rich, but if somebody asked me how to get fucking almost 500 subscribers on YouTube, What I wouldn't start doing is saying, don't do this. I would say, okay, first you want to do this, then you want to do that. So I completely disagree with what he's saying here. Let's back that up. You guys tell me, do you disagree or agree?
I come to you and I say I double my income this year.
So that's the question. He's coming to him saying, I want to double my income. And this is what the answer that he thinks that he'll get. Remember, this is the Valuetainment Money channel. So it's not just Joe Schmo. This is what he thinks he would receive.
Give me a bunch of countercultural examples of how to do that. Correct?
Countercultural?
Don't go out and party every night. Don't play video games.
Don't take on student loan debt. Don't just do the typical 9 to 5.
All of that is countercultural.
The very fact that you're an influencer disqualifies any of that. The very fact.
So Darshan says, nah. Vincent says, only if he's rich, I might listen. And I agree. He is rich, and I would listen. But I don't think he would be telling you what not to do. If you ask him, how do I do this? Then what I think he would say is, do X, Y, and Z. Ruslan is saying, if I asked you how to double my income, you would tell me not to party, not to buy cars, not to gamble. No, the fuck I wouldn't. And if I wouldn't, and I'm not rich, and he's rich, and JH, welcome to the party. Always on point. JH says, that's not how you double your money. That's just saving more. Exactly. I would tell you to invest. No, not that he's poor. Not in the Darshan was saying, nah, do you agree that that's the type of answer that Adam, the moderator, would give to Ruslan if Ruslan said, how do I double my income in the next year, whatever he said. That's and exactly, that's just that's a weird way of putting it. But let's see if he and then it goes right to Rollo, and I'm confused.
That you're on, that you make. Do you make more money as a rapper, or do you make more money as an influencer right now?
Right now,
then you're following culture.
Okay, but
even as a rapper, you are.
No. But
explain that. Why is that?
Well, I'm saying that our idea of what it is we want to do, our passions in life, and everything is like I rail against social constructionism. I get that part of it, right? But the very fact that we're even on the show with all these cameras around, or Patrick's over
here.
You're
saying that he'd be more counterculture if he said, "I don't do social media." If he was counterculture,
he'd be in a punk band.
No. I said the things that it requires to be successful at anything is countercultural, Rollo. And so, as a person that's creative, I have to make countercultural decisions to be not the average.
But you have to work within that culture.
I do have to do that. But let me give you an example. You mentioned something.
Nah, the host here is rich. This is the Valuetainment Money channel where they talking about money.
Your book about Christians jacking culture, right? And you talked about what was the Striper band and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's the Christian kosher.
Christian kosher. I like that. I like that a lot. But you made this one really example, and I think this kind of speaks to this. You reference J.R.R. Tolkien and Lord of the Rings influencing Dungeons and Dragons, and then you also reference C.S. Lewis's Chronicles of Narnia, which is to you a spinoff. J.R.R. Tolkien led C.S. Lewis to faith. J.R.R. Tolkien, who's a Christian, built Lord of the Rings and led culture that then the world, Dungeons and Dragons, and non-Christians followed. So I think you miss how.
So the fuck what, dude? What does that have to do with manhood or masculinity or money at all?
So much I think is driven by art creativity within modern music, within Lord of the Rings and all these sorts of things. That your example was often that that was led by a Christian who led C.S. Lewis, and he was building culture. And I'm saying there's other examples of people doing that all throughout history. We can talk about modern pop music, modern rock and roll. All of that is rooted in the Black church.
I need full screen for this. The idea of atheism, or not having a God, is a very new idea. So anything that happened in history more than 100, 150 years ago has some aspect of Christianity or some kind of religion, because that's just how the world was. That's like talking about, well, all the founding fathers were men. So yeah, because women weren't part of that shit at that time. What are you talking about? I have no idea what this guy is getting at. You know what? I, for the longest time, had never seen them. And I was like, all right, this is and then I got into Game of Thrones, and I know that that's heavily based on Lord of the Rings. So I was like, all right, let me get into this. If, it's good enough for everybody else, it's good enough for George R.R. Martin, I'll probably enjoy it, right? And I fell asleep during the first movie and never tried anything else. Now Sean's saying rich dudes with a lot of time on their hands. Yeah, quote unquote rich dudes. Let's I mean, I'm very, because again, this is the Valuetainment Money channel. This is specifically about money. The main valuetainment channel with Patrick Bet David is usually a little bit more cultural, and this is a little bit more in the weeds discussion. But I don't know. I want to let him keep going because I like to let it. I like to let it breathe. That's why we do these long form things, because we do want to give people time. But I'm just saying, at this point, I am a little confused. Vincent says, I saw The Hobbit because a random guy next to me on the plane bought the movie and asked me if I wanted to watch it with him. That's pretty dope. That's nice. That's nice. I'd be like, hell yeah, thanks, man. I mean, I probably would have had my own shit on my own movie, or on my own phone or whatever, but that's nice. How was it? Was it good? Oh, finally, Jimmy Nean's back. Where the fuck you been, bro?
Experience. Rhythm and blues comes out of that. So the church has always built culture. Right now, yeah, it's not looking good. I'd agree with you that in some ways it's not looking good. But to be successful at anything, we have to be countercultural with our choices while we engage culture to further our messages.
So he's getting back to this countercultural thing. So remember, this whole thing started with him saying, if I asked you how to double my income in the next year, you would give me a bunch of counterculture answers, which I believe is a false premise to begin with. But I don't even understand the conclusion that he was trying to get to in the first place. If you do, please let me know.
Like, how does this break down to the marriage? Because we were going on marriage for.
There we go.
I don't want to skip over the marriage.
I'll explain why that is. Because and I make the point in my fourth book in religion is that there's a difference between covenant marriage and contractual marriage. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to throw this out as an example. My friend Abu American is a Muslim. Okay, I believe at present he has 4 wives, maybe 3. Okay, now
good work, homie.
Yeah. So, but that's in
put a 1 in the chat if you would even want more than 1 wife.
Muslim culture, you can have up to 4 wives. Polygamy is still a thing for
in certain parts,
but not America.
Yeah,
not America.
But not no, because the culture of America says you can only have 1 wife. You're only limited to 1 wife, right?
That sounds like a lot of
headaches. But their religion allows them to have up to 4 wives.
It's about elves.
So what do I choose? Do I choose a state or do I choose my religion, right? Mm-hmm. So you've got that balance.
You said the covenant of marriage or the government?
So his marriages are based on not on legal contracts, not on like marriage contracts. It's like, do you believe in my faith? Oh yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. You believe my wife, and so will she, and so will she, and so will she, right? And so they can't legally get like I believe he lives in Germany, so I can't really do that here in the U.S. because that's polygamy laws. But he can do it in another country, and so because things are a little bit different there. But what their marriage and right up until the point where we started to turn marriage and religion into franchise and into a commercial enterprise, you didn't need a marriage contract back in medieval Renaissance era Europe. It was just like before God and your friends and everybody got a ring, we're good to go.
So like when did that start here in America? Or in the West?
I mean, certainly, like I would presume around the Industrial Revolution or somewhere around there.
So in the 1700s.
What I'm saying is like I don't endorse marriage in the sense that it is done right now. I really wish. It's one of the reasons I don't use my marriage as an example for like proof of concept for like just do what I do, guys, and you'll be able to have this great life.
I think I get it. I think what he's trying to say is that the way that marriage is set up now sucks, but that there is a way for marriage to be set up where it's socially enforced rather than legally enforced. And this is something Jordan Peterson talks about, socially enforced monogamy, which dumb people thought meant that everybody would force you to marry somebody. But no, all it means is that becomes the norm, like it was for so long. Socially enforced. It's enforced that it's weird to be, a 35-year-old woman who's single and partying and all that. Enforced social monogamy. I think that's what he's getting at. I still don't know what the fuck his point is, but I think that's what he's getting at.
Right. I never do that because you're not me. You're not my wife. You don't have the same circumstances that I do. So it would be irresponsible of me to go and say, here's a template for you to follow and you'll be just like Rollo Tomassi. I would not do that. I want those guys to build their own lives and say, hey, I'm the author of my own life. I'm not a Tomassi man or a Jordan Peterson man or whoever man.
So help me clarify this thing. And maybe I'm misunderstanding you because I don't want to straw man your position. So you've been married 26 years.
Y'all heard it. See, people use this shit. This is why I teach it to you.
Praise God. That's amazing. I've been married 14 years. We're entering that phase where we've been together longer than we've been.
26?
26, 14 together, 18. Wow. Okay. So that's amazing, right?
Guys, I made it almost a couple years, bro. So respect to you guys. Okay.
You believe in objective truth. I'm assuming you're unsure about objective morality. You say morality is social.
I think certain aspects of morality make sense and certain aspects do not make sense, or they seem contrived.
That's fair. There's certain things that we accept as moral that may not always be moral. That's fair. So if you get some pro-choice side of things, that's fair.
So this is an interesting statement, Vincent, because this is tied to something that I was talking about, the video I made on Sunday that I dropped, responding to when I was on Real Nathan Daly's panel, and we were talking, in general. And Vincent says, laws need to be fair to men before I get involved. But the problem is, Vincent, how are the laws supposed to change if everybody takes this position? The laws will be fair to men because you get involved. Unless you're talking about getting involved in a marriage. If you're talking about getting involved in the laws themselves, then if you're talking about getting involved in a marriage, then I completely agree with you. But I'm not saying that you do have to get involved. I am just saying, though, that the laws aren't going to change if everybody takes that opinion, unfortunately. Okay, yeah, then I'm right there with you. Right there with you.
Right, because that's women's choice. Sure. But why not preach what you practice? Why, like, as a man, I would want to know what you did to get to 26 years of marriage. You say you have the ideal marriage. It's very interesting language to describe that ideal marriage. You have a daughter. Why would you not give us some game on that?
Precisely because, and I very much respect Rollo for doing this. Because what he already said, that he has lived his own life and has learned based on his own personal experiences, and those experiences aren't going to be the same for everybody. So he can't be prescriptive, as he said in the very beginning. He can't be prescriptive because he doesn't know what's going on with you. He can't say do this, and this because he doesn't know who you are. And these things are very unique and personalized. What works for one may not work for another. Furthermore, to broaden the conversation beyond the stuff that we're talking about here, but just in general, if he is doing a very good job of getting his message across to people and not making it about religion, thereby disqualifying anybody who doesn't follow that religion from taking the message, then why would you inject that and cut off your audience? This is what I talk about with politics. If you believe in all these Christian values that we should uphold, great. Just stop calling them Christian values, because then I can't get on board. If you call them American values, I'm right there with you. But if you're saying it's because God said so, then I can't back that up, even if we want the same thing to happen. Exactly. Vincent is exactly right. He's limiting his audience and reach significantly. And again, I don't know much about this Ruslan dude, so I don't want to come down too hard on him. Maybe he will change my mind by the time we get a little bit further. But this is precisely why I am an atheist. This is precisely why. Religion poisons everything. See what I mean? See what I mean? Regardless of what you believe in, we can all get down with this. And it's, the religious right wing in politics that is pushing that not only do we have to have these American values, but we have to, give them to God. And do that in your own home. I don't give a shit. But why can't we as Americans share values that are shared because we are Americans? Why do you have to gatekeep values? You're the ones complaining that the atheist leftists are destroying society, and I fucking agree. So stop doing this. And maybe things will get a little bit better with a little bit of time.
Because the way that we do marriage now, like people ask me all this time, they say, Rollo, if you weren't married, would you get married now? I would say, absolutely not. If God forbid
Hell no.
Tomorrow, I would not get married in this present state. I'm not saying the institution, the idea of marriage is a bad idea. You probably read this as well. We are better together than we are apart. We are innate, evolved, natural complements to one another.
It's not good for a man to be alone.
But very specifically, why would you not get married today?
Because the way that we do it now, and this is exactly goes back to your point where everybody goes, well, alimony this, and I'll lose half my stuff. And I think, by the way, I think that's kind of like a specious argument from guys who don't want to get married.
Really, who don't even make enough money to pay alimony.
To worry about.
So what I need from him here, he keeps saying the way that we do marriage now. I kind of feel like I know what you mean, but you've been asked the question 3 times now, and you keep giving the same answer. The way that marriage is done now. Can you elaborate?
But they also have to pay child support. They also get into
child
that
support
situation.
has nothing to do with being married. You can have a one-night stand with a baby mama and pay child support.
I understand, but when we talk about like prenups, the prenup saved me. Yeah. Did you have any kids? No. But if you had kids, to be paying a form of child support and a form of alimony that goes up. And again, I can get into the divorce machine. There's lots of like.
Well, do you really think that much has changed in 26 years in terms of the legalities of things? Because I don't think much has changed.
No, they haven't. But I would say.
So did you make a bad decision 26 years ago?
No, not at all. But the thing is that it is
the culture has changed.
The culture has most definitely changed. I like getting into like. I'll tell you what my dad said. I asked my one time. I said, why did you get married to my mom? My dad was like a dyed-in-the-wool atheist, and my mom was a born-again Christian. She later became Catholic and everything. And I'm like, what on earth possessed you guys to get married together? And my dad said this. He was like, look.
If he says duty, duty. But if he says duty, then I become king of the manosphere.
He says, it seemed like a good idea at the time. and thank God, my brother and I were produced as a result of that. And I am who I am because of my father and because of my mother as well. But the long and the short of it is I understand the institution. I understand why marriage exists. I understand why premarital, prohibitions against, premarital sex, being, or even prearranged marriages for that. I understand why those exist. I don't think that they are tenable in the 20th or 21st century at this state. I understand why they're there. And I understand the mechanics behind. Yeah. However, expecting, especially in modern day society where like marriage rates are at like 5.1 per 1,000 right now. You're looking at a divorce rate that's fallen off a cliff. Yeah, because no one's getting married right now, and the age of first marriage is getting pushed further and further into our early 30s, primarily because of a post-sexual revolution mentality with respect to monogamy.
Yeah, which I think is trash.
And I think the post-sexual revolution is because it is like as far as best practices are concerned. Like if you have all these tools to understand, you have this database, and have all this education about intersexual dynamics. How do you use this? What do you do with that? That's really not the purview of the red pill. And I don't know where there's a lot of people who want to be red pill voices right now. A lot of them come back to my work. That's all they do. And they're looking at mine as sort of like the source material for wherever they're going to take it and go with it. So if you look at Fit, you look at like Andrew Tate, you look at even Kevin Samuels, it's all derivatives of stuff that I have done since.
I hate. Oh my God. Kevin Samuels would roll over in his grave. He would roll over in his grave to be put in the same basket as Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate. I'm sorry, Kevin. They do not belong in the same sentence. I mean, those are three completely different tiers. You got Fresh and Fit down here. You got Andrew Tate up here. And then you got Kevin Samuels off the charts. Come on, man.
Really, 2002, 2004.
And this is something you disagree with Kevin Samuels on, though. Because Kevin Samuels still prescribed marriage.
I think, okay, so here's the thing. Would I prescribe marriage? I would if we had some form of marriage reform. Okay. If there was some sort of,
I'm like what? What are you talking about? What are these reforms? What is the way that you don't like? Explain.
I like where this is going. Rollo Tomassi just said he prescribes marriage.
I would prescribe marriage.
What would you put for some reform?
Okay, if there was, lay that out. Okay, what benefit? And I'll throw this out again. I always ask this: what benefit is that for a man inside of marriage that he can't get outside of marriage? You're not married. Like you, right now, it's like you looking and trying to find someone right now. Some girl.
What's that guy?
Throw that out there.
Look,
come to church. Come to church.
Trying to find some.
Pouring out for KS and Patrice O'Neal. Damn.
You trying to find someone, it's like you're going to have, especially at your value, who you are right now, you're in a position of sexual selectivity that most men are never going to be able to enjoy in their lifetime. So you're like, okay.
DMAC, I noticed this. And as Darshan specifically, but obviously talking to everybody, you guys know, if you've watched the channel, you know that I find myself in a weird space because a lot of the people that I watch and a lot of people that I collab with are more in that black manosphere space. I mean, specifically TLA, Kevin Samuels, and Dr. Evil Genius over on the Talking Shit podcast. They are very much, into the black aspect of the manosphere, the red pill, and all that stuff. And I have absolutely nothing against that, of course. But not being a black man, obviously, I often talk about Rich Cooper, who is very closely tied to Rollo here. Talks about the rational male all the time. And I noticed that not a lot of my friends who are in that more black centric, I don't know, is that okay to say? I don't fucking know anymore. they don't really know about Rich Cooper. They don't really care about Rollo Tomassi. And I think the fact that Fresh and Fret and Frat and Frickin' Frack, those dudes are tight with Rollo, and Kevin Samuels wouldn't touch Fresh and Fit with a 30-foot pole. I think this is, I noticed you would expect that they would have a major collab. They would have a series together that it would cover everything. That, okay, Kevin shows about, getting black women to marry black men, but together they can be a force for men, period. You would think that. But never happened. I don't know why, but I have a feeling. I have a feeling that it has to do with when the Aber and Preach stuff happened with Fresh and Fit. Rollo was so much in the Fresh and Fit side. And if you're not familiar with the drama, it's YouTube drama. And that kind of gave him, made him take a step back. And that's right as Kevin was going up. And I think Kevin was just like, I don't want to fuck with him. That's just my guess. I do not know. I don't want to speak for the dead. I don't want to speak ill of Rollo. I'm just speculating. But I did notice this. And I'll cheers to that, Vincent. Let's get back into it.
I want to have kids. I want to find somebody that I can settle down with.
Yeah.
But the downside risks of that, and I'm not just talking about marriage. I'm also talking about the follow-on downstream effects of making a bad choice. Right? You've heard this before. I'm sure I forget. I think it was maybe it was Warren Buffett who said, the most important decision you can make in your life is like who you're going to marry.
Yeah.
Marry yourself with,
all the time.
right? So it's not just about you and the woman. It's about the families you created, the families that come together on either side, and your grandchildren and your friends and your dogs and everything else. That's sort of that downstream effect. It hinges on one thing: intersexual dynamics. It hinges on being able to come together and having that knowledgeable database. I'm not against marriage. I'm against marriage in the sense that it's like, didn't know it was coming, didn't know the risks, didn't know this, didn't know all the downstream effects that could come from it, because you have this romantic ideal in your head that, oh, she's the one. And most guys live in a state of sexual scarcity.
So what he's talking about is not an issue with marriage. Not that there isn't. I'm just saying what he's talking about right now is not an issue with marriage. It's an issue with men not understanding what marriage is and what marriage is supposed to be and who women are. That's what he's talking about. I completely agree that marriage laws and all that shit definitely need to change. But what he's talking about is not an issue with the institution, but an issue with the way that people are thinking about it, or rather not thinking about it. So maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just nitpicky, but I think it's very important to separate these things and attribute the problems of the institution of marriage to the institution of marriage, and then attribute the issues of people thinking to those people. I mean, I feel like that makes sense, right?
So the first girl that gets off with him, suddenly she's the one, ordained from God to be his wife forever.
No, this is what
final thoughts, because we have like 20 more topics. Spend an hour on marriage.
So do you think there's any selection bias though in the way you're describing some of these women in terms of the culture?
I don't. There are things that. Well, first of all, I think if there's a bias, it's a post-sexual revolution bias for the last 4 generations.
For some women, not all women.
I would say that in some effects, all women, and some effects, some women. Okay, so I made this point with Jedediah yesterday. It's like, if you were born after, say, like 1960,
You're
right
feminist.
now, you have had gynocentric feminist ideals planted into your brain that you think are just given truths. You think that they're self-evident truths. Whereas if you were born in a generation prior to the sexual revolution, it would be like, what are you talking about?
So where's the sexual revolution? What's the
about 1965.
Yeah, 1965.
Right when hormonal birth control was
all that kind of stuff. So
hippies, Woodstock? That's kind of was all in that.
So you may prescribe marriage with some reform. Well, I appreciate you saying that.
Well, I did say that monogamy was the bedrock of Western
and we
civilization.
agree on that.
How that is formalized is...
So dude is still on the idea that Rollo won't tell people. Not that he doesn't think it, but that Rollo won't tell other people you should get married. That's what he's trying to pin him down and get him to say. And he won't say it. And all Rollo is saying is that I don't want to prescribe things to people that I don't know. Much like I'm not calling him a doctor, but much like a doctor, even a licensed therapist, you can't just go and chat with your friends and then ethically diagnose them with any kind of mental disorder or anything. You have to have there's a process. There's a way to do this stuff that is proper. And I'm completely fine with him not prescribing these things. And in fact, because I don't think that, through reading a lot of red pill stuff, including the Rational Male, including, other Rollo videos, whatever it is, I've learned that marriage, unlike what I previously thought, marriage may not be the best option for me. I would love to get married. I think that it is a possibility, but having taken the red pill, then it makes sense that that might not be for me. And I appreciate that there's a space out here where that's okay. Now, that does fly in the face of the fact that I just said I want socially enforced monogamy, right? But it's all hinged upon how marriage works. And again, I have my things about how this should work and how that should work. But Rollo here has said how marriage works. Now, this is the fourth time in, a slightly different way, and really hasn't explained what he means. And I just want to know, what the fuck do you mean, dude? What do you mean? I don't know.
Kind of particularly to the society, the religion, the guy.
Sure. And so I would take the stance that I want to tip the scales as much in Sauce's favor as I possibly can if he wants to get
We're
married.
going to get you married, Sauce.
I appreciate it. I mean, you two by my side.
He wants to have kids. So
That's
that's
all
so you say, so that's great. Now, what I would call your prescriptions, I think, are where it gets problematic. And you probably know where I'm going. You got spinning plates, right? And then you have don't wait for sex if you should make wait for sex.
Talking about it yesterday.
Yeah. So how does that work in your mind as someone that's prescribing a lot of non-consensual dating? I mean, to the point, Rollo, where you go on and you tell people, push out the girl.
Whoa. Non-consensual dating? I'm pretty sure he never said anything about non-consensual.
Aren't going to let you smash for weekdays, and the ones that are going to give you intimacy, smash, hang out with them. And I got the quote right here: hang with them on.
Is that a quote from the Bible?
No, this is the Bible. Save your weekends for women who've had proven an interest in you, sexual, and relegate those who haven't to Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And then you say, don't ever wait for sex. If a woman makes you wait for sex.
I don't say that is not what that says, by the way. I don't say okay. It's here's the rule. Okay, Rollo Tomassi number 3 is this: if a woman makes you wait for sex, the sex is never worth the wait. That I was explaining this to Jedediah yesterday. Okay, this is the number one thing.
If she wants to screw you, she'll screw you. She'll show that she wants to screw you.
It's not about the sex. You also say, if you look at the end of that chapter, I also make I put some caveats at the end of that where I'm saying, like, look, if your religious convictions are such that you're like, I don't believe in premarital sex. Because most guys who are reading this, most guys on planet Earth right now, they're not waiting to have sex. Most women are not waiting to have sex. I am writing I'm writing in a time where that is the reality right now. Also, it's not to say that everybody is like that. There are guys who are going to wait for sex. There are women who are going to wait for sex. Got it. Understood. That's why I put the caveat at the end of that saying, like, if this is your conviction, this chapter, this rule, whatever, is not about the sex part. It is about establishing genuine desire, because that entire rule is all about is this woman really into me?
And again, the point there that just as a student of the red pill, and yeah, Vincent, exactly. I was like, hold on. You definitely got to clear that up. But as just like if you want to call it that, a student of the red pill, somebody who is, was the most typical plugged in beta dude, just, whatever that comes to your mind when you think plugged in beta blue pill dude, that was me 3 years ago. So when he's saying all of this, it really is, it's confusing, because I don't understand. Again, I don't understand what Ruslan is trying to get out of Rollo. I think that what he is putting out there is wide enough for the audience that he's trying to serve. And if it then ignites that if you need further work in that area, and you decide you want to go down a Christian road, then sure, you can go and listen to Ruslan. But again, I'm just confused. It feels like Ruslan wants Rollo to have the equivalent amount of life advice as what he believes is in the Bible. And I mean, that's not, I just not really what we're doing here. And this is right. You can't just be saying things like that and move on. We got, yeah. Well, I'm glad he cleared. I don't know if he did clear it up, but I stopped him in the middle. So let's see if he addresses it.
That's what I want to know, gentlemen. Hold on. Do you believe? I want to get your answer, and then we're going to move on to the next topic. I promise you that. Do you believe in you should only have sex with one woman and wait till marriage?
Yes.
That's your belief?
Yes. Okay. And based on the empirical data, virgins are happiest in marriage. People who wait to get married are the happiest. People with the lowest body counts are the most fulfilled. So my issue, sure. But my issue is when Rollo with one sentence is saying, I'm a Christian and being a virgin.
That's an important point, though. You can't just run right past that. If you're happier because you don't have anything to compare it to, man or woman, if you never had your back blown out by Tyrone, then Joshua, who's giving you 5 pumps, that's going to be the best sex of your life. So, and I think Rollo's being pretty clear when he's saying, yeah, obviously ignorance is bliss. That doesn't mean that the sex itself is better. Now, that also doesn't mean that even if it is worse, if you're happier with it, who cares? But we have to acknowledge that it doesn't mean the sex itself is better because you've waited. It's just your experience of it. Now, if you want to differentiate that, that's up to you. But I think that, again, that's an important differentiation, especially if you're somebody who has already broken that seal and you didn't know any better. And maybe you were, you found religion, whatever it is. Thank you, Darshan. I thought so.
Great. So, and 70% of virgins are in church. And at the same time, we're creating an environment based on increasing women's body counts and increasing men's body counts, which is going to be counterintuitive to when they want to settle down and get married.
You're reading that as a prescription, okay?
But how is that? How is spinning plates not a prescription, Rollo?
I'll tell you.
But just so I'm clear.
So I just want to get this from Jimmy. I said I'd agree. Whenever Jimmy says something seemingly serious, I like to read it. He says, "I agree, except now that we have the internet, it's too easy to see an imperfect and theatrical example of greener grass." Well, the numbers do show higher rates of reported sexual satisfaction in marriages where the men and women waited. But those are, again, it's based on self-reported numbers. And that's why Rollo was saying ignorance is bliss, because if you've only ever had vanilla ice cream and somebody asks you, how much do you love ice cream? You're like, oh my God, that shit's awesome. Then you have, I don't know, pick your favorite flavor, Rocky Road, cookie dough, whatever. You've had those. And then somebody asks you, how good is vanilla ice cream? I mean, it's fucking ice cream, but I'd rather have cake batter, cookie dough, cookies and cream. It's not the same thing. It is bold. I know that. I'm a bold guy.
You believe in that what he believes in, that you should have a virgin and wait till marriage?
Okay,
what's your personal
belief is this? Do I think that that's a best practice? I think it makes great sense. I think that is untenable in the 21st century. Hell, it's untenable in the 20th century, which is why it is a rule.
Hold on, you think it's untenable for people to delay sexual gratification?
Yes, absolutely.
Based on
you don't? You think people are good at waiting for sex? Okay. Let's see what we got here. All right.
Because men need sex and women need sex as well.
And you can't wait for 6 months or a year for it?
Okay. What do you mean 6 months?
A lot of the folks I know who are getting married in their early 20s, they date, they get married. We're talking about a 12 to 18 month window. They're married. Most of them are
Hey. Oh, I got the app. Hold on. Where you going?
They go on, they build lives together. Kevin Samuels will call this an IKEA marriage, right? They build lives together, and then by the time they're 30s, they're worth multiple six figures.
Right, so 98% of people on planet Earth don't wait for sex before marriage.
Yeah.
98.
All right. So what was that? Vincent gave a comment here. She'll love that vanilla ice cream. But then when she gets a taste of that cinnamon lunch, I gotta get a stream deck. Ignorance isn't always bliss. It also could be harmful. I mean, the fact is that is true, but they're not mutually exclusive. You can be happily harming yourself. I was a drug addict for 5 years. That was blissful as fuck. It was also very harmful.
We're not talking about if they're waiting. We're talking about creating content and material that's increasing their body counts. That's what your content is.
Here's where we're going to let the audience have a chance to weigh in on this. Guys, Natalia, let's get some commentary.
I'm actually usually I would want to skip this part, but I'm actually really interested to see, because again, this is a valuetainment money channel, and they haven't brought up money at all. I'm very curious what this audience is going to be asking about.
Do you believe in having sex, premarital sex? I want to know from the audience.
Hell yeah!
Right? First question. Let's see what they say. No.
Jeez.
I know that you're a virgin and you're waiting till marriage. I know that. Sorry, gentlemen.
Yes.
And then
Wait. Are you being sarcastic?
I'm being very sarcastic.
Okay,
but I'd like to get from our audience. Do you understand two things? Are you waiting for marriage to have sex?
Mm-hmm.
And then do you believe in the institute of marriage? Let's see some comments and we'll come back on that super chat. Guys, we're going to move on to the next topic. I've allowed you to kind of get in on Rollo, and I think it would be fair if I didn't ask you the exact same question. Mm-hmm. Is there something that you specifically disagree with that Ruslan talks about? I know he hasn't written a book, at least I don't believe.
Not yet, which by the way, you have me inspired to.
Actually, my only beef was like I really wanted to have this conversation with you actually even before this. It's just like I'm like at least go in knowing what it is that I'm talking about, because what I think happens is like guys get into like the influencer sphere, and you're also an example of this too. Sorry to say, but like when guys like your show was primarily about money until you met me, until I ruined your life, right?
Technically, I had already done 5 relationship shows. Then you showed up, and I was like, oh, there's actually a fucking handbook for this.
Everybody wants a piece of the manosphere. Now, Jedediah wants a piece of the manosphere. Everybody wants something of it, and it's pick for a lot of people who are sort of this moralist bent right now, because they hear Kevin Samuels talk about things and they lose their minds. When Kevin Samuels passed away, it was nothing but hate from women. Nothing but hate from women. I mean, to the point where they were saying this is a gift from God that he died on Mother's Day, right? And so I'm watching this. I'm going, damn, that is a lot of vitriol.
So are you basically?
I can't let that fly, man. I don't care who you are or what you think or what you do or what, like, if you can honestly say that, not even just feel it in your bones, but put it out on social media to celebrate the death of someone who was, of anyone, but especially somebody who was so important to people. That's I just don't I don't think I have anything in common with you. Jarson says no money talk. At least I talk about money. Yeah, I'm waiting for the money talk. I thought that I have a banner ready for them talking about money. I did watch this. I skimmed through it before, but we got some time left, so we'll maybe they're just getting into it. They're just getting into it. We slow roll, give them the long stroke. Shout out to the TLA there.
Saying that Ruslan is sort of using this as an opportunity to create views.
Topic du jour is what it is, okay? And not just him. I like a lot of people.
No, but I asked you specifically your problem with
Ruslan. My problem with this is like speaking from a position of ignorance, okay? Like I brought this up with Jedediah as well. Like Jedediah will say like, oh yeah, I watched like 2 30-second clips of Fresh and Fit, and I don't know much about them. She prefaces the whole thing about that, but let me tell you everything about them. And I'm like, well, why should we listen to you if you're already prefacing this with that you're speaking from a position of ignorance?
Ignorant? No, there's 2 questions here. Would you consider Jedediah ignorant on that?
She's very much ignorant on that. A lot of people are, but they want to jump in because it triggers this kind of moralistic belief set where it's like, well, that's not what I believe, and let me start talking about this rather than making us. I keep reading my book. So that was the first thing I said. I said, at least read the book so you know where I'm coming from before we have this discussion. I'm glad you did. Thank you very much.
So go ahead. Was there a question?
No. Well, my point is,
it's not even so much.
He's done a lot of content on this. You've done stuff with our friend Hafiz. You've done multiple. I don't think you're ignorant.
Let me back into it, because I think that's a fair point. And it sounds, if she watched 2 videos and started making a bunch of anti-pill content, I would agree with you. You don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. That's like, if that's
separate issue.
Right?
We're talking about pick and they're like, I agree with this and I don't agree with this, so therefore it's good.
So here's what happened. I listen to my audience. I don't know if you're engaged in your comments. I listen to my audience. I go into the DMs, and so whatever people are asking me, and what do you think about this? Then I'll check it out, and I won't just watch Instagram clips. I don't even watch short form content. I go watch long form content, try to understand. So what happened was people.
Shout out to dude, because he did read Rollo's book before he came on the show. That's something most people won't.
Reached out to me. What do you think about Kevin?
I wouldn't have if I didn't already read it.
Samuels. Kevin Samuels.
That's where it started.
That's where it started.
How long ago?
When did you watch? Last May-ish.
Somewhere.
Yeah, last
2021. He passed away.
He passed away this past May. I was reacting to his stuff a year before that, like last summer.
Just from a timeline horizon, you've been researching, looking into the rental community for a little over a year now.
So
and you've been doing this for...
I've been in the manosphere for 20 years.
Yeah. Okay. And so what happened was, when I started hearing some of this stuff, it took me back to middle school. And I grew up in San Diego in the 90s. got arrested at age 11, and I was around a bunch of guys. What we were into was these books called by Iceberg Slim called Pimp. And it was a lot of the same type of language and a lot of the same thinking coming from Iceberg Slim that influenced a lot of my close friends to go on to be pimps. And they started pimping and they started making a lot of money doing that, buying houses, all that kind of stuff. Ended up getting arrested and going to jail for a long time. But the ideologies were very similar. And I was like, man, this is so weird that I'm seeing some of this stuff to the point where I'm in middle school. It's 97, 98 around these guys. And then this followed people into the early 2000s when people were, I remember the Snoop Dogg, Bishop Magic Wand, they're dressing up as pimps. And
of course, if you ever saw the movie Old School, like bring a green hat, bro. Like,
and Iceberg Slim's fictional literature, or maybe it wasn't autobiographical, I don't know exactly what it was, influenced.
Is it just me? Or are people who talk let's put it this way, people who talk about Christianity, whether they are pastors or youth group leaders or whatever, they just talk. What the fuck are you saying, dude? Jesus fucking Christ. Like, what? He's just going and make a fucking point. All right. Cheers to that, I guess. Yeah. Jimmy Dean says, I grew up in San Diego in the 90s too. Does that mean I'm gonna be a massive cunt when I get older too? You're a massive cunt now, bro.
A lot of my buddies to take on this mentality, and I saw overlap there. Now, some people would say Iceberg Slim Pimp is red pill. I don't know if it is. Okay, so when I see Kevin Samuels, I'm like, man, there's some good stuff here. He says some interesting stuff. I think the holding women accountable, interesting. The way he talks. Okay, what bugged me was that he kept professing to be a leader of singles ministries in churches, and then would turn around and say high value men should cheat. That is what pissed off.
Everybody knows. Put in the chat why what he said, what Ruslan just said about what KS says is wrong. Did Kevin Samuels say high value men should cheat? It's a very easy to remember thing because people say it all the time. But is that what he was prescribing? That you should cheat? Because I watched a lot of his content and I never got that information. But you guys, I mean, again, maybe I'm wrong. But as far as I'm concerned, it was always about high value men have options. That's a very different thing. Words matter. It goes all the way back to my semantic obfuscation shit. Words matter. Exactly, Vincent. Never once did he say, you should do that. He said, high value men have options. They won't always choose to exercise them, but they have options. It's not complicated. You have to be we were just complimenting this dude. We were just complimenting him for being familiar with the content, the content before coming on the show. And now he's here talking about Kevin Samuels and misrepresenting his message. At least I'm here to set it straight.
Because now you're positioning yourself as a Christian authority, and you're saying that just because you make a certain amount of money, you're entitled to do something. Not they do cheat. That's what I'm guessing. That's kind of what your position would be. This is what happens. People make money, exercise. No, he started.
So I'm not as familiar with the Bible as I used to be. When I first became an atheist, I had that, that version of red pill rage. You got atheist rage too. When you find out that all the Disney movies lied to you about how girls are, same thing happens when you realize that your church lied to you about everything. So there was a time when I felt like the ideas of Christianity needed to be, just taken down. And I don't believe that anymore. But the point is, Kevin Samuels was always about his Christianity shit. And like I said, I'm not as familiar with the Bible, but I'm pretty sure there's multiple examples of men having more than one wife or more than one lover in the Bible. I'm right there with you, Vincent. Right there with you. Wish I could get all that offering money back. Yep.
scribing things, and I don't know if he was trying to be polarizing or whatever, and so that is why I started commenting. And immediately after I started commenting to those reactions, because I said, well, these are the logical conclusions of this. The Nick Cannons, the Bill Gates, right? You're going to lose.
Nick Cannon, for you to think that Nick Cannon is the logical solution, the logical end to following Kevin Samuel's advice, just means that you misunderstood. You just misunderstood. And that's okay. Your nose is stuck in a Bible and you believe crazy things. That's what happens. Pay attention. Listen to people when they talk. Take their words as the words that they said, not what you feel like they should have been or wanted them to be to fit your whatever. Yeah, this is that tithing. You know, they'll get you. They'll get you. Skewing statistics all by himself.
This is the logical conclusion of high value men should cheat. As a high value man, in terms of what my net worth is and what this is.
Oh, honey, sweetie, baby, are you though? Are you a high value man? Maybe.
Stupid. This is asinine to me. And then I connected with Hafiz 10 videos in. And that's when he kind of gave me some of the framework of what this is. Again, he calls it an ideology. You call it proxology. I know that kind of triggers you. That is how I came. I didn't come into this because I just needed to react.
That's always a jab. That's always a jab. Anytime past 2017, that somebody, I know that triggers you. They're not saying that to be understanding. I know that triggers you. Because if you were saying, I know you don't like that terminology. I know you don't like when people say that. I know you don't. Da, 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 da. If somebody's saying, no, I know that triggers you, then they're trolling you.
Active stuff. I came into this because people asked me, and I said, "Oh, there's some overlap with this whole." In the same way, Andrew Tate is saying he's an Orthodox Christian. I'm like, okay, this is interesting. People, what do you think about Andrew Tate's, faith? That's why I'm reacting to.
Here we go.
I don't need the clicks. I can get views other ways. If I wanted to just get views, I'd just dunk on megachurch pastors all day. That would go crazy for my channel, right? I mean, you know, right? So that's not the point. So that's how I got into it. And then I saw your video, and I said, well, let me check out this guy Rollo, research some of your stuff, and here we are. Yeah. Two books later.
I think this term gets thrown around all the time. I think you're probably sick of answering this question, but we're going to answer it anyway. Sure. You just used the term high value man. In your opinion, what is the definition or theology, if you will, of a high value man? And you just describe yourself as a high value man. So I assume you've done your research on this. So if you guys would just take a second, define what this high value man, HVM, I've heard multiple times. Explain that, please.
I think objectively speaking, it's the confluence of money, muscles, and game, right? It's maximizing their I think a high value man is the guy who maximizes his personal potential. And does it in such a time, and then utilizes that potential. Okay, so a lot of talking about Kevin Samuels and everything. Those are prescriptions. I deal with descriptions. That's why.
So I hate to break it to you, Vincent, but all churches are like cults. The only thing different about the mega churches is that they're bigger. But 100% agree with you. Remember when what's the main guy, Joel Osteen, during whatever the hurricane, and he wouldn't open his stadium. He had an entire stadium. I mean, he's got a mansion too. An entire stadium. People are literally on their roofs, feet worth of flooding, and he wouldn't let people in. I gotta tell you, I'm waiting till these people start paying me. But what I'm doing is tastier than that. I can promise you that communion wine. Plus you probably got the pastor's dick in that shit. Come on, you don't want that.
That a lot of the stuff that all these guys who are out here doing this stuff. I'm not claiming to be like the only source in the manosphere that has this stuff, but it's like a lot of that stuff is derivative from my work. Okay?
Well, you'll constantly hear that he wrote the Bible of the manosphere.
Exactly. So but again, my books are written from a position of there being objective, doing my best stab at objectivity. That's number one. Number two is that it's not a prescription, but that doesn't mean that people won't take that work and turn it into prescriptions. That's what Tate does. That's what Kevin Samuels does. That's what, when you use the word should, that's when it ceases to be about what is and what you should do. So I don't deal in shoulds. I deal in is. So
should men spin plates and date as many women as they can non-exclusively and increase their body count?
Okay, so is it about body count? That's the other thing. Okay, so here's the thing: is if you read those 6 chapters, you'll also notice that the end of that, of all the 6th chapter, is transitioning from non-exclusive dating to becoming monogamous with someone. So what if you're going to take that,
so you prescribe monogamy.
If that's going to be what I'm saying is that most guys want to get into that. Okay, I know guys like George Gammon. I know yourself. I know a lot of guys who don't want anything to do with monogamy, and they're still high value men because they maximize money, muscles, and game. Right? They have chosen as a lifestyle not to be monogamous. They don't want to have children, but they're still doing very, very well for themselves. So is that high value, or is a high value man the guy who is like Rollo Tomassi? He's been married for 26 years. He's got a beautiful daughter. He makes a good chunk of change. He's in an ideal marriage. Is that high value, or
guys, can you give me 5 likes, please? I don't think that's too much to ask for, right?
is it high value? Is Tate high value? I would say all of the above.
Thank you.
It just depends on what their lifestyle choices are and what it is that they choose to do. So if you're gonna idealize the lifestyle of Andrew Tate and say he's on his hustle, like I saw the interview with you and Pat yesterday, and I'm like, well, that's very, very interesting considering the lifestyle that Andrew Tate and Tristan also are living right now. And if they're going to profess to be Orthodox Christians, then where's their kids? Where's the thing? Is that the benchmark? Is that the goal state? Right. Because your goal state would probably be get into a marriage, have kids, and love God with all your heart and all your mind. Right? So that would be a high value man. For
can I just again? I know that I watched this before. They do get into like real stuff, but can we see how much time and energy is wasted trying to define all of this religious bullshit? Why does any of that matter? What does that have to do with either the red pill, the manosphere, or making money? We're only about a third of the way through, and I might skip a little bit here and there, but and then I want you guys to come up and talk about this, because I know that we all have similar ideas around the fact that we took the red pill, we believe in whatever way you want to put it, but just like these two have very different perspectives, I'm sure you and I don't think exactly the same things, and I'd love to explore that. So stick around for panel time and come and tell me what you think.
Other guys being a high value man, they still have all of those things that Tate has, but they don't have family. They're not married. They don't have a golden retriever in the yard. So that's why I'm saying the old order 20th century ideal for what is a high value man, throw that out the window. We are still clinging to old order ideals in a 21st century that says, well, here's the data sets right now, and they have more access to more information right now that completely crush all of our wants to cling on to this romantic ideal, the 20th century, the 18th century, whatever century, because we think that ought to be how we do things. And in some ways, for some guys, for you and me, that works really well for us. But for Andrew Tate, people will say, you're a beta and I'm a beta and we're blue pill because we're married and we've been married for so long. Yeah. So what that's why I said, like, when guys come at me and they say, oh, he can't be red pill because he's married. He can't speak knowledgeably because he's been married for 26 years. They don't know anything about my history. They don't know anything about like what it is that allows me to speak authoritatively about this kind of stuff. They throw that out the window because,
which is, that you do not understand what the red pill is there for. If you think that being married disqualifies you from being not only red pill, but from being an authority, that's essentially, theoretically, winning the game. The idea is that there could, most women are XYZ, but there are women who are ABC. You want to find one of those, lock them down. So obviously we can't see into the future, but he's been married for 20 years. And as long as he is legitimately happy in his marriage, not happy in a way, oh yeah, she lets me go to golf once a month, then what are those guys talking about?
Married. And also on the opposite side, if you're not married, if you're a guy like Andrew Tate living the best life, you're living up to your potential, but you don't have kids and you haven't done anything like with your life because you're not married and you don't have a dog in the yard kind of thing, then you're actually the beta because you're not living up to your full potential by not having kids and everything. So it just depends on whose definition that we're working.
One of the questions that we always ask, and what Pat always asks, it's always, who do you want to be, right?
Well, who do you want to establish that most men want children?
Yes. How do you go about
Let me read this out, and then I want to get your definition of a high value man. We asked our audience. We appreciate you guys, value-tainers out there. Everyone came from Ruslan's channel. Everyone came from Rollo's channel. Rational Male. If you're a believer of what's known as the Pareto principle, the 80-20 rule, it's essentially what the numbers show. 78% of you guys say that they are not waiting for marriage to have sex.
Put a 1 in the chat if you do not know what the 80-20 rule is. Vincent says, I keep having to tell my parents how the dating world is so different today than back in their day. Same. I mean, you know, I am a middle child. So I got an older brother who's in a long-term relationship and a little sister who's in a long-term relationship. And my parents are like, hey, what are you doing? And I'm just like, you don't get it. You don't get it. My brother used to be the most counterculture, independent thinking, like, I used to look up to him so much for how independently he thought. And then he got with this super liberal girl, and that's what he thinks now. Just, again, imagine what you think I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
And 22%, so almost 80-20, saying, no, yeah, I'll wait for stuff. So I'm not shocked by that.
10% of that 20 are insults to begin with.
All right,
Bang, bang.
well, guys, get out of the house.
Bang, bang.
Define high value men, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
I think it's probably connected to income, influence, what you can do, your network, so on and so forth.
Money muscles game that he talks about. And
I think that's fair. Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think if we're talking about spinning plates, my issue with that is how do men sacrifice the opportunity cost of spinning plates, dating all these women, not exclusively, right? When if we're talking about, hey man, what should you be doing in your 20s? What should you be doing in your late teens? I think we would say, develop some useful skills, develop some scarce skills, develop your soft skills,
On your ally.
make some mistakes, do something. And I think it's an incoherent logic to say, hey, go date as many women as you can non-exclusively. At what expense when you could be developing yourself, becoming the man, the high value man. You hear this thing with the 6'6" man, 6 foot tall, 6 figures, 6 foot. Right. Okay, everybody's not going to be that. But Sauce, can we get some of these guys to meet you?
Again, if you don't know what the 666 man is, put a 1 in the chat, and I will let you know.
3, right? If a guy comes to you and he says, hey man, I'm making 40 grand, I'm making 50 grand. Can we get him to 100? Right? If he's fat, can we get him to eat less calories? Can we get him shredded? And again,
See, always. This is why I have so much trouble. This is why I have so much trouble getting into a workout routine. Everything, all the rhetoric around, and I get it. It's not anybody else's responsibility to convince me or to drag my ass out of bed or whatever. But everything is about being fat. Do I look fat to you? Intellectually, I know I need to fill. I'm a tiny dude, and I need to fill out my frame. I get that. I know that. But also, I kind of just don't want to. And in all the ways of, blue pill beta behavior that I've been able to change, there's been actionable things that I can do. And there's been arguments that have really, just resonated with me and allowed me to change my behavior and stick to it. We need to talk more about little dudes. That's a bigger conversation. Vince is just telling me to eat more naan. I don't like Indian food, but it's mostly just chicken and rice and shit. I mean, I eat pretty healthy. I wouldn't say I eat healthy. I would say I don't eat unhealthily. But it's just, it's the whole thing to go and sign up for a gym, and I could just not. I don't know.
You're like, well, these are prescriptions, but I'm like, man, there are prescriptions and life works a specific way. If I want to get cut and shredded, which I'm doing right now, I have to stop eating junk food, high caloric food, and I have to eat more high nutrient, high volume food, protein, get my macros due to compound lift. I don't understand why this isn't directly transferable, this philosophy transferable to ending up in a high marriage. So you're like, most men are going to sleep around and do whatever. And I'm like, and most people are fat, bro. 70%.
More than that. 25.
30, 40% are obese. Most people are like most people. I understand, right? But what I'm saying is if we're leading men, and we're saying, hey, Sauce, how do we get more money? And you're like, dude, this is what you got to do. You got to work on this. Hey, how do you, man.
See? Did you catch it? He just went over his own argument. Again, I don't even know what the original point that he was making. But he said, if I asked you, how do I double my income? You would tell me not to do X, Y, and Z. What did he just say?
And hey, Sauce, how do we get more money? And you're like, dude, this is what you got to do. You got to
Dude, this is what you got to do. So what the fuck was he talking about before? It makes sense when everything comes back to religion and nothing else needs to make sense because God works in mysterious ways. But on this channel, We hold people accountable based on their logic and rationality. You started this whole thing by saying exactly the opposite of what is on the screen right now. We are almost an hour into this debate. I apologize, guys. It does get better, but I didn't realize the bullshit was the bullshitting in the front was this long. I apologize. It does get better, but shit, man. These goddamn Christians.
On this. Hey, man, you've been married 26 years. How did you guys do that? Somebody asked me. We went to marriage conferences. We read a ton of books. We educated ourselves. We got premarital counseling. We had the hard conversations. We dispelled the soulmate myth. I'm with you there. 100% the idealistic, romantic, nonsensical Disney love of marriage. We established all that stuff ahead of time. So
that was the shit that I was so stuck to. And I didn't know it. I knew the idea of a Disney fairy tale marriage or Disney fairy tale romance. I just thought that you could still have it, I guess. I don't know. I thought, just be a nice dude, be there, be sensitive, don't play games. When she texts you, just answer her. And I have my phone next to me anyway. This is why the red pill is so important.
Part where I look at some of the stuff. I'm like, why are we not talking about what actually requires to get someone like a Sauce to land in a place like, man, I'm in a happy monogamous marriage where kids and family can thrive.
Which is why I wrote the fourth.
I also think, let me just wait here.
This is the fourth book.
That's the fourth book.
No, this is the first book. This is the fourth book.
Okay, so I wrote the fourth book to address all the guys who would tell me exactly what I understand what you're saying. I get all this about the red pill. I get all this stuff. I'm 100% on board with you. My religious convictions are I don't want to have sex before marriage. My religious convictions are I'm a Muslim. I'm a Jew. I interviewed. That took 3 years to write that book. That's the longest ever took to write a book because I had to be bulletproof. Everybody heard I was writing a book
about religion.
Yeah, everybody heard, Rollo's writing a book about the red pill and religion. I had like people coming out of the woodwork. Are you going to talk about the Amish and are you going to talk about Mormon? Are you going to talk about the Eastern Orthodox Christian Church of 1865? And like I had to be on my game to understand all that stuff. So it took a long time to do that.
Why? That seems like a giant waste of time to me. Granted, haven't read the book. Those of you who know me, my podcast used to be called I Didn't Read Your Book Podcast, so makes sense. But why? I'm very curious what's in this book and what could be so important that we haven't talked about the roles of men. We haven't talked about what masculinity means. We haven't talked about red flags. We haven't, and again, the Valuetainment Money channel. This does get into money, but again, we're an hour in, and nobody has said dollar, money, wealth. The only thing that has been uttered is one guy said, "If I asked you to double my income, you'd say don't do this." And then he said, if I asked you to double my income, you'd say, do this. I apologize, guys. I didn't realize the bullshit was this went this far in, but ride with me. We learn from our mistakes, right? It wanted to make sure he got the time right in his. Yeah, I mean that makes sense, but why write why write the book in the first place? Vincent said, if I had $1 for every time a woman tried to tell me what masculinity is. Exactly. Women don't know. And that's fair though, right? That's fair. We don't expect women to know. Women expect women to know. They expect they expect themselves to have an understanding of it. But of course they won't. How could they? How could they? They live life I'm not saying they don't have, their own shit to deal with. But it's not even close to the same thing. Let's dive back into this. If we don't get into some of the meat soon, we'll jump around a little bit because I was watching this faster and I could have sworn because we still have a little bit left. We're only in the first third, but I'll skip some if not getting into the meat just yet.
But what I do in that book is I make the comparison. Say, look, there are like people who told me this. They said, well, Islam is actually the red pill religion. Christianity is a red pill religion. Mormon is a red pill religion. Judaism is the red pill religion. And they were right about certain parts of it. They're like, hey, this is why this was a thing because they understand.
Notice he said certain parts.
Understood the differences between men and women. They understood intersexual dynamics in a way that we have lost since the sexual revolution. So coming back to that and making it a point of like, here's the latent purpose behind these traditions. Like I make a point in here where it's like there are prohibitions against eating shellfish or eating like ham or something like that. You're not supposed to eat a cloven thing.
In Judaism, you can't have a cheeseburger.
Exactly. Because back in the day, you could get trichinosis and die from that. So what are we going to tell everybody? God said, don't have ham. Okay.
Bro, I love your heart there, but why omit the empirical data that folks who practice and take their faith seriously are less likely to get divorced? Why omit the fact that if you earn more money, that you're less likely to get divorced? Why remove that in a book about religion?
Because getting into a marriage today is on all downside risk for men, and it is all upside advantages for women.
That's selection bias, man.
Because it's not selection bias. I can point to you all kinds of stuff about divorce statistics.
66% are filed by women.
Let me see if I can sum it up in this one example. Jeff Bezos, who was or maybe still is, I don't know, the richest man in the world. Of course. When Mackenzie Bezos and him got divorced, okay, to the tune of $33 billion. It's not even the dollar amount in this case, okay. The very fact is that the top 10 women who are the richest women according to Forbes got that way in two ways. They got there through divorce or they got there through her inheritance. Right? Okay, yeah. So that's number one. The other thing is it's not about that. You know why they tried to sweep that under the carpet and the narrative under the carpet with respect to divorce was it's not the $33 billion. Women came out of the woodwork saying, oh, well, she put all this money and all this equity and energy into Amazon, so she deserves that $33 billion. I argue this is that if she had quit the company or the company divested, she in no way would be able to cash out her equity in that company to the tune of $33 billion.
No shit.
Because the divorce industry is such that it's like, this is what you get for being married to the richest guy in the world at that time.
The divorce industry is awful, but isn't that a bit of an anecdotal example? I could give you another anecdotal example. I got a buddy, 7-figure entrepreneur, runs a clothing brand. This guy in my church, right? One of the few instances I've seen somebody get divorced, and it was messy. I've seen a couple of times. So one of the few instances I've seen a woman initiate the divorce in a church context, okay? The man was in Texas. He moved from California to Texas.
Where do you live that it's one of the few times you've seen a woman initiate the divorce? So I'm pretty sure it's like what 70-80% of divorces are initiated by the woman. June says it is absolutely selection bias. People who are very wealthy tend to get married at lesser rates for reasons. Yep, there you go. Well played, you sausage fucker.
They're in the middle of selling the company. Okay, because they're in Texas. Texas doesn't have no fault divorce laws. They go to Texas, and you know what she got? Goose egg. She got a goose egg. Okay, so here we could point to examples, and so first of all, when we're looking at celebrities and billionaires, that's a different whole stratosphere. But we could point to examples of men who get prenups and who move to states like Texas where they don't have no fault divorce laws. That it's not just in the favor of the woman; she's just going to get everything just because, right? So that's what I mean. Like, I understand what you're saying. I just think that is way more anecdotal than the actual data.
The very fact that you would need a prenup in the first place disqualifies all that.
Well, let's talk about
that. I love you both. We're not going to do the marriage thing for another hour. Okay. Here's the deal, because I know you got to go soon. We can spend this all day. You're the one's got to go. You have a super chat, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
I'm gonna just zoom through them because I know we went to
give them a shout out too. We got another name. We got to know who's over here.
Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna go through them. First one we have is Leon VRP. He said, I started at PUA in 2016, then came to Orthodoxy through Rouge. What I came to realize is that both genders are being played by the system, and that's a spiritual essence, heavily following the red pill to understanding reality. Then we have another one from Leon as well. I respect Sauce for having an open mind, true learner. Good luck on your journey, pal.
Thank you, buddy. Yes. Appreciate that. What else?
Then we have Guillermo Grueva, $10. Thank you. Religion's just like anything in writing, like the U.S. Constitution is the way just to live your life. You can't govern the population if the community you're governing doesn't share the same culture.
Exactly. The fact is that the Constitution is just as human made as the Bible. Hold on. There is no difference in there's no difference in the fact that the Constitution was written by people, the Bible was written by people, except for the fact that the accounts of what is in the Bible were written by people decades after. And we can get into all of that, but just take the good parts and get rid of the rest. And we boiled down the Constitution to the basics. That's the whole point of the Bill of Rights. We've added to it since then, but we boiled it down. I don't understand why the religion has to come into it. I don't understand. Jimmy says, this sounds like an open forum section that I'd be in on. I've got a good perspective that they haven't brought up yet. Well, you know what panel time's for.
Then we have Stimulate Your Mind, $10 as well, and in caps. I want to give Rollo Tomassi your followers now because you and FNF, and for that I will forever be grateful. Thank you for everything you do with me. And then we also have another one. I don't know if I want to read that one, but I'll read it if you want to answer. This one's from Mike Sinatra. How many women has Ruslan slept with? This is very telling. So if you want to sit on that.
So asking the Christian dude what his body count is.
And we have another one from Harry Zikos. Marriage is a bad deal the way it's done today. Waiting for marriage for sex is losing proposition. Test drive a car before buying. And that's by Harry Zikos. Last few we have great discussion. Rollo, do you think the red pill space should remain religious, or would it be valuable to guide people to faith in the space? So
y'all already know my answer on that one. Y'all already know. So let's see what Rollo has.
Before we answer questions,
I have an easy answer to that.
yes.
Okay, we're gonna
last few.
even when you go, we can spend a little more time. We're doing more super chats. Give us your super chats. We're gonna try to answer them. You've got an hour left, so I want to maximize this hour. You guys brought up a name multiple times, and I just so happen to have a story about this gentleman. You brought up the name Andrew Tate. So we're speaking of high value man. I can't log on to the internet or social media these days without this guy popping up. He's kind of gamed the algorithm.
Yeah, he's
some people may have
successfully
said.
gamed the YouTube
So
algorithm.
let's talk about this situation. That's how you want to pull up this article. But basically, the article states: is Andrew Tate a dangerous role model to young men or an internet idol for a disjointed generation? So is he dangerous or is he an idol? So basically the story that they talk about is that he's blown up online. We all know this. Very controversial. He's, was it Cobra Tate? Is that his, that's his Instagram?
I've known Andrew since 2017.
So
Top G.
different things here. Some men are taking it as the gospel. Shout out to the gospel. And others saying it's misogyny, right? So he cites kings and sultans of always having multiple women. We've heard his opinion on that. We can play even a video on that. In one interview, he said that the father doesn't need to be around their children, that it's the mother's job to look after their kids, and that he saw his.
I never heard that. That's some shifty shit. Fathers should definitely be around their children. If anybody was confused on my position on that.
Dad once a month and when he's younger. But one is, this guy's everywhere right now. We've actually have an exchange. If you want to play that TikTok video, Natalia,
Yes.
and we'll let you guys weigh in on Andrew Tate and everything he talks about these days. Let's see this video.
All right, let's get it going.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, yo. Seriously, let me know what you guys think of this TikTok, because I just watched this entire interview and this was going to be the next stream. So let me know what you think of this. If you want to go over the whole conversation, I've already got it saved. We could do that on the next stream. Oh, we got a comment here. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Everything is misogyny. It's his favorite video.
Audio.
Any day now.
Let's try now. Let's try
It's
now.
with double standards. I understand that. But in a relationship,
Correct.
it's a partnership.
Yes.
Right. You and me, we're together.
Since when?
You know what I'm saying. when you're trying to build a partnership and a life with someone,
Yeah.
the end goal is you two together.
Agreed.
So why cheat?
I know. I understand where you're coming from. My point is that relationships and life is full of double standards as a whole. A man's going to pay for everything everywhere you go, right? This is Judaism. Do you agree?
No, that I do like traditional.
Okay, so you agree. So you're traditional, right? So if you want to talk about traditional, let's talk about tradition. Every single man since the dawn of human time had more than one woman. Every single king, every single emperor, every single sultan, every single conqueror since the dawn of human time had more than one woman. All of them. Every single one. Read a history book. Read the Bible. It's all in there. The Quran, all of it. You want to talk about
Read the what? Did he say read the Bible? But I thought Russell was out here saying that, Rollo's red pill stuff doesn't mix with Christianity. And he should preach what he practices. But then you lead to this. Now, you make your own decision on whether that's a good thing or bad thing, but
tradition there. The only reason your mind is different, the only reason you believe differently is because society's come along and told you so.
Yeah, but society, we can change. Like the world evolves, things change.
The world evolves. Yeah, that's right. Now men cut their dicks off and their chicks.
All right, Rollo, you know Tate very well. So
I did a full video in the break. I riffed on this.
Let me start with Ruslan because you've never met or okay. So thoughts on Andrew Tate and basically what he's saying right now, and then let Rollo respond.
Yeah, I think Andrew Tate is someone that seems to be going through a public transformation, specifically with his faith view. He's atheist, now all of a sudden
my
he's going through
God.
that. He said so.
oh my God. So I don't think Andrew Tate is all horrible. I don't think he's. I mean, I think he's a dude, and you know, he says some wild shit sometimes. I don't agree with a lot of it, but I do agree with a lot of it, and it's just disappointing to see. Of course, the religious guy is going to be defining everybody else based on their religiosity. He's going through a transformation now. He used to say he was an atheist, but now he's talking about that he believes in God. So even though he's saying the exact same shit that he was saying before, I think about it differently because he's on my team now. Right? I mean, you don't have to be a lover or a hater of. You don't have to have a strong opinion on Andrew Tate either way. But having an opinion on him based on his religiosity, I brought that up before, Jimmy Dean. Don't you worry. But bringing that up as if like, oh well, now what he's saying because he's referencing the Bible is totally different than what he was saying before. Is precisely the problem of semantic obfuscation and religiosity that I always talk about. Usually it's in the context of politics, but here we are again, more religion ruining everything.
He said I was an atheist. Now I'm going to church twice a week.
What makes that believable?
What makes that believable? Do you think he's trolling?
I think so.
I think he might be trolling. I hope not.
Trolling.
You think Andrew Tate is trolling? What? Maybe he found out that the red pill watchers are overwhelmingly conservative and overwhelmingly religious, or at least think they are, and actually don't really believe in the Bible and what the Bible says, but they believe in what they think Christianity is based on what they've heard Christianity is because they haven't been in a church themselves, but they apply that as the same thing as being moral, so they call themselves Christians. And Andrew Tate is just playing on that. No, Andrew Tate? You think?
Religion?
Yeah, I hope not. You know, he
wouldn't be the first one.
Yeah, in that interview, he said that. So I think he's experiencing some cognitive dissonance there. I think he's brilliant in terms of how he's been able to leverage the internet. Can't tell how much of this is hyperbole. Can't tell how much of this is a character. I've seen videos of him breaking character and like laughing at himself. And so
if you know that, then why is it surprising that he would be lying about the religious part?
I think from a marketing standpoint, it's very sharp. I think when you're going to those types of languages, like what is the average person going to think? I'm entitled to multiple women. Can an average person take care of multiple women? Can an average person have multiple kids with multiple women? You know the statistics on how devastating it is to a man to have multiple kids with multiple women.
One thing I'll say, and then I'll get.
Okay.
You know what percentage of the world is on Andrew Tate's level? And I respect what he's doing.
Right.
Good looking. You're talking about money, muscles, and game. The guy's a 4-time kickboxing champion. Okay, the guy got millions a month. Like the problem is, and I respect what he's doing. 99.9999% of you will never be on Andrew Tate's level or on a level near Andrew Tate.
It is very overwhelmingly likely that you and me will never, ever, ever, ever have the type of money and status that Andrew Tate has. You might get the money. You might even get the status. But you're probably not going to get both. You might, but you probably won't. That is relevant.
You guys are going to be LeBron. Now you're going to be Michael Jordan. None of you guys are going to be Brady. I'm not saying that's who he is, but the guy's a fucking G. And if he's,
I love that caveat. Did you hear that? He's like, you're not going to be, you're not going to be Brady. Not that he is that.
None of you guys, I'm not saying that's who he is. None of you guys are going to be LeBron. None of you are going to be Michael Jordan. None of you guys are going to be Brady. I'm not saying that's who he is, but the guy's a fucking G. And if he's one of the few that can multiple spin plates, as Rollo says, more power to you, brother. But
type a G in the chat if you ride with Andrew Tate. If you ride with Andrew Tate, put a G in the chat. And if you don't, then don't.
What is the logical conclusion of that? He becomes Nick Cannon. He becomes the guy with 10, 11 baby mamas, and he feels bad about not being able to spend time with his kids.
How many kids do you think he has right now?
I don't know how many kids he has. I don't care. 0. Okay. Well, I mean, how many abortions have been a part of that? Right?
Good question.
I mean, statistically speaking,
interesting. So again, I'm still up in the air about Tate because it's very clear that he says very true things. Hey, we got JH in the building. Have you been just hiding there, not saying salute, not saying hello, not saying anything? welcome to the party, JH. And I'm, as usual, I'm right there with you, because I think that the things that he says are based on the things that you'll find in the Rational Male. That doesn't mean that he necessarily believes them or practices them, or I don't know what he believes. I agree with a lot of things that he says. I don't know if I'm ready to say, oh yeah, he's a G. The fact that he is a world-class kickboxer is in its own right something. I'm not trying to take away from that. The fact that he has money is in its own right something. But when you say top G, it kind of it's kind of like when LeBron was telling all of his friends that he was the GOAT. Like, that's other people are supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say that about yourself, and it's telling when you do. There's a thin line between arrogance and confidence. There's a thin line, and most people will think that line is a lot further into confidence than it really is. And you can be legitimately confident, and they will call you arrogant because they have never felt that about themselves. Fine. But true arrogance is not something that you want. It's not something that you want to embody. And I do feel a strong sense of arrogance from Andrew Tate. Whereas with Kevin Samuels, even though he was just as controversial, and I would argue more direct and more concise and to the point, and all of that, he was a fucking G. Vincent said that's why people got on Sha'Carri Richardson's ass. Was that the who was that? I was that the Olympian? The runner? I don't remember. I know the name, but I don't remember. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, and so now, again, never know. So now, again, we're contributing to the very type of society that we don't want to see happen. We're contributing to these things. We're contributing to promiscuity. We're contributing to high body counts. We're contributing to abortion, yet we say we're against all those things. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance there. So I think, the logical conclusion of an Andrew Tate is he's Nick Cannon. And that may sound sexy.
So again, that's ridiculous. And so thank you. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So to say that following Kevin Samuels leads to a bunch of baby mamas is bullshit. It's just bullshit. The whole idea of vetting is a huge part of dating as a red pill aware dude. Just busting loads in thoughts is not what Kevin Samuels would have told people to do. No? I'm wrong about that? Or are you agreeing that this dude is full of bullshit? Because I think this dude's full of bullshit and has probably never watched a Kevin Samuels stream in his life.
Until you're Nick Cannon. And then you feel like an idiot
Nick
for being
Cannon
Nick
could
Cannon.
use a condom, but I think he's made a decision that he wants to populate the fucking planet.
Let's be honest. This is that philosophy fleshed out.
Wrong.
So be very
Wrong. I'm not going to let it go again. Wrong. Kevin Samuels was in favor of marriage. That's okay. It took me a second, but I wasn't sure. But exactly. Kevin Samuels was about marriage. Kevin Samuels was about relationships, about building community, about building the nuclear family. You clearly don't understand where he was coming from. And he was a very religious man. So I don't know what your issue, Ruslan, is with Kevin Samuels' message. Because it seems to be right in line with your own. But maybe just like Rollo, maybe a little bit jealous. Maybe just a little bit jealous. You could tell us. Maybe you're happy that he's gone. It's a tough business. It's very competitive. People know. Is there anybody here who has never watched Kevin Samuels? We all know. Who do you think you're talking to, dude? We know you're bullshitting.
Be very clear here, Ruslan.
If I hear Nick Cannon again, I'm going to fucking end the stream.
Choose wisely. Dangerous role model or internet idol?
Both.
He's
He's
both.
clearly both.
Okay.
So they're asking about Tate.
Yeah, he's clearly both.
So not one or the other. If you had to pick one.
I think some of his rhetoric is dangerous. Some of his stuff is common sense, right? And I think that clip right there, I think is problematic. For
Put up a
multiple
poll.
levels.
Dangerous role model
we know
or
this is
internet
gonna skew.
idol for a disco? Okay. Do you want to answer that question? Dangerous role model or internet idol?
Internet idol right now, but is that positive or is that negative? Because right now I've got high school. Hell, I was just at the deli at the Centric and I had some kid talk to me about, hey, Mr. Rollo, do you know Andrew Turton? I've got a 7-year-old guy who tells me all of his high school friends watch Tate and they know that I've been on Mission Fit with Tate and they know there's a connection between the two of us. So they're not asking me about me, they're asking me about Tate, right? So is he a role model? He for better or worse, he is. He's put himself in. I can tell. I said on Jedediah's show as well. I was like, today men get their education not in schools because we tell them to stay away from universities and we tell them to stay away from a modern education, whatever. They don't see any point in going to high school. But you know where they get their education from? They get it from YouTube. They get it from online sources. They get it from chat rooms or whatever it is. And so for better or worse.
And it's interesting that he's saying that because college has become unrecognizable. And I don't remember exactly who it was, but it was somebody who was a professor who was saying it was specifically 2012. I graduated college in 2012. It was specifically that after that was a turning point. I know by 2015 that, we had the Berkeley riots over Ben Shapiro and Milo Yiannopoulos and all that kind of stuff. I know that it had gone that far by 2015. I didn't realize I was right on the precipice. Maybe it's because I went to a small private school. Maybe I don't know what it was. Maybe it's because I was just fucking stoned most of the time. But I did not see the level I absolutely did. I absolutely got lucky. 100,000%. And I don't know what changed in that year or in those few years, whichever way. I don't know what changed, but I don't know. This woke ideology took over. And I mean, I don't need to go on a long tangent. I think you all know what I mean by that. But as somebody who was right there watching it happen, oh man, my whole thing was like, oh, wait till these fucking stupid college kids get to the real world. They're going to have to go work in a corporate environment and they're going to complain about pronouns. Oh my God, it's going to be so funny. And then they won. How did we get here? Yep. Oh, I'm still in my Pineapple Express days. I'm just not in my blowing lines of Roxa set anymore. Smoke weed every day.
Andrew Tate is a teacher, just like I'm a teacher, just like you. We're all teachers in this room right now because people are going to look at this and they're going to go, okay, well, here's what's being taught in this particular class. In fact, I tried in my own show. I try to emphasize that, like, here, classes in session, get your notebooks out, guys. So when I see something like this, again, I think he's a brilliant marketer. He successfully owns the algorithm for YouTube.
I thought he was going to say successfully owns a bunch of women.
Through Instagram, through Twitter, everything else. I don't think enough people know like what he's really about. Is it a character? Is it not? That's part of his mystique. That's part of his appeal, is the fact that like people don't know that. And does he break character occasionally? Yeah, maybe he does. It just depends on like where what he's getting into now. But what he was talking about here, he kind of butchers this. As I said before,
you're talking about the Kings of the Sultans.
The Kings of the Sultans.
Well, let me ask you a question, then you weigh in on this.
Sure.
Okay, if there was you got a poll up?
Yeah. What was the other option?
The other one is a internet idol for the generation. Disco with the generation, just internet idol. One of the things,
it's kind of the same thing.
Sure, internet idol. Yeah. King or sultan. There was one king, there was one sultan, and then there were millions of peasants or in a feudal society. So if you view yourself as a king or the sultan, have at it. Have a harem of women. But most men, at least back in the day, were lucky if they even had a woman.
Even in the Old Testament.
So go ahead.
In the Old Testament. So here's what he's butchering. And Andrew, I love you, but let me clarify terms here, because again, taking the red pill work and then applying it like Andrew does or Kevin or whoever else. This is a prime example of this. When I talk about this, I actually pulled this. I wrote about it in the fourth book, but I pulled from a book called Alpha God, which is another thing I think you should probably read. It's by Dr. Harrison. It's a fascinating book. And so in there, Dr. Hector Garcia points out that there are three things that have defined powerful men throughout the course of history. That is territory, that is resources, and that is access to virginic, beautiful women that they have exclusive access to. So you can go around the world in any era and that is the case. So there's a tribal chieftain that's in the Amazon rainforest, and he's got his hose in a compound, or he's got him fenced off somewhere, and they're guarded by eunuchs. They got off that's the chieftain's that's his brood, that's his harem, to make sure that his genetics go on into perpetuity.
And this is in civilizations
same
all
thing with
across the
kings and
world.
queens, same thing with dynastic emperors of China and the Forbidden City, guarded by eunuchs. They've got the harem of women that are there. Okay, the things
A tale as old as time.
that, and we're using extreme examples, and he's using extreme examples for effect. But the fact of the matter is that
Yo, hit the poll and the like button. Come on, what are you guys doing?
throughout his father Abraham, right? He got Sarah, and he had Ruth? Was it? I forget the two wives he had. Plus he had maidservants. God,
how do you not know that, brother?
Rachel was the other one.
Rachel was the other one. So anyway,
I know. Come on, play me like that.
Again, I know. Maybe this is it's getting just to my own personal shit now, but like flexing that certain Bible verses. Oh, I know my Bible, bro. It's kind of.
Why is Rachel though? So we can talk about. I'm not a theologian or a biblical scholar by any means, but I will say this: that like our sections of the Bible where marriage is defined in a whole lot of different ways. We only think of marriage between one man and woman.
There's two more of you, and it keeps skipping because the fucking poll is up. Just hit the poll. We'll end the poll, and then it'll stop skipping.
Woman in the New Testament. Prior to that, there's all kinds of different definitions for marriage. But the point I'm making is that you can find polygamy and examples of polygamy, exactly what he was talking about, in the powerful powerful chieftain in the Old Testament. You can find it in the Quran. You can find it all throughout history. So that's what he's kind of
one more
right there, thinking, well, a powerful man, so therefore I should be able to have a harem. I always mispronounce that, right? But that's the point he's trying to make for effect. But he's not wrong by order of degree. He still practices.
We got where are you? Oh, it didn't come up in here yet. But I seen it. There we go. We got Bull Rush in the building. Welcome, brother. Welcome to the party. Haven't seen you in a minute. Where the fuck you been? Yeah, we're just talking with Rollo Tomassi of the Rational Male and Ruslan KD, some Christian red pill dude, and hopefully about to get into some money talk soon. How are you, man? Good to see you.
Off polygamy right now.
Hit that poll, yo.
You've been married once before, and if those were the only people, you would still do wives at some point. As soon as you get
and the like button.
Married again, but I presume that you've already had sex with other women as well. So there's like this idea that men by order of degree will form soft harems if that's marrying multiple women, other things. I think your powerfulness and sort of that dominance hierarchy amongst men. So is that right? Is that the wrong way? What I'm saying is, I say right and wrong, but I will this is that men's innate.
I can't listen to the skipping anymore, so we ended the poll there. But I've been busy as hell. That's good, man. Keep up the good work. Busy is good, but glad to have you back.
Natural mating strategy is unlimited access to unlimited women, and for women it is hypergamy. It is alpha fucks and beta bucks. They're looking for quality. Men are looking for the quantity side of things. And if you don't believe me, I'll just present one fact to you. Why do you think so many men are addicted to porn? Why do you think that pornography is free, 4K streaming, ubiquitous? And go look at porn right now if you want to.
Titties!
But you condemn porn though. You don't think porn
I think
is good.
porn is sedation.
Okay.
So sedation for what?
Sedation to keep you from becoming to keep men from realizing their full potential. And by the way, it's one of men.
I'm very interested in what you guys think about that. What do you guys think of porn? You type of 1 if you think porn is no big deal. Type of 2 if you think porn is an issue. And please, just it's one number. Just type it in because I want to have a conversation about that. And I'm very interested to see what you guys think.
So just
like food can be sedation, just like alcohol,
prescription drugs.
Here's my question about Tate.
Weed.
I'm not saying whether you like him or don't like him or agree or disagree. I'm asking.
Stopping the show. Shut the JH always comes in with the fire. Always comes in the fire. Exactly. As we just saw with Sneeko, the fact is, as Rollo said, for better or worse, he is in fact a role model. And there's kids like Sneeko out here. Yes. There are kids out here showing that he is in fact an idol to them. So we got a 1 and a 2. So a Bull Rush, I'm curious, and Vincent hasn't given a number, so I'm curious if you do have an issue with pornography. What do you think that issue is? And let's leave it there. What is the issue with porn? I'm gonna. All right, let's do this.
percentage-wise, what percentage of men, even men in America, can operate the way that he's operating?
Oh, very small percentage.
What number?
0.1%.
Okay.
I think I would even go a fraction of 1%. I agree.
And that's my point, is that, hey, God bless you, bro. Fucking play on, player. Do your thing. You're hilarious to watch, but the problem that I have is that you at home, the young guy who's watching him being like, I'm going to be like Tate. No, you're not.
Yeah, it's not happening. It's Iceberg Slim all over again. It's literally the pimp from the 1940s being popularized in culture all over.
Do you respect the hustle?
Do I respect the entrepreneurial side of things?
Hey, we got Rollo Tomassi in the building. What up, what up, what up? We are talking about the State of Manhood with Rollo Tomassi and Ruslan KD. They're getting into money at some point. But KD or Ruslan is some Christian dude that comes from the red pill space. But I want to know what you guys think of pornography. If I was saying before, put a 1 if you think that porn is no big deal. Put a 2 if you think there's an issue. Bull Rush is saying that there's an issue. Vincent is sweating over here. Wilto's running at the worst time, not the best time. Vincent says the issue is choosing which. That's not quite what I meant. But all right. Word up. Your cat. What the fuck? Why? What happened to you? Like, is that a euphemism for your girl or like an actual cat? What did your cat do? I'm sorry to hear that, brother. That sucks. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I respect it, but I think I don't think it's as hard to do that versus other things. We talked about this.
So there's a famous quote: "Don't hate the player, hate the game."
That's fair.
You're hating the game right now.
Listen. But what I'm going to say is, what I said last time: lust of the eyes, lust of the flesh, pride of life. They're always going to be the easier things to sell. It's much more difficult, Rollo, to do what you do in trying to write books and sell books than it is to sell a lifestyle or to sell cam girls or to do OnlyFans. So I think we have to be fair in that. Yes. Is he brilliant in terms of his mind and the way he's thinking, chess master, all that? Sure. Is what he's selling that tough of a commodity to sell? No, it's not. A lot of people sell it. What was the young lady that was here? I was here last time. $100,000.
I'm sorry to hear that, brother. When I was in like growing up, I always wanted a dog, just like any kid. I had an older brother, younger sister, so middle child. You would expect that, if we're gonna break down my parents to get a dog, it's gonna happen sometime. Being the middle child, sometime when at least before high school. But eventually, I was like 9th or 10th grade. Eventually broke down my mom, and we got a dog. Family of 5, never had a dog before, no idea what to do. Doesn't get we don't get a trainer. That's why I'm a dog trainer now. We didn't get a trainer, and long story short, 2.5 years later, wasn't perfectly house trained and would tinkle all over the house, and that was enough. My mom gave away my dog. And that is why the moment I moved off campus, I got Marty. Where's that little fuck? That's all right. So Lil Toes, as soon as you get your ass out of her house, why the fuck did it get super dark all of a sudden? What the fuck is going on? The moment you get your ass out of her house, you get yourself the cat that you always wanted.
$800,000.
But I am sorry to hear that, brother. That does suck. I know how that goes.
Whatever the number was, right?
Yeah, Ellie, right.
And so it's like, do I respect the hustle?
Lust of the eyes, lust of the flesh.
Lust of the flesh.
Yeah, respect.
I'll add something else to that. I would say that fear is the most monetizable of the human emotions.
Fear of missing out, FOMO.
Feed them fear and sell them security.
You talked about Kevin Samuels. Do you think that he's filled the void that Kevin Samuels
I think
has left?
He stepped right into that vacuum.
He just said that Andrew Tate picked up the mantle that Kevin Samuels left behind. You can suck my dick. He could not pick up that mantle. There will be no other Kevin Samuels. That's blasphemy in my eyes.
And I think the tough part is, what is this entertainment or is this science? Right? I think that's
the very fact that you're asking that question is exactly what he's
and I guess that's the dangerous part, because we can't tell.
They are not mutually exclusive. You ever blown some shit up in science class? That shit's fun, isn't it? It's entertaining. Hey, we got a little sus in the building. I'm confused, but I agree with Vincent. I'm gonna assume that you guys are related. I don't know. You're throwing me through a loop. What's going on?
Of these guys playing a character, if he's a WWE character, that's you, Shawn Michaels, but that's not really you. You're kind of amplifying it, or if this is who he really is. I think that's a tough part, and I think young men get very confused, just like we saw.
Let's back that up, because this goes right to why it's completely inappropriate to say that Tate took up the mantle.
Back.
That's a part. What is this, entertainment, or is this science? Right. I think that's
the very fact that you're asking that question is exactly what
and I guess that's to me that's the dangerous part, because we can't tell if these guys playing a character.
So remember, now this is coming right off the heels of him saying, of Rollo saying that Andrew Tate stepped into that place that Kevin left open. Let's see if we agree with what that is.
If he's being a WWE character, that's you, Shawn Michaels, but that's not really you. You're kind of amplifying it, or if this is who he really is. I think that's.
Does anybody here? We've already established that we all know who Kevin Samuels is. Does anybody here have any question as to whether Kevin Samuels was being legit or was playing a WWE character? That's blasphemy. Oh, I appreciate you. I was, I put it together, but I was confused. But thank you. Maybe ask him. Got him. I can't remember all that shit, motherfucker. I can remember you, like, with the pictures and shit, but exactly. Deshaun, I completely agree. So everybody is reaching with the internet idol. He is just entertaining. That's it. That's it. He's not breaking new ground unless you've not had the internet in the last 15 years. He's just entertaining. And I think that's perfectly fine. I enjoy watching entertainment. I don't think that's mutually exclusive from learning. I don't think that's mutually exclusive from science. But Tate himself is not scientific. And not in a, not that he doesn't reference science ever, but not quite.
And I think young men get very confused. Just like we saw gangster music in the early 90s, a lot of young men didn't know that Dr. Dre wasn't really out there in the streets gangbanging, right? I think people can't tell the difference.
I love the fact that you just brought up young men, because that transitions to our point. Young men can be confused. There was I grew up in the 90s, late 90s, where if you were listening to Dr. Dre and Snoop and Pac and Biggie, you might have
Marilyn Manson.
You were more that, but you might have thought that you were kind of a gangster, but maybe you weren't that kind of hard in the gangster. So let's talk about.
Damn. Running train over here.
Men these days. Let's talk about young men specifically. From your gentleman's perspective, where are men really struggling? What do you think is the biggest problem out there for young men in America today?
Purpose.
Not having a lack of purpose?
Men have been systematically socially engineered to be denied purpose. Men, we're innate problem solvers. And when I always refer back to, and it wasn't actually Jordan Peterson who coined this phrase, I just found that out, but like the Lost Boys generation, or the dropout generation is what it was before that even. And it's the guys, it's a generation of guys who are landing anywhere between, like, say 18 and 29, somewhere around there. And they are absolutely rudderless in life. That's why these shows are so popular. That's why Andrew was so popular. That's why I'm popular.
Thank you for the likes, guys.
Well, that's why you're popular, because these guys are looking for data they never had. That's why Jordan Peterson was such a sensation, at least for about 18 months there, from 2018 to wherever he is now. The point being is that there are sheep looking for a shepherd right now, because they either were denied a positive masculine role in their life, or else they've been condemned. I ask this question all the time: where do men go to become educated today? Because we constantly tell them, don't go to college, you're going to waste your time, you don't want to get those loans, you don't want to be at a disadvantage, you don't need college, you don't need education, you don't need to go to university, you'll end up a communist, or you'll end up with blue hair and your lady will end up with underarm hair, you look like Lena Dunham coming out of college, right? So we discourage that education, and probably rightly so, because again, it's another institution that used to be something that had some value to it. I have 2 degrees. I felt like I got some education out of that. I was able to write these books as a result of being well educated on a lot of variety of things. And if I didn't know something, I can go and find out, right? But so we're telling guys right now is, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't go to school, don't do that. And then people, okay, well, what do I do?
And I do think that is an important point, that, as someone who, I think I personally think that I write a lot better than I speak, but I obviously do, feel that I am pretty good at speaking. Otherwise, I wouldn't start a fucking live stream YouTube channel. And that comes from the specific education that I got in college. And it sucks that even before I was in college, I would notice that whenever, my older friends from high school would talk about being at college and going to college, they never talked about classes or anything. All they talked about was partying, girls, drinking, this, and I was fine with that. But I still expected there to be a level of education that came with that pricey price tag. And it definitely did. The whole logical fallacies stream that we did last week, that was half a semester of a philosophy course, logic and language. And we went through a bunch of them. There's videos that you could go and it'll teach it all, but it's not the same as being in a class and having to argue different things and this, that, and the other. And the fact that that part is still available, but it's wrapped in this woke bullshit, is really frustrating, because we want people to be smart. We want our countrymen to be smart. We don't want dumb citizens. I mean, just on the basic level, we want motherfuckers to know what the fuck is going on. But I guess, again, according to whoever it was that I can't remember, 2013 was the turning point where the juice did not stop becoming worth the squeeze. And there's more wokeness than there was actual education. And I don't know what we do about it. Thankfully, YouTube is here. Thankfully, kids are getting information on YouTube. But it depends on who they're getting it from. There's great places on YouTube to get information. There's also horrible places to get information. And I think part of my ability to navigate that, again, comes from the ability to discern what is good information from bad information. But without that, yes, there's a lot of good stuff on YouTube, but how do you know what's good and what's not without the tools to determine what's good and what's not?
So that's why you get a Jordan Peterson who's so seductive to say, hey, well, come to my shows and here's what I'm going to tell you some, very profound, things. But they leave the auditorium and they still are purposeless and they still don't know what they're going to do. That's why you have incels. That's why you have, that's why we have the Lost Boys generation right now, is because men are natural problem solvers, but we have no problems to solve. All the frontiers have been explored right now, and that's the number one question I get, and I'm sure everybody else. And maybe you can monetize this.
I know you
don't
know
what to do.
I know you don't want to give the prescription. Mm-hmm. You've been very vocal about that, but I'm gonna ask you, where should men find purpose these days?
Well, I'll tell you where they are finding it. They're finding it online right now.
Mm-hmm. And that's where they're finding it. But what should they do about it?
It depends on the individual. I will have to know what their particular talents are. Where are they in the world? That's another reason why I don't presume to give prescriptions. I am a 54-year-old white male living in the United States right now. I don't presume to tell the 18-year-old kid in Mumbai, here's the secret to success, kid in Mumbai. I'm not going to do that, and I would question anybody who has a template that says that.
And that comes all the way back to the idea of Ruslan saying, "Oh, you are prescribing by saying spin plates and do this and this," when he is there prescribing straight from the Bible. I just don't think that's as relevant as you think it is, my guy. If you're just joining us, we are talking about the State of Manhood with Rollo Tomassi, author of The Rational Male versus Ruslan KD.
To respect that you're saying I don't have all the answers. I respect that.
I have the tools for you to go figure it out on your own to build a life, but I'm not going to tell you how to go and construct it. In fact, I want to see your work. I want to see what you build with these tools.
I think, and that's where we go back to that initial question: who do you want to be? Whether you're the 54-year-old white guy in America or the 18-year-old kid in Mumbai, who do you want to be? If you can answer that question, you can somehow find your purpose. Can I ask you the exact same question? What do you see as the biggest problem with young men in America today or in the world?
Yeah, I think identity. I think there's a demonization to be masculine. I think there's an isolation happening because of the internet, and in a weird way it connects people, but it isolates them even more.
It's an extroversion that it's an introversion that everyone thinks is an extrovert.
Yeah, and I think that.
What do you guys think about that? Because I definitely feel, I definitely understand the idea that, okay, we're being social, we're all by ourselves, and we're interacting through a screen. how much it's clearly very different than, being face to face with someone. But like, let's take somebody who is severely depressed. If they're spending every day just, waiting, they wake up and they're just waiting for the day to be over, waiting for it to be late enough to go to sleep. And that's their cycle. May or may not have been there. Do you think it's necessarily a good or a bad thing that we have this level of communication that's not quite IRL, but it's better than nothing? Or is it better than nothing? Is it that it seems better than nothing and we get caught up in it? What do you guys think about that?
You can see everything in the world, but you can just be in your home in your basement.
You have so many access to so many people and so many different opinions and so much different information, and so it can be tough to know you're up from your down. And I think if I'm a man today, and I was around, my high school, the internet was starting to take off, and then it was like MySpace, early college years, and so these things were starting to populate. But I think there's different challenges, and so I think you're so inundated with so much information that you don't really know what to do.
Type of one if you had a MySpace.
Sensory overload.
Yeah, sensory overload. You don't really know what to do, and then when you don't know what to do, you just end up doing nothing. You just end up playing video games.
Right. That's what they say. If you're salespeople out there, you can have option A or option B or option C or this. You can choose this. It's like give people 2 options or 3 options. They'll make a decision.
By the way,
give people 10 options.
That's what I have a complaint. My main complaint when we start talking about what is a high value man, right? Like guys want to get from point A to point B, right? Well, when you see an Andrew Tate and he's living the lifestyle he is, and not just him, there could be just like or legitimate Bush League guys who are kind of like him. Guys like young men look up to that and they see what he's living, the lifestyle he's living. But for most of those guys, they can't relate with being draped over a Lamborghini. They can't relate with being on a super yacht, the Sea of Oman.
Let them dream, Rollo. Let them dream.
But that's why I keep telling them that's been my purpose. My point is to when I'm talking about it has to be for the everyman. It has to be for the same guy who is in Miami as the same guy who's on a tractor in Oklahoma in the Midwest somewhere. It has to be relatable to all men. That's why I get really pissed off when we talk about the black manosphere, the Latin manosphere, the Asian manosphere, the white manosphere. No, we're all men, and we all have the same. We're all in the same boat right here. And if we're not, we'll be soon. So
I want to run that back specifically because of how relevant to my own channel this is. I was talking before about the black manosphere and how closely related to that I am as a channel, but obviously outside of that community. So let's just listen to that one more time.
We're all I pissed off about the black manosphere, the Latin manosphere, the Asian manosphere, the white manosphere. No, we're all men, and we all have the same. We're all in the same boat right here. And if we're not, we will be soon. So,
and I disagree in the sense that there shouldn't be different spaces and different subsets and different whatever. I think it's fair that, I understand that as a black person, you have a different experience than, every other race. And if there's a number of creators that I've talked to that are in the black manosphere space that I talked about, hey, I totally get why you want to be talking to other black people, but there's plenty of non-black men out there that can really benefit from what you're saying. How can we broaden that message? There was no interest from multiple people. There was no interest. And it was a little disappointing, but I get it. And I get it to some extent. Let's put it that way. I don't know if I do. I'm trying to be politically correct, but I don't know if I do. I don't get it. If you have a message that's so helpful, then why not share it with everybody that you know? Vincent's got to dip out. Thank you so much for hanging out, brother. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We do this every other day, baby. It's a party every other day. And we got the Discord link in the description, so make sure you join so the party never ends. Thank you, Darshan. I appreciate the pass from a bona fide black man. But yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand why. Like I understand why there is a push to say, hey, we want to specifically focus on the Black community. I get that. But once you're established, and okay, you're known as a hub for Black people to come and talk about their issues, and you're helping people, and then I come along and say, hey, you're doing a great job, let's do more, and you say no, then maybe it's my ignorance, but it makes me question, how much do you really care about the message that you're perpetuating if it's only for certain people? If it's only for certain people, then to me, it seems a little bit selfish. I don't necessarily think we're in a completely post-racial society, but shit like that certainly doesn't help.
That's why I keep saying we need to make it relatable for everyone.
Finish. But he said purpose. You said
identity, purpose.
Identity.
And so if
Okay.
I go back to where I was at high school, my father was my mother was divorced, abandoned more or less. My father was the one that was hypergamous in terms of marrying someone that was younger than him, or more attractive than my mom. And we're all good now, but I didn't have a ton of direction. I didn't have a ton of guidance. I didn't have a ton of purpose. And so if I'm reverse engineering, I'm giving people the prescription for what worked for me. As someone that is in the West, of able-bodied and sound mind, I don't have any physical ailments, I don't have any many disabilities. I've been able to come from the bottom objective poverty to doing fairly well for myself. And so the prescriptions, I think Rollo was saying he wants to go as wide as possible. I'm saying, hey, if you're in these sorts of situations, here are the things I would be focusing on late teens to early 20s. I wouldn't be spending place. I wouldn't be doing all this, trying to chase tail and all these different things at the club. I wouldn't be doing any of this stuff. I would be working on, hey, what scarce skills do you have? How is your network? Who do you know? Do they know you? Do you add value to them? What are your soft skills? And do you want to build a life with somebody? Because you're way more likely to be stable emotionally in a marriage when done right. And I think there's a lot of being done wrong, but I think when done right, it could be the biggest catapult. And so for me and my wife, I was 23, she was 21. You were a little older when you got married. You were in your 30s.
Puppy cast. Morty, look at the camera. Oh, look how cute I am. Yay. All right. He's bothering me. And so now he's just sitting here.
Yeah. So I was 23. She was 21.
There you go.
I had 3 sexual partners. She had none. Okay. So woohoo for me, married virgin. And we were able to start bottom of the barrel and build an amazing lives for ourselves, because of some of these basic concepts like delaying gratification.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How can you possibly know that what happened is better than what could have happened? That's Christian logic for you. Well, because she was a virgin and we're happy with things now, I know that and I'm not saying that girls should go and rack up a body count. But for you to claim that specifically due to the fact that she was a virgin, especially because you weren't, that the sex is that much better, what do we talk about? People just saying things. That's just a thing that you said. That doesn't mean anything.
Like living on less than what you make, like not spending any time playing video games. I have to do a hard cutoff with video games, right? Like, because it was common, it's like Xbox was starting to take off. Everybody's playing online. No video games for me.
Sedation.
Yeah, sedation. And so there were specific things that I needed to do that tipped the scales in my favor and continue.
So this guy can't watch porn or he becomes crazy. He can't play video games or he goes crazy. He can't have sex with a woman before marriage or he goes crazy. Sounds like a you problem, bro. Why are people even listening to you? Why are people even listening to you? Oh, you like that? That's becoming a thing. People just saying things. I've been doing that. I'm gonna keep that going. When I get the all clear from Darshan, I know that's a good one. Jimmy Dean says that kind of confidence can only be derived from either hardcore religion or liberalism. Well done. And good cosign.
To tip the scales in my favor. And I'm not saying it's going to work for everybody. That's fair. But it can work for most men who are of able-bodied, sound mind in the West, make these sorts of decisions. So you can talk about money all day.
No,
you know what I mean?
And thank you for teeing it up right there.
Okay, well, let's do that. I mean, it's been an hour and a half. Let's get to the money talk.
say this all the time, whether it's video games, whether it's Netflix, whether it's fantasy football, you have two choices with your time. Your most precious commodity, other than your health. Health is number one. Is that you can either invest your time or you can spend your time. Take your pick. These days, all I do is invest my time. I'm not saying that sometimes I won't spend a little time doing whatever, but for the most part, I'm looking at time as a commodity. And
it's your most precious commodity.
Exactly, other than health.
And the older you get, the more precious it
like
becomes.
you talked about the other day. Listen, I'm in my mid-50s now. I'm trying to, time is what I'm working on right now. But if you can invest your time wisely, there's only so success at the other side of that rainbow.
Hey, we got Positively. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at reading names. Do I like Jordan Peterson? I fucking love Jordan Peterson. We were just doing a stream on him a couple days ago. Was it this week or last week? But yes, I love Jordan Peterson. Thank you so much for joining us. Today we are just talking about Rollo Tomassi and Ruslan KD, a Christian red pill dude, and they are on the Valuetainment Money channel. But yes, I love Jordan Peterson. I was just having a conversation about Jordan Peterson while this stream was going on in Discord with somebody. Bullrush is back. Bullrush says, many people have porn and video game addictions that can affect their lives. Shouldn't be a blanket statement, though, like he just specified. Exactly. I was addicted to actual drugs. And I'm not saying that's good, but I was addicted to actual drugs. And I overcame that, as many people have. I am not suggesting that you go and become a drug addict. But the point is, just because some of us have problems with some things doesn't mean those problems are with the things. The problems are with ourselves. And it's not taking that accountability and responsibility that leads to, oh, dear God or dear government, please save me.
About you talked about the feminization of men for a second. Was that you or you?
I think we both
talked
about
that.
Feminization
What's that?
of men.
You brought it up.
I brought that up. You're nodding because I mean, Natalia, do you have a lot of experience with feminine men?
I see a lot of them today. That's your question.
Like metro type men?
Yeah, you see a little bit more men, more in tune with their emotions, a little bit more open to, I guess, visually even seeing men being more feminine.
Gotcha.
Today.
So if 10 men approach you, you're very approachable, by the way, pretty attractive, and attractive attitude, which is the number one thing about Natalia. Shout out. If 10 men approach you, how many would you say that's a man's man? How many would you say he's like complete beta? And then how many would you say he's kind of a metro? He's like a fluid, more of a guy.
I don't want anyone to come for me, but I would say maybe like 7 to 6 men out of the 10 would be really manly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I would say.
So that's counterintuitive to what we're learning about here. You're saying 70% are more manly.
Those are the ones approaching you.
Those are the ones approaching
those are the ones that are approaching
me.
Now, so you're saying the more feminine men are probably too scared to approach.
Yes, they're a little bit.
Or you're just not noticing them, because if a girl doesn't see you as an option, she doesn't see you.
They're more scared, and yeah, they're just a little like, I feel like,
especially if she looks like that. I mean, come on. Do you think even if I hit on her that she would even remember? Probably not.
Today, men with like big egos are the ones who are like,
I thought she was gonna say, okay, pull it together.
Ready to approach women. Usually, like, I would say like nice guys, good guys, they're more on that feminine side because they don't want to be like overstep their boundaries.
That was me. Just trying to be a nice guy. But I turned into a beta. And if you don't know, you don't know. Disney tells you to just be a nice guy. That's all I was trying to do. I'm a pretty sensitive dude myself. I'm pretty in my feels, whether regardless of whatever. I thought women like that shit. They don't. They really don't. I was always answering text fast just because my phone's always right next to me. I thought, hey, they'll appreciate it. I'm not playing games. They want the games. If you don't play the games, they assume that you're a fucking loser. And maybe I was. Maybe I am. Or maybe I just don't really see the point in pretending that I don't have a text. I don't know.
in a way. But I think we talked about this, or I watched something the other day. Women like to have like a man approach them. Women like a manly man. Like women don't like, oh, like he's shy, he doesn't want to come talk to me. Like girls don't like that. They want a man. So I feel like, you know, men have taken a step back from doing that. So the femininity has gone up. But yeah, that's just my take.
Well, thank you for sharing, Natalia. So I know you talked about this, the feminization of men, quite a bit. I'd like to open this up for discussion, but let me just read this article. The feminization of men cheats women out of our natural desire to admire strong men. We've talked about this before. Surveys have shown how women today are drowning in a sea of unhappiness despite the progress they've achieved in attaining equality with men, right? Could that be perhaps?
So what does it say? The feminization of men cheats women. I know some bitch ain't about to complain that men are feminized. I know that's not what I'm about to read. That's what y'all been fighting for. And it addresses it. So it says, okay, we'll go full screen here and get rid of this. It says the feminization of our men cheats women out of our natural desire to admire strong men. Despite feminist propaganda, you can say that again. Despite feminist propaganda, nothing is worse for a woman than to realize that she's stronger than her man. Or at least think she is. You're not stronger than him. This is so... Like, if you didn't know this stuff, it would... I'm just thinking back. This shit blew my mind when I first heard about it. And that's why I want to share it with you guys. I assume you have some level of understanding. But again, a red pill guy versus another red pill guy in a debate, I feel there's so much value in, you know, not taking this side of the debate of this side of the issue versus that side of the issue. You just get very surface level stuff. I want to get more into the weeds, and yet here we see just women complaining that their feminist shit is doing what it is meant to do.
That's the reason behind this wave of unhappiness in so many women's lives that arose from the diminishing power of masculine strength. What are your thoughts?
Well, clearly, we've been talking about this for ages. I think that what the most interesting part of this is whenever you see articles like this, it's this plea for men to become more masculine to solve women's problems. It's not about men like benefiting themselves. Like, here, build yourself up and be a better dude. Build yourself up, be a better dude, because women need you to be a better dude. That's what it's not. They could care less about the state of the condition.
Notice how the host didn't even notice that. That's what the red pill is for. That's what the red pill is having that awareness. He's just, oh, good point, dude. Have you not read a news article in the last 15 years? Every single article about a specific gender is men are wrong, men need to do better because women this.
To the guy, they just care about the
guys. Be more manly. We need you.
Women most effective, right?
Wow.
That's the whole thing. It's self-improve.
Stop being so selfish, Natalia. Stop being so damn selfish.
You see a man,
you want.
No, you see a man, you're like, I want to get that.
I got into this with Jedediah. Is like we're at a point right now where it's like women are wondering like where the real men at? How come they're not approaching me?
Most women with Ruslan.
Hello. Mostly what they tell me is like they would love for like today. The number one way that men and women meet is online. They meet on Tinder. They meet on Bumble. That's simply they don't meet in church. They don't meet friends. They don't meet at school. They don't meet at work. They meet online.
And to come out more feminine, believe it or not. They're the ones who are a little bit more like, a little more shy because they won't approach you in person, but over the phone, they have all this bold stuff to say.
That was you probably have the stats on this. That was trending in that direction during COVID. Obviously, it's
through the roof. And again, what I keep telling is like the order way of thinking about dating. We don't date in happy days anymore. We don't date in like the sock hop and we're going to have a malt after the dance.
Jukebox days.
We're going to go stare. We're going to go stare. Yeah, we love that idea. It's romanticized, but that's not how we meet today. And
again, that's another thing I want to know. Give me a 1 if you find that notion of going steady with a girl. If that's something that appeals to you, give me a 1. And if you think that's some fruitcake loser shit, give me a 2. So that's all I've ever wanted. Is just like, my ride or die chick. I didn't understand how to attract her. now I have a better idea, and I just realize I'm not quite in that place yet, but I'm working on it. Married man here. I don't know about Bull Rush, but yeah, I think most men, we really do want that shit. Men are the true romantics. Men are the ones who love unconditionally. Like that. Not saying women don't or can't. But am I the only one who has just fallen head over heels for the wrong girl way too fast? Is that a me thing or is that a guy thing? Darshan says it has a lot to do with your overall actions with that woman. Yeah. I'm now realizing that a lot more than I ever did before. Not now, but like when I first, I've told the story, but basically, right at the beginning of the pandemic, I matched with some girl on a dating app, and we had nothing to do all day because it was lockdown. So we were just texting, and I didn't know that Positile says, worse times create strong men, then create good times, but good times create weak men, then create bad times. Well, I have something to show you from the creator of the IndianJesus merch, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. We also have a shirt here that says, you are here. Weak men create hard times. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. You get it. And good times create weak men. It's definitely something that follows through. And without this red pill information, I would think that I am a weak man because I was so easily hurt by things. But because of this red pill stuff, I realized that it's not that I'm a weak man. It's just that I was putting myself out there too easily. I was literally sticking my neck out there for the worst people. And the red pill has showed me that I've got to guard myself better than that. And Darshan saying that it happened to him, happily married, kids, all that good stuff. Congratulations. That's the only thing that I've ever wanted. I never really had a good relationship with my family, and by the time I was 10, 11 years old, I knew that was never going to be a source of support. My dad is awesome. Let's just leave it there. My dad is awesome. And so I always thought that, okay, creating my own family is what is going to bring fulfillment in my life. And I still think that is likely to happen eventually. But because of the red pill, I found that, okay, if I focus inward, if I focus on myself, I work on stuff that I want to do, then it opens the options for that to happen in my life more than just focusing on, oh my God, why doesn't she like me? She hasn't texted me back in 24 minutes, even the last time she texted me back in 22 minutes. Don't do that. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. I promise you it doesn't work. Oh, yeah. That too. Yeah. I mean, I think we all have been there, and it's so natural for us. I think that again, I am not. I can't speak to the woman's perspective, so I'm not going to try to. But the perception of having a man must be so different than the perception of a man having a woman. It's just so easy for them. And the picking could be a little easier, I suppose, when you have, it's hard if you, I can understand that it's hard if you have so many choices and you're not primed in the same way. You pick the wrong one. I get that. Yep. I'm going to call you Post. Pause it. Positili. Is Positili right? If that's not right, I'm just going to call you Post. Positili says, "Good luck, boys. Looking for a long and strong marriage because in reality, 70% of us will fail." And Darshan is already in a happy, successful marriage, so he's one of us. He's one of the 100%. So that makes it even worse. But I don't know. I just wanted to get your guys' opinion because I know that it's been a lot easier for me understanding somebody who falls hard. You know, TLA talks to yeah, that's what we're talking about. Having a woman. Isn't that all a man wants and needs? Exactly. You know, TLA talks about being purple pilled because he's kind of in the red pill space, but he's just like us where he just wants, one chick. He was in a long-term relationship and he talks about that and I'm right there with him. It's cool to be like, yeah, women are this and yeah. And like, we talk about that red pill rage. Same thing as that atheist rage. Same thing as, when you figure out that you've been lied to, it makes you angry. But that anger doesn't help. It's getting past that and understanding where you stand in all of this and how to get what you want. And then you just start working on it. That's it.
21 years in the 21st century. But the other thing I was going to say is I hate this kind of shit right here because it is telling men to man up after generations of telling men to man down. Mm-hmm. So that's
a good point. So if you're just joining us, you missed it. They were talking about an article that said feminized men are what was the wording? That women are missing out on our manly men because men have been feminized. Despite the fact that feminism is the reason that happened.
So when we say, well, where are the real men at? How come they're not around? And that you want to know why we're having the conversation, should a man cheat or should a man not cheat or high value man should have a harem, a soft harem, however they want to do it. It's not because men are going, yeah, man, this is a great idea. I think I'm going to go do this. It's because women can't get the strong alpha guy that they all feel that they're entitled to right now. They're share a high value alpha guy than be saddled with a faithful beta right now.
So they're not talking about sharing and me. Again, I'm still invisible. You're probably still invisible to these bitches. They're not all bitches. I just call you bitches because I don't know your names individually. And that's okay. Because there's women who are invisible to you as well. We just have to realize it goes both ways. That's the game.
Because they don't want that boringness. They can get the benefits of provisioning, protection, parental investment that the beta used to be able to provide for women, but they do it themselves.
They make their own
how do
money.
you fix it? How do you fix that? You've been influenced
I make my own money.
They don't need men, but they want men. Okay, what kind of men do they want? Strong masculine guy who is traditionally, conventionally, evolutionarily is a strong dominant alpha male.
But my question is, so what things have encouraged men to become that more feminine side, like bring out that more feminine side?
Sedation, first and foremost.
Like what?
Well, pornography is that's the easiest one.
You think watching porn makes a man more feminine?
Absolutely, because it sedates them. They have no reason. There's no incentive to do anything. You want to know why guys are listless? Primarily, it's because we have industrialized our forms of sedation. Whether that's porn, whether that's video games, whether that's legalizing marijuana, whatever keeps you in bed and not getting out of bed to actually go do something. Like I can be, we can be the most influential teachers on the internet. And we can say, get out there and go do this and smash in the gates of hell. Right? You leave the church, or you leave the YouTube, or you leave whatever. And you know what? You're right back where you were. It's an extroversion that is actually an introversion. And once you get to that point, if you're still locked into pornography, and I think it's like 68% of Christian men admit to being addicted to pornography.
What?
That is sedation.
That's not very Christ.
And that's you want to know if
I would bet that just on self-reported surveys. Somebody look this up and fact check me now. I will bet money. Let's put $5 on it. Anybody wants to? I'm just looking for a random one. So, if anybody wants to put up $5 before you look it up, let me know now and then look it up. I would bet that the rates of men who are addicted to pornography are way higher in the religious community at large than in the secular community. I would bet $100 to anybody who will take that bet. Before you look it up, then go look it up and be right, I'll pay you.
Have a beef against like sedation or against pornography. That's the thing is if it becomes so consuming that you can't get out of bed in the morning and all you're going to do is just do barely the bare minimum to do what you have to do to survive. That's not living, and that's not prospering, and that's not becoming any better than you are. And
does that sound like any of your porn habits? I don't know about you guys, but like, yeah, I watch porn and jerk off, but like my life doesn't revolve around that. It's just, I mean, what? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the weird guy who just, once a week or so, once or twice a week. Maybe that's weird. You guys let me know. I don't know. We're being honest here. Pulling all the stops.
there's also, we can talk about the opioid epidemic too, which nobody wants to talk. We'll probably talk about it around election time, but that's a huge sedation right now. We legalized marijuana. That's
that I can't argue with. I definitely was using sedatives. They weren't actual sedatives, opiates for sedation. I think marijuana is a medicine, but granted, I used marijuana in place of other drugs, so I'll give him that. Jimmy Dean, I'm not surprised at all.
huge sedation. And people are going to come at me and go, I smoke weed, I'm still up. No, you're not. Not as much as you would be if you didn't smoke weed.
True. But
alcoholism, name the sedate food.
So what would your advice be, or what
Stop
would you,
sedating yourself.
Yeah,
well, how would you reverse that?
Well,
what would you think
let me just, before you answer this, let me just, what you're saying makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Men used to have to get out of the house and hunt.
Yes.
I'm talking just historically, and then even and before the internet age. Now, pop a pill, smoke some pot, order some DoorDash, jerk off on your phone. Why do I even need to get out of bed anymore?
That sounds like a good ass weekend to me.
You want to know
what
why?
you're saying.
Well, the other is like when we talk about the 80-20 rule. Let me clarify this: 100% of women want to get with the top 20% of guys. The 80% that they don't want to get, that they say are unattractive, those are the guys we're talking about right now. Those guys who are like, oh, I don't have a chance. I'm nihilistic, hopeless, black pill doomer. Woe is me. That 80 percentile right there is always been there, and it's always going to be there. So
is it the feminization of men, or is it like just the demasculization of men?
I think the 20th century ease with which we can indulge in our pleasures, whether that's food, whether that's booze, whatever your sedation, your of choice happens to be, whatever that is what is preventing, I would say, most people from actually benefiting, becoming, maximizing their potential.
And is it only going to get worse in the metaverse?
Absolutely. Yeah. Don't plug yourself in.
Yeah. I want to turn it over to you, Ruslan, but you're an athlete.
I swear, I heard money talk when I was watching this. I swear.
You get out of the house. You work on yourself. You go to church. You're not sitting home and playing video games. You've been very vocal about that. Yeah. What's your prescription?
I mean, that was a lot of prescriptions there, man. I mean, that's as close as I've heard.
Good point. That was a lot of prescriptions for somebody who said he doesn't prescribe. He just said, don't do this, do this, do this, do that. When you're right, you're right.
People ask me, when people say, what do you think about, like, what, because I get this all the time. People say, what advice would you give to your 18-year-old self? And it's like, you're not asking me for that. My 18-year-old self would tell me to go fuck off. Okay,
get out of here, because
I know this. Okay, what they're asking me is, what would you tell to the younger generation? So what do I see? My analysis is this: is that everybody, there are more guys. We just talked about the Lost Boys generation. Right? More men in this generation, particularly for the last half of the millennials and maybe all of Generation Z, are the first generations that have been raised on social media. The first generations that have had you were talking about PlayStation was a big deal in the 90s. Well, imagine you were born in year 2000, you're 22 years old right now, and you've never known a world without a cell phone, without the internet, without social media, without being able to do this, by the way. This is the only time in history we could actually do this. But we take it for granted. I come from a generation that's prior to all this, so I kind of can sort of get the balance of this. But you have to remember that the generations that have been acculturated and socialized in that environment, they have no frame of reference of anything that was before that. So it seems natural to them, like, I'm going to smoke weed, I'm going to be sedated, I'm going to do that. Me looking at this from sort of this God's eye third person view, I go, okay, stop sedating yourself, or it doesn't matter what I say or what tools I give you. Get out. That's pragmatic advice. Here's what you need to do. Get out.
So I get the fact that if you're smoking weed all day, if you're watching porn all day, if you're playing video games all day, all that stuff. But it's almost in the same vein as saying, oh, you've got to follow Christ. So, like, I can't ever watch porn. I can't ever smoke weed. I can't ever drink alcohol. If that's what you're saying, then I'm already out. You've already lost me. Postily says, this is due to how easily accessible it has become and the better enjoyable experience it has become over the years. I'm not sure what you mean it is, but let's continue. And if it's not porn, when it's social media like Instagram or Twitch, etc., that makes it come back to pornography. So you're talking about the accessibility of pornography. I mean, you know, once you have the internet, it's not anything new. I mean, I was, as a millennial, I'm 32 years old. I'm going to be 33 this fall. I grew up without the internet. And then when I was around middle school age, the internet started becoming a more ubiquitous thing. I was, in a well-to-do family. I mean, we weren't fucking rich, but we were well off. And so we got, we had computers, and I pushed to get the internet, and then we had the dial-up AOL, and I pushed to get the high-speed modem, all that stuff. So since then, which, we're talking 2000, 2003, the difference only being maybe at about 2005, 2007, somewhere around there, when you can stream video. The only difference there was that you're jerking off to pictures versus you're jerking off to videos. And I think we'd all attest to how quickly that all gets jumbled up, and it's the same shit. I remember I was in middle school, and I had a folder within a folder within a folder within a folder. I did not know about the recent documents thing on in the start menu. So my parents found that folder. My dad was just like, well, at least you're looking at girls. But I don't think that, in the relevant past, the modern past, I don't think in the last 15 years, there's been any, except for the weird addition of step parents and step sisters, that shit, I don't know where that came from. But other than that, I don't think anything has changed about pornography in the last 15 years besides VR. And if you're watching VR porn, you're a little bit far gone. Not that I haven't watched VR porn, but I don't frequent it. You know what I'm saying? Pausilia saying exactly. The chances of you getting introduced to porn when you were 12 were lower than now. To a certain extent, I think if you were talking to a Gen Xer, then absolutely, because Gen Xers, they were the people who, when they were at pubescent age, they still had to procure a Playboy magazine. There's no difference between me being able to Google. I loved pictures of Alyssa Milano. Alyssa Milano fakes. I don't even care if it's fake, but how is that much different than now? It's a different of degree, but it's not a different of kind. But says it's really more about the balance of things. Escapism takes over our lives. Interesting. If you can't control yourself, you may have to step away from it fully. Obviously with drugs, but with porn, video games, etc. The accessibility of porn has increased. I don't deny that it's increased. The degree to which it has increased doesn't really explain the increase in addiction to porn. I don't think it has, because I don't think, I think as far as my video porn career has gone, again, the only major change since the first time I ever went onto a porn video website and streamed a porn video is the whole stepbrother, stepsister, stepmother, stepfather thing. Literally, that's it. And the VR. Other than that, there is zero difference. So I don't know about that. I mean, maybe you had to know, maybe there's more sites now. OnlyFans. There was cam girls back in the day. But the girlfriend experience, that's where it is. It's OnlyFans. That's the big change. I'm not really familiar with, I've never spent money on OnlyFans because Pornhub is free. But from what I understand, that you could get a lot more personalization from OnlyFans. That, I think, would be bull rush, what you're talking about. That, the accessibility of that. And I think that has a much bigger and more dangerous ability to be addictive than just video on demand porn. Because, I mean, even if you think about before the internet, my family would go on vacation twice a year. You could order those videos in the hotel room. No, I didn't, because obviously I was not paying the bill. But, I mean, how old were you the first time you stayed in a hotel room without your parents? Could have been more than 16, 17 years old. One of your friends' parents got the whole hotel room for a graduation party or a sweet 16 or this or that. It's the same shit. We act like this is the case, but I really don't think it is. Maybe the reliance on it, because the accessibility has been there, has increased. But other than OnlyFans in the last few years, between the advent of streamable porn videos and the start of OnlyFans, I don't see a goddamn difference in anything. But I mean, you guys let me know if you disagree.
Out of bed, you stop sedating yourself, get up and go.
Yeah, I think you get everything he said. I think could be defined in a simple phrase, and I tell my son this all the time: if you do what is easy, your life will be hard. If you do what is hard, your life will be easy. Wow. If you start making those sacrifices, I'm sure we're all familiar with newbie gains, right? No. If you're in your late teens, early 20s, you've never strength trained before, and you hit macros and perfect strength training for 6 months, you could put on 20 pounds of muscle really quick. They're called new.
So Pastili says, I believe that accessibility is the reason. Yeah, you could order them, but it was hard to get. Now a kid can get any kind of sexual video. And I agree. Again, I'm just saying that this has been the case for 15 years. What you're talking about was new 15 years ago, not 10 years ago, not 7 years ago, not 5 years ago, not 2 years ago. I don't know how old you guys are, but porn was definitely online porn, videos of porn. Because here's the other thing too. Back in the dial-up days, you couldn't just stream porn, but what you could do on Napster is download anything you want. And you'd watch that bar go from 12% to 15% to 17% to 18%. And you'd wait all goddamn day for a 3-minute video to download. And then it finishes, and you're ready. But it was there. Maybe that's a little bit different than just hitting up Pornhub. But again, that difference happened in the early 2000s. We are now in 2022. Porter says OnlyFans is big. VR porn, and that would legitimately everyone has smartphones with good internet now. Again, I would argue that's degree. It's just the explosion in accessibility happened 15 years ago, and it's only been on a slight and predictable incline since then. And I don't disagree. I don't believe it's way too easily accessible. My point is that there's very many things that you can get addicted to that are very easily accessible. Food, beer, and now weed, anything. But we don't talk about those things as issues in the same way that we talk about pornography as an issue. If you are an alcoholic, then you have an issue. It's not that alcohol is bad. If you are a stoner who doesn't do shit all day and you can't keep a job, that's a problem with you. That doesn't mean marijuana is bad. If you are, you know what I mean? Postilli says accessibility increases the population to use pornography, which mathematically increases addiction to population. And I agree, but again, my point is that is on the if the accessibility was directly relevant, then we would have seen this explosion 15 years ago, and we would have seen some type of mitigation between then and now. It's not, again, this isn't new. The accessibility to porn isn't I completely understand, Boris. I completely understand. We're just talking. I don't think anybody thinks that you're saying that. We're just talking. But I gotta disagree with you guys. I think that the accessibility has from 2005 and 2020 is virtually the same. That's my opinion. In 2020, when OnlyFans blew the fuck up, then okay, now we've got a new fold. But then how do we account for the issues with 2018, 2017, 2016, 2015 when we were 10 years into this newly accessible sedation as Rollo would call it?
Gains. So the earlier you start, the faster you could put it on, and the more likely you are to sustain it. That's you see the guy in his 20s that eats like crap, mid-20s. It's because he got yoked when he was 18, 19. Testosterone levels higher. All of these different things impact you. And I think many things in life work that way. Do it is hard, and life will be easier. It's still early. You could acquire skills faster. You can learn languages more when you're a child. And so we talk about this with my 7-year-old. My nephew was just over. I have a 17-year-old nephew who came over, teaching him video editing. We're teaching him strength training. We're going to the gym sometimes 2 days. He needs mentors. He needs men to pour into him. And so that a majority of my time in church has been doing that. I used to run a Monday night men's group. Men would show up, and we'd be like, dude, what's your goals? I want to lose weight. Get your butt on the scale. How's your eating been? We'd make men weigh in. Accountability. And so I think these are the sorts of things where I think are so necessary and there's so much information. There's so much access to information that if you could just point to people and just say, hey man, this would be a time to start working on your physique. This would be a time to start working on your scarce skills. And this would be a time to start working on your relationships, your network, your soft skills. If you do those 3 things earlier on in life, and I meet guys through my YouTube comment section that I become friends with, that we do business with.
You're very good about that, by the way.
Instagram DMs, right? Like the world is so much smaller that you can meet people everywhere. And those, if I had to break it down, those would be the 3 things.
And I should also point out that like there are bright and shining hopes that I have in this generation. Like when I'm working with like Kevin Sabo and the Sabo brothers, they're Generation Z, but they're on their game. They're not sedating themselves. They're out there actually hustling their ass off. So there are brief little spots where I see something from that generation, and I go, that kind of gives me.
Yeah, I gotta say, I've been very impressed with the few early 20 somethings that either work here.
The guys I know are rock stars. Everyone I know in their 20s.
I think there's a lot of it that's like it's easy to shit on the younger generation, but
the bar has been set so low, it's almost impossible not to at least raise up yourself above the bar.
I have a quick question. Do you think the rise of people being more openly gay and that being more supportive, do you think that also is a cause of feminization of men? Do you think that's a big?
I do. I do.
That's an interesting question. So real quick, let's see. Bowler says, does your argument exactly change anything? Was it not a problem for some back then as well? So my argument is that I don't think it is fair to attribute porn addiction to accessibility in 2022. Accessibility has been so unless you have been addicted since 2005, then the accessibility is like, oh, it was just there one day and I couldn't help. Okay, fine. But in 2022, you've lived in a world where porn was accessible and you weren't addicted. And then something else changed, not the porn, not the accessibility, and then you became addicted. And so if the accessibility of the porn is not a variable, then it cannot be attributed to the change in the result. Maybe you got broken up with, maybe you had this going wrong, maybe you just got, I don't know, maybe you just got more horny because you got older, you were 13 in 2005 and you were 15 in 2000, maybe that was it. I don't know. But I'm just saying my argument is that I don't believe, based on my own perception and not based on any statistics or anything, I could definitely be proven wrong, but it does not make sense to me that accessibility of porn is an appropriate scapegoat for porn addiction in 2022? What were you doing? And that doesn't mean that if you become addicted to porn after the change in accessibility after 2005, that it's not valid. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's not a problem with the pornography. It's a problem with you. And you're allowed to have problems. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, aside from the fact that you have a problem, we all have problems. So that's your problem. But it's not the fact that porn exists. We have an entire generation of people who grew up seeing live video porn as children all the way and are now drinking age adults. That's a real thing. And most of those people are not porn addicted. So it can't be the porn, and it can't be the accessibility. It has to be the person. And again, that's something we can deal with. I'm not shaming anybody. I'm just identifying what is going on.
Yes,
Gotcha.
absolutely. And especially, it's not enough to be gay. That doesn't make you special anymore. You have to be trans. You have to be something else. You've got to be something more. Everybody
You
wants
can't
to
just be LGBT. You got to have some Q's and
That's-
H's and
you wanna
Z's
know-
and
you wanna-
pluses and minuses.
You want to know why
all.
there's 71 different genders? That's 71 different flavors of special that I can be.
It's like Baskin Robbins times 2. Let's talk to the ladies right now for a second. By the way, it's I got about 20
I got one more question for Rollo.
Okay. Let's talk to women there, because we just gave you some gave you some advice to the young men out there. Get off your ass, have some purpose,
Stop watching
figure out
porn.
your identity, stop watching porn online. Let's talk to the women. I'm in there, okay?
So as he's leaving, Positili says that theory only works for a single individual, but in large scale accessibility takes the lead. So again, if that were the case, then we would have seen an uptick in porn addiction initially when that accessibility became relevant. And we would have seen a response to that. That's why I'm saying in 2005, accessibility is a reasonable issue with pornography itself. I'm not saying that in 2022, you can't be addicted to porn because it's too easy to access. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in 2022, if you are not able, let's just change it around. In the 1920s, to be an alcoholic, you had to have either some connections or some fucking real stick-to-itiveness. But since prohibition has ended, you can't say that being an alcoholic in 2022 is due to the fact that alcohol is so accessible. Right? Every corner there's a liquor store. It's super accessible compared to when it wasn't. Okay, but it was also super accessible the moment you turn 21. So I'm not saying that it has become less accessible. I'm saying the accessibility itself is not the cause of the addiction. If that were the case, then we would have seen an entire population become alcoholics the moment prohibition ended. Then we would have seen a response to that, and then we would have seen less accessibility to alcohol. And I'm saying the same thing goes for porn. We have alcoholics in 2022, but we accept that that is not an issue with alcohol. That is an issue with the person's mental health, and not in a judgmental way, just in a descriptive way. That is not alcohol's fault that you are an alcoholic, and it's not porn's fault that you're a porn addict. That's my only point. I definitely, yeah. So I think it does apply large scale, right? Yeah, I think so. I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I think so.
From your perspectives, let's go with you first. What is the biggest challenge that women are facing these days? What's the biggest problem that you're seeing in the, not manosphere, women's sphere? Is that
Too much dick?
that's a term? Is that even a thing?
You want to start with?
Go.
Yeah, I think women have immense pressure from every side pulling on them. I think they have the expectation to be highly educated, to be highly independent from men, to Rollo's point, to be hot, to be friendly, to prioritize their family all of these different things. I think it's a lot of different things that are pulling on women. They did a study. They found that 56% of working women who have kids 18 and under would have preferred to stay home had been given the option. Right?
Say those numbers again.
56% of working women with kids 18 and under would have preferred to stay home if given the option. So I think there's something to women that, like, man, and Jordan Peterson made the point of the biggest fall off in terms of women leaving is in executive law. When you start getting to higher levels of law, women check out, because if I'm married to a lawyer, which most lawyers are married to other lawyers, $200K a year versus $300, $500K, the lifestyle change isn't that much different.
They don't go to college to find a husband anymore. They get a law degree to find a husband now.
So Positive says accessibility, it's not the main cause, but it's the main starting point. That I agree with. Without easy accessibility, you don't have a large effect, but with accessibility, you do have a large effect. I agree with that. The implication, and I'm not saying that you are saying this, but the logical next step to making this point is that you're putting the issue on the pornography, and the fact that most adult human beings, male and female, are able to deal with that accessibility and consume porn in a reasonable way that doesn't take over their lives, in the same way that most adults are able to consume alcohol in a way that doesn't consume their life. Then the issue is not with pornography. The issue is not with alcohol. The issue is with the individual or individuals or group of individuals, or how it's with the people. It's not with the porn. It's not with the alcohol. If you want to put it over to guns, it's not. Guns have been around way longer than pornography has. And most people who have ever lived never murdered anybody. That's my point, is that the accessibility to something can only be blamed for the results of that thing if once that accessibility changes, then you see a correlated change in behavior. And even then, correlation does not equal causation. But I would give I'd give it a lot more weight. But that's my only point, is that if most of us can drink alcohol, smoke weed, watch porn, shoot guns, and not take it to the extreme, then it's not about the thing, it's about the person. That's my position.
Exit out of that field. So I think there's so many different pressures on women to figure these things out. And I think some education is good. I think it's good to be educated. I think it's good to have some skills. But I think if your entire mentality is like, I'm going to be this bad independent dick that's going to run everything, most men don't want that from most women. Mm-hmm. Most men want a wife that's flexible. Most men want a wife that will lead. Most men want a wife that's fit, healthy, and that is okay with. And again, there's outliers. There's outliers in situations. There's entrepreneurial women that are incredible and they're crushing.
So what I'm going to do, guys, is we are, as you can see here, we got a little bit of time left, but this dude has a heart out. So when he leaves, I'm gonna drop the link and we'll do panel time there. And then if you guys want to stick around and see the rest of what Rollo has to say, then we can do that. So we'll just we'll just finish up the debate aspect, and then we'll go to, if you guys want to come up, I would love to hear from you guys. Positively says, yeah, you're right. The individual is the main source. It's important to talk these things out. It's important to really figure out, okay, what exactly do we think about this thing? And positively, it's so refreshing for somebody to just be like, oh, you know what? You had a good point. I'm usually in my chat is a bunch of people who will argue to no end, far beyond the where they have a point. And you'll see that, I question myself at every moment. You see me sometimes, do I think that? All that stuff. And I'm not afraid to be wrong, because that just means I'm still learning. And I appreciate that you do the same. I appreciate that, because not everybody will.
and there's outliers, but most men also probably would want the woman to raise the kids and stay home with the kids. And we've done that. My wife came home 2014, right when we had our first kid, and she's been home ever since. She works from home. She does some stuff. She does all of our accounting. But I think that's still a very healthy model. And they've done the studies. That's what I do this. The family with 2 incomes nets less than the family with 1 breadwinner, which again goes back to financial independence. If as a man you can provide, I think you position yourself to be in a much more happy marriage, stable marriage, joyful marriage. And so I think there's a lot of pressure, man. And I say who and who do you want to be? Same point.
Rollo, you talk about this all the time, that men don't really care what women make because they don't share their money with men.
No, well, the number one precipitator of divorce is when a couple is making the same amount of money. Like, a woman gets like a raise in pay, she gets a promotion at work, or she is boosted into a status, and also makes more money than the guy does.
That's not marriage. You're
the
saying.
number one precipitator of divorce.
Are single or working women doomed for a lifetime of sadness because they're chasing the money?
Yes, yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're doomed to a lifetime. Statistically speaking, Morgan, not me.
Did you say career working women or just working women?
What's the difference? Right?
Well, career working women is
the difference between a career and a job.
Well, exactly. Career is like, this is my priority. A man will come later. Kids will come later. A girl working, she's like, I gotta pay my bills.
Yeah, there's a difference between a job and a career for women.
Exactly.
And the other, I should also add this, is that I agree with you here. It's like we've sold women a bill of goods really since the sexual revolution, that you can have it all, baby. Right? You don't need a man. You might want a man, but you don't even need a man to reproduce. Go down to the sperm bank, go down to the fertility clinic. You don't even have to do that now. You can go on Facebook and find a sperm donor if you want to. You literally can do that. But so we have essentially,
we call it Tinder, you old fuck.
You want to talk about like making things convenient for women in that sense. We have said we made men superfluous right now, whether you're a father or whatever, until it's like, Father's Day and it's like, do better, dad, kind of thing. But we've made guys superfluous in the sense that like women don't see any point of getting with a guy who's either going to be an abuser, he's going to be a doofus like Homer Simpson, he's going to be incompetent. Yeah, we teach women that men are untrustworthy, that you can't depend on them for security. The number one thing, and this happened with you and
but they are if they cheat.
Well, hold that
thought. Hold that thought. Quick, Paul, put this up there for our gentlemen out there. Would you rather have more of a housewife, traditional woman, or do you want a woman who's out there making money? If you could put that poll out there, I'd love to see the results.
Natalia, you just
housewife or what?
Housewife or working woman?
Natalia, you just made my.
Tell me in the chat, housewife or working women?
Case for me. Okay, when Ali was on here and she did that one viral video, Ali Drummond, she was talking about.
Shout out to Ali.
Yeah, when she was talking about like, I'm a traditional wife, I submit to my husband, blah blah blah. The number one complaint, it went viral, 4 million, God knows how high it was. The number one complaint from women was, I would never want to do that because what if he left? What if he started banging in secretary? What if got a trophy wife? What if? And it was all based on fear. As I said, fear is the most monetizable emotion of human.
Well, to be fair though, men are statistically more likely to cheat than women.
Yes, true. But the thing is, we've terrorized generations of women with the idea that if you don't have a career, if you don't have this will happen to you. And what happens is that fear is based on what's called the apex fallacy.
So what's the alternative though? Like you're against no-fault divorce laws, and you're against alimony. You're against,
as any man should be,
a man marrying a woman.
Alimony, by the way, is a law that is a holdover. It's a vestige from the 1930s, from the Depression era.
Sure. I don't know how that's relevant. But what I'm saying is, if we have,
you don't know how that's relevant. You just came at him starting whatever you're about to say. We haven't heard it yet. Well, you're against alimony and you're against. Yes, because as he said, it's a holdover for when women weren't allowed to work. So it made sense for the man who works to pay alimony. But now, boss bitch is doing her own shit. She don't need no man. But she still gets alimony.
Men who are leaving women. My dad left my mom. I know we talk about the welfare state like it's the sexy thing.
That 10%, 20%, 15%, something around there of men that are leaving women.
$650 a month.
Real sexy.
$650 a month. Our rent was $450 a month. I remember that as a child. As a kid, we'd go without food, and my dad didn't pay the whole child support. I think it was like $90 a month when he did pay. And again, props to my dad. I love my dad now. We're good. And I got to see some of his perspective on other. But what about like when men are hypergamous? What about when men abandon women? Because I've seen that.
That is the only narrative.
What about it?
You hear that is absolutely the only narrative you hear is the deadbeat dad. Like for instance, like we in fact especially every Father's Day, it's not Father's Day anymore. It's Special Persons Day right now.
That's not.
But you can get this in every church sermon. Look at the difference between Mother's Day sermons and Father's Day sermons. Mother's Day is you're doing great, girl. We love you so much. You're doing the job of 10 men, and you don't need no man. You're just as good a father as you are as a mother. When Father's Day rolls around, the sermon is do better. Just do better because you're not living up to your expectations. that it's constantly like that.
But isn't that a more masculine way to like get men to react? You
That's
don't
why
want
they're
a
not
man
in
to
the,
be like,
that's why
"Good
they're not in the
job."
church right now.
What would you tell Natalia?
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? That is why. Hey, we got indie film in the building. I don't know what $9 a month means, but I'm glad you're here. Oh wait, I don't need to do that anymore because I have indie film in the building. Sorry, but I don't even remember what he just said. He just said something important, but I forget what it was because indie film caught me off guard. You know, you show up and you just get me all.
You're not living up, but it's constantly like that.
But isn't that a more masculine way to like get men to react? You
That's
don't
why
want
they're
a
not
man
in
to
the,
be like,
that's why
"Good
they're not in the
job."
church right now.
What would you tell?
That's why they're not at the church right now. Kevin Samuels talked about this so much. No. Hey, it's a party. You are more than welcome to say anything and everything. I'm so glad you're here at Indie Film. But yeah, Kevin Samuels would talk endlessly about how the sermons and the you know, like the pastor would be just pandering. You don't need no man. You make that money all by yourself. You need to tithe. For Jesus, the only man you need in your life. These men out here, they ain't crap. But Jesus will always do you right. 10% of your income. Let's go.
Natalia, or you said you have a 24-year-old daughter. The young women out there that are listening, what would your advice be for them? As far as like working, you made the distinction between having a job.
A PhD student.
No, she's got
She's got
but I mean, and she's getting married.
The difference between a career and a job, and your advice for women.
Well, so my point is this: is like I don't have a problem. Like people say, we talked about this again. We were talking about the repeal the 19th, and should we take away women's right to vote? I don't believe that we should. I think that women,
that's a thing now.
Well, it's been that way.
Because I have the same question as the host. I've seen it around, and it makes sense with the Andrew Tates of the world going around. Is there anybody here who has a legitimate argument as to why? And I will say, even just Pearly Things, who is a woman, she's like, I don't know. I kind of feel like women shouldn't have the right to vote. I know a lot of dumb dudes who should not have the right to vote. I am the farthest thing from a feminist. Actually, probably not, because I'm actually a, nice person. But what they actually present or propose to be about. But I don't remember what I was going to say. That's 2 for 2. You're 2 for 2, Indie Film. Positively says men are honest to men. That makes them more likely to become better individuals in society. Yes, I agree. I'm not really sure. Okay, so what is it? Change is important, and you see this more. That's definitely the case. That's what I was talking about. Indie film. Okay, you caught me back. I'll come back to it. But this is 100% true. Women simply don't have the need to produce in society. That's how it's set up. Nobody disagrees with that, right? If you are a woman, all you have to be is a woman, and you win. In the 70s, some of these crazy bitches came along and said, no, you're not. If you find a high-value man and you bear his children and build a beautiful family, no. You want to go to a job every day. That's being a woman. That's really your feminine energy, is going to a corporate environment, punching in and punching out. I think it's surprising how far the feminist ideology has gotten into the fact that women are more studious in the sense that there's more women in college, more women graduating from college. Women are, in higher positions than they ever have been before. Why? Why? If I was a woman, I would do anything to find a man to just take care of me. Like, the fact that you have a social out to just do nothing? What? Your job could be raising your own family that you want to do anyway, because it's your family. That's your job. And you want to outsource that to some Guatemalan woman. Yep, it's social media. This is how these ideas propagate. We need to be strong. We need to make our own bag. We need to be a boss bitch. Hot girl summer. I don't need no man. Okay. Are women happier now? Overall? Or were women happier in, let's just say, 1965? Self-report. Let's see what we get.
For a long time.
Who's advocating for that?
Doom pill, black pill, MGTOW are advocating. So here's my point. I always think, okay, number one, that's untenable. Like, that's never going to happen, period, because women are the largest voting bloc in the United States. Now, but beyond that point.
Blame it on any films? All right. Before I pull my dick out, not all women are attracted to men. Not all women. Yes, I am talking from the perspective of a heterosexual cisgendered male, and I can never pretend to do anything else. So everything I will ever say on this channel always comes with that caveat that I am a lowly heterosexual cisgendered male, and that is all I can ever speak to.
Is, should women have the right to vote, right? Should they be the ones that are making decisions politically? You can talk about, what is a vote and what's not a vote as far as understanding electoral process. But the thing is this, is that I'm not against women participating in the government. I'm not interested. I don't care what as far as access to opportunity. I hope my daughter has equal access to opportunity that she wants. However, and I have told her this, is that you are also responsible for the results of your decisions. Because right now, up to this point, really since the sexual revolution, women have wanted to live with the benefits of old order privileges of being a woman, with new order privileges of also, having been being a woman. So you have all of these. You have this decision to go and marry who you want to, but guess what? That might be a real choice for you, or abortion for that matter as well. It's like you had sex with this guy, and now you have the baby, and it's not his decision to abort the baby. It's your decision. It's not about what happened before that. It's about you get to decide whether that child lives or dies. That right there is a result of this idea that we can forgive women of their absolve them of their bad decisions, so that they have a fail-safe in many different ways. Abortion happens to be a fail-safe, but it's also it's not that I don't think women should have choice. They need to own the results and the consequences of those choices. Right now, we don't that there's a separate standard of justice for women, and that is apart from men.
Guys, we've got about 10 minutes left with you. I know you got to go, and then you want to stick around and answer some super chats. Okay, because I know the super chats are fire. Okay, so let's get Ruslan's final thoughts. Well, not final thoughts.
I can do a quick chat. You guys want to talk about?
Actually, you can go ahead. I'm going to find.
Okay, cool. So you're not going to get any pushback from me about how insane abortion is. Okay, I think we're
it's like whenever I'm like this, people always ask me like, are you pro-abortion and anti-abortion? I go, I will just tell you the realities, like what the purpose of it is.
So this is a part of your book where I was very I was confused by, and I'm not sure if this is, if you're speaking in generalities or what's happening here. This talks about reproductive short-term, long-term reproductive schedule. This ties into alpha seed, beta need. This paradox that necessitates that women, and by default men, must subscribe to short-term, long-term schedules. This convention of the psychosocial schema that accompanies is precisely why women will marry the nice guy, stable, loyal, preferably doctor, and will F the pool boy or the cute surfer she met on spring break. In our genetic males, male good genes imply good provider, right? And then you go on to say, for this dynamic and practicality of enjoying the best of both worlds, women find it necessary to cheat. And then you say, you double down on it again. So what are you saying here? Are you saying that women find it necessary to cheat? I understand the short-term, long-term mating strategies, But if you give me like a quick answer, are you saying women are going to cheat because this dual mating strategy?
Okay, so don't take that as an imperative. Okay, are they going to cheat? What you're getting at is hypergamy a straitjacket? Okay,
because hypergamy is not a straitjacket.
Guys come at me all the time and I say, why would I want to get into a relationship with a woman and put all this energy and all this equity and everything into a relationship if she's going to go cheat with the guy who's the bigger with Andrew Tate? Right?
It creates paranoia, right?
Yeah, there's Tate again.
And it does, and I have said this over.
Fucking Andrew Tate, man.
Again, this is sort of a black pill versus red pill thing because the black pill tends to deal in extremes, okay, and binaries. Okay, so why would I want to do anything? I'm going to get raked over the coals and divorced if I go in and get married. If she's just going to cheat on me, why would I put all this time and energy into her when I can just jerk off the porn and I'm okay? So what that comes back to is that people want to say, so you're saying that women will always cheat? No, I'm not saying that, because I got to keep going back prior to the sexual revolution because you have to get a comparison here. Prior to the sexual revolution, we had stigmas against women being single mothers. Okay, we
still have some of those,
a little, but like right now, single mothers are superheroes. They can go and electively become a single mother. 42.
Did the host just really try to say that the stigma of being a single mother is the same as it was in the 60s? Come on.
42% of births in the United States are born out of wedlock right now.
42%.
And we hold women, and that's the. And if you break that down, and if you break that down ethnically, it gets even a little more squirrely. However, here's the thing: is so
she's like, "Why are you talking about me like that? Like you're a statistic."
Are they always going to cheat? Are they always meant to be promiscuous? Well, again, human beings are promiscuous, but we are by nature, but we are monogamous by choice. Because if we're not monogamous, it's to the detriment of the human species.
Fair enough. But it sounds like you're saying that with this dual mating strategies, that women are naturally wired to get the seed of the alpha, settle down with the beta, right? That alpha is
that is the strategy that is used if they cannot find the best.
If you're just joining us, give us a salute so we know who's in the party. Hello, welcome.
To both worlds, which is very rare.
Alpha bucks, beta bucks,
right? But in your case, I would like to say, in my case, I'm assuming whoever you're both. You've raised children.
I am now.
You are now, but initially you weren't both, and you think
I've been both, and I am both.
You are both, right? So is that a bit of a false binary? Why men can become both? Correct?
They can be. Yes. If they again, that's the thing. Can you teach alpha? Can you teach? Can you teach?
So here's a quick thing, and I want to get your thoughts on this. So two different things. They've done some studies, and they found out that they smelt pheromones off a t-shirt. They did a t-shirt test, limited t-shirt test. This is in the late 90s, early. Yes,
it's actually.
And they found that women, when they're fertile, prefer more masculine men. This is the alpha seed. And when women were infertile, they preferred the beta t-shirt. Sure. And the strong John line. Question one, and I do have to go. So I'm going to see if it's and women are attracted to the alpha, and he's muscular and he has the strong John line. So then is any beta that's muscular all of a sudden an alpha?
No.
Oh, honey, sweetie, baby. Did he really just ask that? Are we really 2 hours into the conversation and asked, is a muscular beta dude an alpha? I thought this was some type of red pill, like, guru, for lack of a better word. I'll let Rollo handle this. This is basic level shit.
You're making you're crossing streams here.
I'm simply asking.
So guys can be like muscular and very, very alpha and still have a very beta mindset. So you can have a guy who is like.
But the study proved that they prefer muscular men, nothing else.
When they're in the proliferative phase of the towards cycle.
Now let me bounce this off of you.
So before he goes into that, a very interesting comment from Pastili says, as a science geek, I don't care about the morality of abortion. That's already an interesting statement that I'm going to have to pick apart, but let's read it through. As a science geek, I don't care about the morality of abortion, but I do care about the chances of introducing a new form of addiction to society from the procedure. Try not to say too much on the channel. This could create new diseases or biological issues. So I have to, I got to back up and start right at the beginning. I consider myself a science geek, which is precisely why I do care about the morality of the procedure. So I want to let's start at the basic level. My question to you, Pastili, is when do you believe, according to science, does a human life begin? and we can go through this on the panel, but I think this is very, very relevant and very, very important. Unlike Jimmy Dean just talking shit over here. So, holy shit, he's smoking so much copium, can't even tell who's supposed to be Rogan and who's supposed to be Onision. Oh my god. I'm so glad I know who Onision is. That's a great joke. That's a great joke. Jimmy Dean is King Troll. King Troll.
Control, hormonal birth control. What percentage of women are on hormonal birth control?
A lot.
A lot.
Does that skew the thing?
Doesn't that skew the numbers to say that? Isn't the idea, because you guys know birth control does. Control tricks the woman's body and she's always pregnant. Right. And therefore she's never fertile. So then women who prefer alpha men
will always want feminized guys.
Will always, I mean, according to that, the ideal mating strategy be for data. And I'm sorry if this is going over.
No, because you're saying because
they're not fertile.
The pill, they're not fertile.
And let me tell you, me and my wife,
based on the smell test,
we don't do the pill because she was no fun to be around when she was on the pill because it was as if she was pregnant all the time, right? And so, like, how does that counter to that women who are mostly on birth control?
This guy is not. He's just generally not a good communicator. I don't know how he is so popular. If you hey, we got Tyler in the building. Oh, wait. Oh. I did my push-ups, motherfucker. Six days in a row. 6 days in a row. Let's go. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I am terrible with discipline. Earlier I was talking about, when they're talking about fat people, about how difficult it is for me to relate to the idea of working out. So thanks to some awesome people like Tyler Smith, they are helping me keep on track with just a very simple exercise in discipline. It's about discipline. Just 10 push-ups a day. That's all I need to do. 10 push-ups a day. And Tyler Smith is a motherfucker who cares. And that warms my heart. Thank you, Tyler. One more for Tyler. Jimmy Dean said, look, everyone, I have this study that means everything I dispute is legitimate. Believe me. How many earth movers? I'm just doing 10 at a time. The point right now is just to get the habit. Once I do 1 month of, okay, I did something every day for 1 month. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. And I'm quite aware that it's pathetic. But thanks to people like Tyler, I'm going to get there. And if you need help and you want to start on the journey with me, you can do 10 push-ups or you can do 5 push-ups. Let's do it. But I'm glad you're here, Tyler. Welcome. We are talking about Rollo Tomassi and Ruslan, this fake ass red pill dude who's really just a Christian dude, which, wouldn't be an issue with me if he wasn't trying to say that he knew more than he knows. Let's put it that way. I don't want to break up what they're saying right now too much. I'm going to back it up just a sec.
Right. And so how does that counter to that women who are mostly on birth control are going to desire alpha seed for their
please don't forget to hit the like button on your way in. Thank you very much.
Short-term strategy. So
gentlemen, if you're listening and you're dating a girl or married to a girl who's taking birth control, you don't want to listen to Rollo's answer.
Right. And you are correct about that. By the way, hormonal birth control for women has been more catastrophic to humanity than the atom bomb. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not there.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And I'll tell you.
Well,
I think I mentioned that in the fourth book. Is that it has had a more significant impact on humanity and reproduction and the reason why we're even talking about reproductive rights and abortion and everything is you can trace it all the way back to 1965, which is where hormonal birth control was created. Now, more to your point, yes, I've with this question quite a bit. And if you read the studies of, like, say, Marty Hazelton, Gangstad, I'm trying to think of the other people who covered this. They talk about that too. They say, well, doesn't that predispose all these women since 1965 to be to prefer more feminized?
That's the ideal mating strategy,
right? So, well, here's the thing: it's not the ideal mating strategy because doing is for they're trying to find the both in the same guy still. But what I'm saying is that what happens is it's not just depressing at one side of hypergamy. What's happening is when women take hormonal birth control, and by the way, there's different kinds of hormones too. You have to separate that. There's different kinds of pills. So because one deals with LDL, I'm not an endocrinologist, but like one deals with LDL, one's luteinizing hormone, and the other one is like progesterone, something like that. So they have different effects. That's number one. And number two is that it doesn't necessarily take away hypergamy, but it depresses both sides of it. Okay. So when you are in a relationship with your wife, she really has the hots for you. She's going to be more sexually proceptive when she is in her ovulatory state.
I love it.
Prior to the egg dropping. Okay. And so you're all about it, right? If women, and here's,
did they just
throw this out the window when I talk about ovulatory shift, the thing.
Did they just fist bump at sleeping with your wife?
Okay. And so you're all about it, right?
That's some lame shit. So getting back to we were talking about earlier. So Positi said, that as science she doesn't care about the morality of abortion. Do you care about the chances of introducing a new form of new form of addiction to society? From the procedures could create new diseases and biological issues. Don't get me wrong. I still believe it's a living human being. Personally, I wouldn't let my partner do it. I just care about the after effect, if it's either pro or anti. And to clarify, it says he's neutral. So, inside joke here. I think I think you're referencing what I think you're referencing, right? So Mike, that's so. What I think you're saying here is like, that you're kind of neutral on the morality of it because of. Actually, I'm not sure why you're neutral. If you believe, because I'm pro-choice, but as a science nerd, to use your words, there is no scientifically accurate place to say this is the beginning of life besides conception. Any other place from conception to birth is arbitrary. If you say viability, if you say heartbeat, if you say whatever, then that is, that's arbitrary. It's different for everyone. It's, there's no other place. And so, okay, so we agree on that. So then it's how do you square the circle of, because again, I'm with you. How do you square the circle with saying, okay, this is a human life, but it's okay that this human life is ended? And if you're not sure, I have an answer for you to take with you that I believe is ethically sound. And you guys can, apparently Little Toes does not exist. Apparently, Little Toes does not agree. I don't know where the word exist came from, but no. And Indie Film says, George Michael says, choose life. And also, that wasn't me in the movie theater. I don't know what that means. I mean, I get that it's a reference to when he got arrested, but I think I was like 3 when he got arrested, and yeah. But so the idea, I'm not pro. I know you're trolling, but I'm not pro killing babies. I'm simply pro choice. I am not pro abortion. I am pro choice, and I don't believe that the government has the right to make you act morally. That's the way I'm going to put it. There we go. That's the way to put it. I don't believe the government has the right to make you act morally. But that being said, having abortion is immoral. Where are we? Excuse me. Indie Life says human life is protected by the Constitution. So if you determine it's a human life, it is protected. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I agree, but the fact is that it is not that simple. It just is not. there is a connection between the the mother's body, and the government does not have the right to force anyone to do anything. And consent is something that we have established can be withdrawn. Right? So if you're having sex, especially if you're a woman, if you're having sex with a man that you've consented to, and then you decide, I don't want to do this anymore, and he won't stop, that's considered RPEG, as we call it on this channel. In the same way, the government, even though you consented to having a man put his seed in you, you at any point have the legal right to withdraw that consent. I feel that that is an immoral thing to do. But the government is not there to dictate morality. Pastor says, most people who give too much thought about morality, about abortion, are more likely to be religious people. Well, I couldn't be further from. I am quite openly anti-religious. I am not only an atheist, but I am an anti-theist. I think that religion is the worst thing to happen to humanity. Maybe that's a little strong, but at this point, there's nothing worse about humanity than religion. Oh, Eddie Film says, you know what else can't be withdrawn? And while we're waiting, the previous comment, wham, George Michael's band used to wear t-shirts that says, choose life on stage. Sorry, I forgot you were so young. Oh, I love, you just warmed my heart. For so young, I meant so young. I mean, are you making fun of me because you're young and you know this just because of you're like your parents or something? Most of the people who watch this are like, I don't know, 19. Lilto says, you got to believe in God in order to care about babies. It's a good point. I don't believe that God exists. And if God were to be proven to me, I would not worship that God. I don't believe that the God of the Bible, I don't believe that Yahweh, if Yahweh exists, deserves to be worshipped. That doesn't mean that I believe that it's okay to kill a human being, but that also doesn't mean that I think the government has the right to tell you what to do with your own body. It's a complicated issue. People want to simplify it, and it's just not. Pastu says, we still need mythos in a society for psychological support. I should know what that means, but I don't know what that means. Can you put that in a dumber way for me? I kind of know what you mean, but I'm too dumb to understand that. And Jimmy Dean says this. Yeah, I mean, and Jade says, we have all kinds of laws that force morality. I understand that, but I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the government having the power to enforce morality. I think that allows just when I'm a dog trainer for a profession, and one of the big things with specifically leash work and the drop it command. If you're teaching your dog to drop it, and you say, drop it, and then you run over and you go, you pry open their mouth and you pull out whatever they're eating, then drop it no longer means let go of what's in your mouth. It means stay there. I'm going to come and take what's in your mouth out of your mouth. The comparison being, the government can say, you're not allowed to do this. But that is not why it's immoral to do that thing. It's immoral to do things, and we make laws that support that. Remember, to go to the easiest fucking thing, slavery was legal. It was never moral, but it was legal. I mean, you have to, it's those out here crying. Are you super Christian pro-life? Is that what I'm getting? Anyone says the constitutional issue, that's the way it should be looked at, not through a religious lens. I mean, I agree, but it as a constitutional issue, it is whether the government has the right to your body. And the answer is no. In the same way, the government doesn't have the right to tell me that I have to inject a barely tested medicine that they won't release notes on until 2076. They don't have the right to tell me that I have to do that. And telling me that, okay, you don't have to do it, but then you can't participate in society unless you do. That's not a real choice now, is it? That's a false choice. Checkmate vegans. All right. Postula says, religious people don't have faith. Interesting. Religious people with bad diseases seek for atheist solutions, like medicine, instead of praying to be saved by their God. I as a nitpicky motherfucker, I would say I 99.99999% agree with you. And I would say that there doesn't exist something as an atheist solution. You're talking about a secular solution. Atheist simply means without a belief in God or gods. Secular means not religious. Those are two different words and two different meanings. And I'm not picking on you. I do this every single time somebody brings up the word. Ask the chat. They're sick of me hearing it, or sick of hearing me say it. There we go. That's how words work. Other than that, I completely agree. So for those of you who are just jumping in, we are watching the heated debate of Rollo Tomassi versus Ruslan KD on the State of Manhood on the Valuetainment Money channel. So let's get back into it.
People throw this out the window when I talk about ovulatory shift. The thing is like they go, well, does that mean that when she's in her, ovulating?
I know you're not asking this to me. I know you're not asking me. When am I going to realize that the government... I know that's just a general question, right? I know you're not asking me.
She's going to go look for Jason Momoa. I'm like, no. If women are in a satisfied relationship, when they are in that phase, they find their husbands or their girl boyfriends or whatever they want to have sex with, they get hot, right? When women go into the luteal phase, which is after right before menstruation, that's when women start looking for more feminized aspects. They're looking for comfort. It's what I believe Mark Mazelton said. It's like the nesting phase of because your body thinks that it is pregnant, and so therefore that's why you get PMS, because women get bitchy and they want to push away those guys so they can get back with Jason Momoa when the cycle comes back around again. So what happens is the pill doesn't necessarily take away the alpha fuck side of things; it depresses both of those sides.
So with that, then it sounds like you're advocating for men being both, right? Being alpha and a provider.
I would say that would be the ideal,
and it would be the ideal also because when we get into have children, women also are very vulnerable when they're pregnant.
Well, women always say this: they want the full package.
They want the full package. So again, going back to prescriptions, my prescription is always going to be become the provider, the protector, and the priest of your home. Okay, the priest is going to be engaged with the kids. He's going to lead spirit.
Why do you need to you know that this is going out to people who aren't Christians? You know what you mean when you say be the this, the that, and the priest of your home. Notice how I didn't even remember the other things he said. I tried, but I was triggered because he was talking about you got to be the priest of the home. When I think priest, I think fucking little boys. Not from personal experience. Why can't you just say leader? Why do you need to inject your own personal religious thoughts into this blanket thing that you yourself are saying You want to prescribe to other people. I can only say it so many times. You're just pushing people away.
Absolutely, you should have authority. What kind of question is that?
Over
Well, yes. If I tell my wife we're moving to Florida, and we've potentially had this conversation, we're moving to Florida.
I've had that conversation.
Yeah,
and we did move to Florida.
Yeah. You said you moved across the country.
What times do you tell her you're moving to Alaska?
We'll probably move to Alaska.
So she's telling you where to go.
Guys, if you haven't, I would really, really appreciate if you could hit the like button. We are still stuck on 10, and that's a good number, but I know there's some of you here who haven't done it. Come on, it's free. It's free.
Religious situation where it's like that's the norm.
I wanted to point that out. I prescribe Jesus to people because I believe Jesus transforms people's heart. But when anyone that's a true authority or true alpha, Patrick McDavid, right, leader of this organization, is he walking around having to remind people every single day that he's the leader of this organization? And no, he just operates with that type of authority. So we have understanding that I'm the head and I have the authority, right? And that is what it is. And the anchor of that is our faith in Jesus. And again, when we're talking about what is optimal, what is best, what should we be encouraging them to do? That's why telling them the full picture of what is marriage, when are you least likely to get divorced, what is optimal for a healthy sex life, optimal. We can't look over the biblical covenantal marriage model that has historically proved to be flourishing.
Can't we though? This is for Positile. I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name. And they don't love their God. They're scared to stop believing in their God because they don't want to experience the bad afterlife consequences from their God from their God for not having faith. Fucking banger! One more time for Postile. Facts. This is what I fucking preach all goddamn day long. Motherfuckers, you don't believe the shit that you act like you believe because you don't know the shit that you act like you believe. You stop thinking about the shit that you believe and you just slap a fucking Christian sticker on it. And most atheists, oh, that's right. Most atheists, instead of taking the time after you figured out that all this God shit is bullshit, to actually figure out what values do I hold? What actually do I think about the world and people and society and politics? What do I think? Instead of that, you just go and listen to whatever Nancy Pelosi says. Really? That's your new God? Joe Biden? I went off on that one. That's what I was saying, Postilia. It's not just you. That's my hot button. Yep. Any influencer's provider protector is more attractive. Exactly. Why not just say that? And so you got to be the priest. So now you've just cut off your audience. Somebody was saying it before. You've just cut your audience essentially in half.
Despite how corrupt the culture and sex positivity and all this nonsense is, this is still functioning, and this is countercultural. This is still, the 70% of guys are overweight, 70% of people are overweight. Sweet. Let's not eat like the 70%. Let's get shredded. Let's get our macros in check. Whatever. 80% of guys make under 60 grand. Sauce, how do we fix that? How do we get guys paid? How do we get more money? How do we get those skills? That's where I'm landing, and I think that's where a lot of my disagreement with the red pill has been. And I think you've clarified some things, but I still think there's some cognitive dissonance here. And as a man, again, you've been married 26 years. That's amazing, right? I would love to see you roll, and I mean this sincerely. As somebody that you claim to be a follower of Jesus, you claim.
I want you to, I don't know what he's going to say, but I can tell you for sure. I will, again, if anybody wants to bet, I will put $100 on this. Let me know before I play this. $100 says he says some condescending shit about one day you'll find the right way. You'll follow Jesus. You'll realize this. I guarantee you. I'll give it 10 seconds. Anybody want to take that $100 bet? Oh, we got a comment. Anybody taking that bet? All right, $5. I'll take it. Let's see.
To be, you believe in the physical bodily resurrection of Jesus. That's
exactly what we're talking about.
26 years. That's amazing, right? I would love to see you roll, and I mean this sincerely. As somebody that you claim to be a follower of Jesus, you believe in the physical bodily resurrection of Jesus. That's a miracle in of itself. I would love to see you preach more with you practice behind the scenes. I think that would be awesome, and that would be my heart for you. And I don't mean this in a derogatory way.
No, an altar call time.
I really mean that. Like I think we all should be preaching what we practice, because it may not work for everyone, but goodness gracious, it can work for a lot of people and save a lot of people a lot of heartache.
I would agree with you, but I would also say it's.
So I got $5 from Darshan and 20 from Jimmy Dean. My Cash App and Venmo are scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Of course, I knew that shit was coming. Condescension. I think that one day you'll be able to see that preaching God's word is really what you should be doing. How about you just go do that? I'm pretty sure Rollo has more subscribers than you. I'm kidding. You guys don't have to pay me. You don't have to pay me. But real atheists, that callback, full circle. Remember, they were saying no true Scotsman. The no true Scotsman fallacy. This is the no true Scotsman fallacy. I know you're joking, indie film, but that's the idea behind the fallacy itself. Usually it'll say real Christians don't do this, that, the other. But in this case, indie film is saying real atheists don't say goddamn. But I just did. No true Scotsman. So I guess I'm not a real atheist because I don't actually really not believe in God. Again, I understand. I'm hoping you were joking about this. But it's really actually the Christians who don't say goddamn, because they are the ones who believe that's taking somebody's name in vain. Pastili says, people who believe in perfection are lost to understand reality. Beautifully said. Beautifully said. Beautifully said. Is there anything? I'm going to leave that up because that is beautifully said.
Also very important to have the facts and have the empirical data and have the thing where you want the full knowledge, you want the full education.
We went over the voice. There's less money.
Exactly.
Right? We talked about all of that.
Okay, so here's what I would tell guys. So you want a prescription? Here's the prescription. The prescription is this: know what you're getting into. Sure. Know, like, what is it?
Oh, Darshan, you didn't have to do that. Shout out to Darshan for the $5. A man of his word. Very much appreciated that. He did say he bet $5, and I just got the Cash App for the $5. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it. Diving back in.
The battle, right? That you like know what you're getting into. I'm not against marriage. I'm against I didn't see it coming, and I didn't know what was happening, and I didn't know women's nature, and I didn't know the red pill, because I deal with this all the time with guys who hit me up and say, "How do I get my wife to fuck me again?" Like that's know
what you're getting into, and let's tip the scales in your favor. Our buddy Sauce is going to want kids. I want him optimally set up to have the best kids and the best family and the best wife and the best home, so that he's happy. He's getting laid all the time. His women listen to him. Like, that's my heart for him. And again, not also I'm genuinely saying this. This is my heart for most people. So how do we tip scales in your favor? You know about me. You can see things about money. We talk about disability insurance. You're giving me game on that, right? These are the sorts of conversations.
If your conviction is, as you say, as as a Christian, this is how I choose to live my life. My conviction is to live as a Christian, as a Muslim, as a Jew, whatever it is, right? It is more imperative on you to know red pill knowledge.
Guys, real quick, I just want to make sure you guys are aware. I am dropping Darshan's YouTube link in the description. Go check that out. He's got, this is a successful ass motherfucker. I don't know why he wastes his time talking to me and listening to me, but I'm not asking questions. I appreciate it. So definitely check out his shit. He just had a great video out on investments and how you should, how you should think about investing when you start to get money. You don't want to just be like, all right, let's invest everything, being smart about your money. And he says it better than I do. So just go check out his channel. And he's got a lot of stuff that he needs some better thumbnails, but the content is up there.
To have more education, to know your nature and to know women's nature, because what will happen is it will rely on this. Well, if I pray about it hard enough, things are going to change, rather than knowing what you're doing is ineffective.
I've already agreed with you on the soulmate stuff, the idea. I've agreed with you on that sort of stuff. So I think me and you are on the same page there. I'm saying that this is pragmatic, Rollo. I'm saying this is actually helpful and beneficial, and we should be telling people about this across the board, regardless, and saying, hey, man, you know what? You may not go to church. Church might be a good idea. That might be a good idea for you to get in touch with that side. You might want to consider.
Would it though? I don't think so. I don't think so. Prove why would it be a good idea? to get in touch with delusions? Or are you talking about the values that need not be connected to supernaturality, that need not be connected to divinity, that need not to be connected to anything that pushes people away? Sounds like American values is what you're talking about, brother. Indie Film is out of here, going over, make money from Darshan's channel, not even mad at it. Do your thing. Love it, love it, love it.
This whole gospel thing, because it's done something for Rollo. 26 years later, happily married, daughter, thriving business, online platform, 5 books. Goodness gracious.
Yes. Again, like I keep saying, I wish guys could have this. That's why I really feel bad when I endorse marriage in the way that it's done right now.
Can you endorse marriage in the way I described it?
Covenantally, yes. Contractually, no.
Okay.
I missed that. So before we go back real quick, Positile says, I don't like to describe myself to be part of any group because people prejudge you based on your group's popular ideas. I'm an atheist, man. I definitely understand that. But I think there is power in, that's why I go off on the tangent every time somebody brings it up. I think there's power in, giving the true meaning of words back to people. People don't know what people think that an atheist means. Hey, I know for sure that there's no God. Some atheists think that, but that's not what atheism is. And that's why I feel the need to explain what atheism is, because I don't expect people to necessarily know. I'm not flexing when I'm explaining it. I'm assuming that you're a normal person and you have no reason to get into the weeds of what is agnostic versus atheist versus theistic versus deistic. I just assume that you don't care. But I do care. Not just about atheism, but about language. Again, this is probably the third time I'm talking about it just tonight, and we're not even talking about politics. But the semantic obfuscation, making words mean things that they don't mean, is tearing this society apart. When there are people who think that the 3 words, if you put them in the order, all, and then lives, and then matter, I don't even want to say it because somebody will clip it out. If you put those 3 words in order, it can mean completely different things depending on who you're talking to. And that's going to happen in language, specifically English. It's a very idiomatic language. But now it's become a weapon. We have anti-fascists who act like fascists. We have anti-racists who want to segregate lunchrooms. The list goes on. I could, all day, I could go on with the bullshit. And so I totally understand that if you don't want to get into that fray, but I feel like I have to, so that you don't feel like you can't identify as you truly are. It's so important for trans individuals to be identified as the prepper, this, that. Fine. But how come it's okay for you to misjudge my label, but if I misjudge your label, I'm a second-class citizen and I don't get Twitter. I don't, they're going to lock me out of PayPal. All that shit. Can't get a GoFundMe if I get arrested for some bullshit because you punched me because I didn't know your pronoun. That is why I will continue to use the word atheist and continue to explain what an atheist is and how it is different from agnosticism. So thank you, Postili, for giving me that opportunity. Jamie does for further review. I concluded that he did not say what you said he would. However, I have donated anyway because you were close enough. Did you though? And he did. He definitely did. I don't care if you're not paying me. Like I would, it's friendly bet, but he definitely did say what I said he was going to say. Pastilli says, yeah, I agree. You mean like fighting against ignorance rather than standing neutral like a bystander. Yes, but I don't necessarily mean that you are... I don't want it to sound like I'm disparaging you for not having the same vigor as me. I'm sure there's things that you care about a lot more than this that you do speak up for that I probably don't care about. You know, we all have our things, and that's totally fine. Any film says, agreed about language. The left has been about controlling it to control you. Semantic obfuscation. Semantic obfuscation. Or linguistic obfuscation. Either one. Taking words and making them mean not what the words mean. That's it.
Halfway, we met halfway.
Yeah,
we met halfway.
It's basically the same conversation I had with Dr. Everett Piper a while.
I read that about you.
Right?
Did you feel like I respected you and honored you?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for reading my books.
Okay, and it sounds like we agree on
you
much
didn't come in here from a position of ignorance, and I thank you.
It seems like we agreed on a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Covenantal marriage, Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior.
I think that it the reason
Oh, there it is, Jimmy D. Oh, well, let me make sure. Okay. So I'm not going to say the name, but thank you, Jimmy. It says Mrs. Sausage, so I'm going to assume that was Jimmy Dean. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Always supporting your boy, and I don't know what else to say. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I come to believing in God is because it makes sense.
Absolutely.
It's not because I feel like, oh, I'm just going to, I learned this from somewhere else. It's because the concept, the idea of God, to me anyways, makes sense. So I can't say I'm not so full of myself.
I want to hear your testimony, Rollo.
Well, I'm not going to say. Okay, so here's the.
Next time we do this.
Okay, next time we do it. It will take forever for me to do that, but I will tell you this is I come to. I'm the kind of guy that has to look under the hood. I want to know how the TV is built.
You guys go to church regularly?
Semi-regular.
So your wife is a person.
What is that? Again, in the same vein as the question that we bet on, do you go to church regularly? I'm curious what he has to follow up with that. Because if he's just asking to ask, then it's another dig. I know you're going to get triggered by this. It's another dig. If he has a follow-up that hinges upon him going to church, then we're all cool. But I'm gonna take a guess that that's not about to happen.
Of faith too. Okay, so go ahead. I'm sorry. Is that question?
Yeah, no, he was just checking, making sure you're a good Christian. Wait, you go to? Oh, you don't go to? Oh, okay, all right. Well, I mean, me and my wife, we go every week. Exactly. I mean, remember this whole thing started out. I don't know if you guys were here, but at the very, very beginning, moderator. Hey, we got Giordano. Welcome to the party. We are talking about Rollo Tomassi and Ruslan KD on the State of Manhood, and Christianity is coming up pretty often. So going back to Darshan's question, is he trying to convert Rollo? He doesn't believe him. I think so, because remember in the beginning of this whole thing, or if you weren't here, the first question from the moderator was, what do you disagree about? And Ruslan here was saying, actually, I want to point out that Rollo is a practicing Christian. And I think that is, blah, 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 and giving him all this credit for that. And asking him why he didn't put that into his work more. So with just asking him now, without a follow-up question, I think Darshan is right on point. He doesn't believe that Rollo is a true Christian, and he's trying to just nudge him into the way. Jimmy Dean says, Rollo fucked up massively by insinuating that he'd be open to learning about God. That's like blood in the water for Christians. Facts. Yeah, thank you guys for joining.
I had one super chat.
Real quick, you know what it is.
Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah. I wanted to do a super chat.
One super chat, manosphere, Paraditum, $140. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, bro.
Yeah, it's actually our biggest super chat.
This is a question for Ruslan.
It's just agree or disagree.
$140. damn, I'm streaming the wrong kind of shit.
Does Ruslan agree or disagree with 1 Timothy 2 verses 12? But I suffer for not when teach usurp authority over the man.
I believe women should not have authority over a man. I believe a woman cannot be the head pastor or the senior pastor of a church, but I believe women can do other things in church. I would be what some would call, in the Christian context, a soft complementarian.
So you don't think that a woman can make it a church? No. Well, yeah, because my buddy is married to, this is in Judaism, I don't go off the rails here. He's married to a female rabbi.
Yeah.
I don't agree with her either.
No. I think women can do other things: minister, have evangelistic gifts, lead worship, sing, teach women's ministry, teach at a conference context, sometimes teach on a Sunday morning even. But I think when you're talking about the head of an organization, institution of the body,
do you think a woman can be a CEO of a company?
I think she can. Yeah, I think she can. Are more women naturally wired for that?
What's the difference?
The difference is
that's a perfect question. That is a perfect question. What is the difference? I would think if you have the opinion that a woman can't lead a congregation at church, that being a CEO of a corporation would be more than that. At least you'll get more grace in in the position of being a church leader. Jimmy Dean says, obviously you are loco at how much money people are willing to give to obvious scam artists under the thin guise of Christianity. Yeah, I'm not surprised, but I'm just butthurt because I'm out here trying to do my thing. I'm trying to be real. I'm trying to, not do this. I could. Oh, I could. Should I? No. Just had a momentary lapse in judgment. We are here for truth and common sense. The IndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
My guard was not
right, but if you're teaching scripture versus teaching people how to do a job, I mean, what's the difference?
The difference is that something could be optimal and there's an exception to the rule versus this is the standard per what we view as the rule. So if something's not Christian, then it doesn't.
So it could be, but it would be an exception to the rule.
It would be an exception to the rule, but I'm saying that's not how the scriptures prescribe it.
Gotcha.
Do you think a woman should be a president of a country, prime minister of a country?
No, probably not. I don't know. Probably not. I would say probably not.
We got into that. Your wife would agree with you?
I think so.
Well, you got to go home.
That's
what I'm trying to get out of here. Hey, it was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Rollo, thank you.
Guys, I'm very appreciative of you guys.
We're going to read some. Not done.
We're not done.
Super chats coming. I promise you guys super chats. They're
Bro,
coming.
thank you. And I didn't get a chance. If Tony's out there, have him give a quick, where's Tony at? Is Tony in here? Where's he at? Yeah. Okay.
Well, while we're going through this, everybody, you subscribe to Valuetainment Money. Subscribe to Valuetainment. Make sure you guys like the video. We're almost to 100,000 on Valuetainment Money, so let's get it to 100,000. I think it's time.
Yeah, let's get me to 100,000 anything. So I because dude left, there is another half hour or so of Rollo talking to the host. But I would love to hear from you guys. I dropped the link. Come on up. We talked about a lot of stuff. Let me hear what you got to say. I'm going to play this while I wait for you guys. Cause if you want your picture to be a cat, then yes, we can do that. Absolutely. Just change your picture. I don't have control over that. But yes, this is the time when you come up and whatever you just have to cam up to me. Unless I know you, you just have to cam up to me in the back, the backstage. You don't have to be on camera on YouTube. But I would love to hear what you guys think of all this. Already we got the Magic D Mac in the building. How are you, sir?
What's going on, man? Can you hear me pretty clear?
Crystal clear. How are you?
Deal. I'm good. Wow, what a loaded reaction stream, man. It was loaded with so much. I don't even know. I can't even say anything just yet. I need to go off your questions because it was so loaded,
What do you mean by loaded?
Well, they went from, I don't know if I missed it, but I didn't hear anything about money, but it went over into religion and women being the pastors of churches and porn. And I mean, it was all over the place. I was really looking for the money. And the reason I was looking for the money was because I just did a money stream, and I tried to not necessarily generalize with how to make money and tell you like, well, don't do it like this. But when you sent the link, I was like, oh, okay, perfect. Let me see if I was spot on. And I don't know if I was spot on because they were talking about spirituality and books and religion and everything else. So
Yeah, it's tough when you get people who are on the same side of a particular issue, because because they agree on so much, then there might be a small disagreement, and then they'll hyper focus on that. And I think the Christianity thing got in the way of them talking about money. And that is my fault. I thought, because I watched this through, I watched about, 3/4 of it at 2 times speed before. Just, I'm constantly looking for stuff. I had no idea what I was going to do tonight. But point being, I thought there was a little bit more money stuff here. So I apologize to you guys for it not being too money centric. But I hope that there was some value here for you guys.
well, it was a lot more. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, it was a lot more entertainment value for me, just to kind of
I'll take
really
that.
hear what, huh?
I said, I'll take that.
Yeah. Well, and here's my thing too, because I'm definitely going to be open to answering any question that you have. But one thing I gather from these debates, or even really watching videos, is I don't really give my personal opinion. I actually listen to people to get an understanding, and more so when it's time for me to ask my question, to try to understand where they're coming from. So I don't force anything on people. I don't really jump out the window with my own personal opinions. I really kind of listen to it and go, okay, I kind of got confused in this area, but let me ask him, what did he mean by that? Because in all things, you need to get an understanding, just to understand where it come from. Not that you condone it, but that you really just
Right.
understand where they're coming from.
Right. Yeah. And I hope that there was enough of that here. And this showed me I definitely need to do something a little bit more in that area of money and investment. And maybe I need to come to you to be like, yo, where do I look? Because I figured valuetainment money would talk about money.
Right.
But either way, I think there was a lot of value here. Is there? I mean, in general, even though we didn't get too much money talk, where do you stand on the religious aspect of all of this, specifically like with the red pill stuff?
I mean, I believe in God. I believe Jesus died on the cross for our sins, but I don't push it on anyone. I wouldn't say that I'm religious. I would just say, man, that I'm here. I'm living life the best way I know how. And things in my part of the world, they're doing great. And if you can just see by my example, if you're around me, you'll know I'm speaking the truth and I'm doing what I say I'm doing. I think a lot of times we as men and women, we're just trying to see the good example. Now, have I had situations where people would consider that I haven't done things perfectly? Yeah, absolutely. But I don't make that excuse that I'm not perfect. If I believe that God made me His perfect image, then that's just what it is. I'm perfect as I'm supposed to be for myself.
Well said. Well said. I mean, yeah, it's tough, and I think you're doing a great job of handling your business, and I see so much coming from you, and the fact that like I said, the fact that you spend time even watching my shit when you're way more successful than I am, and probably will be in the near future. It means a lot to me.
Well, I mean, when I watch your show, when I have the opportunity, when I'm doing my work and I'm working from home on my computer designing things, and one thing I appreciate about your show is you are telling your truth. You are speaking your own opinions about things, but you're also being entertaining. Like, you really do have a great presence on screen. So I listen to you because I'm getting my work done. I like to hear what you're talking about. Very entertaining. But for the most part, I do get substance of your show when you give your personal opinions about how you see things. I go, okay, great. Um, I want to just, it's not even a pushback, but I kind of want to say this. One thing I realize about living on this planet is that we live amongst so many different people, and all I'm trying to do is get to know everyone.
Fair enough. Is that pushback on something I said?
No, I was going to use the wrong term, so no pushback.
Oh, okay. All right. So I mean, I definitely agree with that. I think the opportunity to talk to people and to learn about different perspectives is all we can do.
Yeah.
You know. So I'm gonna let the master work. I know you know what you're doing. I'm gonna give you the floor and do your thing, D-Mac.
For sure. Hey, this is Darshawn McAway, also known as D-Mac. You guys need to go check out my podcast. It's called wowpodcast.me. That's WOWPODCAST.me. I typically talk to New York Times best-selling authors and people who are really trying to get their books out there. I teach you about marketing, business promotions, and things of that nature. And sometimes, just sometimes, we'll talk about some trending topics that touch on relationships and things of that nature, or something tragic. So check me out. It's Darshawn McAway. I love to hear from you guys. The Indian Jesus, thank you so much for your time, man. I really appreciate it.
Always, brother. You have an open invitation. Thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you so much for coming up and saying your piece.
For sure, man. You take it easy.
All right. Have a good one, brother.
Yep.
All right. Always appreciate when D-Mac comes up. He was one of my earlier guests on before I was the Indian Jesus. I had the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast, and twice I brought him up, and I did an interview with him about his book Girlfriend versus Wife Duties, which is something I couldn't even calculate. He starts the interview like, women will be asking me, what's the difference if I want to be a girlfriend versus being your wife? I'm like, what are you doing where girls are asking you that? I've never been asked that in my life. And then I got red pilled. I was, oh, I got it. You're tall and you're handsome. I got it. All right. But go check out not only that, but he also wrote a children's series based on his daughter. So there's 2 different episodes of the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. Either way, go check out Darshawn's work. He is always doing something interesting, and it's awesome. So next up, we have the resident sausage, Jimmy Dean. What's good, brother?
My man. How you doing?
Real quick. I just want to answer Indie Film here. Indie Film says, I don't see an association of red pill and religion. To me, the right or being libertarian means everyone that believes in individual liberty is welcome. I 1,000% agree with you, Indie Film. I swear I thought there was more money talk in this. I may have even clicked on the wrong video. I don't know, but we made value out of it. We got some value out of it either way. And you're absolutely right. There are 2 factions of politics in America today. There is the left and not the left.
Well, I disagree on what Indie Film says immediately, just because I can't let anyone be happy. He says the right or libertarian. Those are absolutely not the same things.
But this is precisely what I believe Indie Film is saying, is that you and I know that those are very different things. But the normie, the liberal, has no fucking clue that those are different things. And we're all just in the basket of deplorables because we don't agree with everything that they say.
Yeah, well, from the left, like they might say that, they might demonize us and group us all together. But like, we know, just like we call all the blue checks the same thing, and they know they're not all the same thing, right? Like we group our
what do you mean the same thing
together? Well, they not all blue checks have the same ideologies. Case in point, J.K. Rowling,
right? I'm not disagreeing. I just don't understand your point.
Well, so right and libertarian are different in that the right can also be authoritarian. For instance, everything the right did in the 90s.
Yeah, I don't think Indie Film was saying they're the same thing.
No,
Again,
but he said that they means
or
everyone that believes in individual liberty is welcome. Well, the right believed in the 90s. The right believed in individual liberty as long as you believe the same thing that they did. Remember Satanic Panic?
mm-hmm.
That,
Yeah,
that
and
you
that
know,
was
individual
when
liberty took a back seat.
right, and that's why when I start like I've said many times on the channel before, I didn't really get into politics until before the 2016 election, and I was reeled in by mainstream media. But I'd always been a counterculture guy. Like before knowing what counterculture was, I had an older brother who was, a punk and a goth, and I was a skateboarder. I was into the underground hardcore scene. I was going to shows. I was all this kind of stuff. And, I think that, again, indie film, correct me if I'm wrong in the interpretation of what you're saying, but what I read this as saying is that the right or being libertarian just means not woke. When I read that, that means that as long as you're there's the woke side and there's the side where everyone believes in individual liberty is welcome.
Also known as the sleep side. If you're not woke, you're sleep.
Oh, fair enough. I'll take it. I love sleep. But indie film, correct me if I'm wrong, because that's the interpretation I got. But that being said, I'm curious what you thought of, because again, we're not completely done. We still have more if anybody wants to stick around. But
I actually I was hoping you'd bring me on. I had a couple comments for Darshan. But if you're still here, Darshan, let me know.
I'll hit him up. See, go ahead, run the show.
The first was a quote from my boy Jay Peets.
Continue.
And Darshan said that he liked to listen to try and understand his other people's perspectives and opinions fully. And Jordan Peterson says, you don't get to respond until you can reiterate your opponent's argument in a way they agree with.
And which that idea is based on which logical fallacy? That if you don't do that, and you try to do that, and you do that incorrectly, do we know what I'm talking about?
I mean, begging the questions. So you're saying straw manning.
So what he's asking is for you to steel man the other side, and
but the opposite
the
of logical
fallacy would be straw man, right? I just like to throw that in there because we did the stream, but I mean, I agree. I mean, I don't. There's so any film says correct, not on board with the message. Yeah, I think so. That I don't know why I'm saying she. He wasn't saying being on the right or being libertarian are the same thing. I think that being libertarian is, I'm glad to teach you something, indie film, but go check out that logical fallacy stream. You'll learn all about straw man, steel man, appeal to authority, ad hominem, all that good stuff. But yeah, the idea isn't that the right and libertarians being the same. It's just that people on the right and libertarians want liberty and leftists don't. I think that's about it.
To a certain extent. I mean, liberty has a lot of blockades to it, right? So for instance, the left's current definition of like aggression, like violence, right? Like they someone on the left would have no problem saying like you're impeding on my liberty because you're telling me that I'm a guy when I'm obviously a girl because that's how I identify. Right. So like their definition of liberty and therefore the obstruction of liberty is inherently much more fragile than ours is.
Yes.
So like you can't really say like we're all looking for liberty, right? And like that's like the thing that'll make us all maximally happy.
I don't think myself or any film said that. All that was said was that people on the right and libertarians are the ones looking for liberty.
Looking
and
for
I agree
it,
with
right?
that.
Looking for it is what? Come
What
on.
do you mean?
Looking for it is what?
I don't understand the question.
Looking for it is the thing that will add the most value to their life. Like looking for that as their as their epitome of happiness.
Yes.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right?
Yeah, I'm very confused at what you're. I feel like we're saying the same thing. Can you
we
reiterate what
are,
you?
but you're saying that liberty doesn't equal happiness.
Did I say
Just,
that?
In a way, yeah. I said
I don't think that's what indie film is saying. I said I think indie film is saying that the people who are fighting for, looking for, whatever way you want to put it, who favor liberty are libertarians and people on the right.
Right. Well, they're favoring liberty based off of their definition of liberty.
Okay, but words have definitions, and we are using the actual definition.
Yeah.
Whereas leftists are making up this obfuscated language, like anti-fascist and anti-racist.
Yeah.
Right. So, what do you think of?
It's rough.
Oh, it is rough. Yes, it is.
When like we can't even agree with what Merriam-Webster says.
Well, what was it? Fuck, I forget what word it was, but they
made racism be self-referential.
Oh,
they destroyed the definition of racism.
Ask and you shall receive.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, man?
I had a question for you real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said, quote, "I'm perfect as I'm supposed to be for myself."
Yep.
So how do you balance happiness and contentness as opposed to like striving to be a better version of yourself?
Great question. I'm not striving to be a better version. You're going to develop to be who you are as you grow. So am I striving? I'm not striving. My happiness is a choice, so you gotta choose to be happy, man. And when I talk about being perfect, it has everything to do about just my physical being for myself.
Okay. But so when I'm talking with my wife, every time we get into arguments, she says that I feel like you're pushing me to be better. Like I'm not all right the way I am, right? Like the person who I am, you're not happy with.
Mm-hmm.
She's saying that, or
she's saying that because
she's saying she's not happy with the person you are, or she's saying she thinks you're not happy the person she is.
Yes, that the latter, because I'm always pushing, because I came up from a very pushing to strive to be better family. So we're always pushing each other.
Okay. I can tell you how to fix that.
Sure, go ahead.
Always lead by example. And this has nothing to do with just being the man of the household. It has everything to do with just whatever they see you do, whether you have children or aunties, uncles. When you live by example and you're doing things, you get the Lamborghini, you get the house, they're going to pick up where you left off. My wife sees me do things every day. And what was like maybe 3 months ago, she created her own NFT company. And that's only because she heard me talking about it on the phone with investors. She heard me talk about it, do a couple things, and say, "Hey, I want to come out with my own NFT." So you have to lead by example in everything that you do.
Okay, hold on a second. Lead by example in everything.
You lead, and they will follow.
What exactly is it that you are looking to accomplish, Jimmy?
Well, I mean, we're constantly we're young. We're about to hit 30, and we're still growing. Young. We're still growing in our relationship every day. But I'm one of those people who always strives to be better, and it's always the look how far you've come, not look how far you have to go type mentality. And that's not the way she was raised. So when my philosophy meets hers, I have to remind myself to every day, every other day, say, just reminding you, look at how much better things are now than 10 years ago. Like, we are doing better as a couple. We're doing better in our relationship, and just take a second to appreciate that. And it's not hard per se, but it gives me a moment's pause, because she thinks sometimes, and it might be like a moment of sadness, in defeatist attitude that says like, I'm not good enough. It could, because you're always telling me that I can do better. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I see. I understand.
But that's not the way I see it. That's not the way I look at it, because I'm looking forward.
Yeah.
Well, so that's what my first question to you is, like, how do you balance happiness and contentness?
Okay,
Like,
I think so. I get what you're saying. It almost comes off as it needs to be a different question, and that question would be, how do I allow my wife to become great on her own?
mm-hmm.
And the answer to that is, you personally lead by example. Leave her alone. Don't be sarcastic. Don't joke about it. Don't push her to do anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when we help people, we hinder them from learning themselves. Yes, you're married.
Yes.
You guys are one couple, but she has to do her own part to become great by herself.
I'll give you an example, just from, not comparing your wife to a dog. I'm just saying, in dog training,
Okay,
I was referencing it earlier, but specifically with the drop it command. The same thing with leash work. If the dog's pulling on the leash and you're always dragging the I'm just gonna go full screen so you can see my motion. If the dog's pulling on the leash and you're always dragging back and like then what you're teaching the dog is, what the example that you're leading is, that, oh, this is what walking is. You just go and sniff and whatever, and you do it. And my response, your responsibility is going to be pull me back whenever. Mm-hmm. Alternatively, what you have to do is, make a correction before the dog is pulling. And so before the dog gets to the end of the leash, you give them a little pull on the leash to show them, hey, that's the end of the line. So similarly to your situation, again, I don't know exactly the details, but you have to find where your boundaries are, and then express them and be clear about them. And you can't be I know this is easy for me to say as a single dude, but you can't be afraid to put it out there as it truly is. You'll always be behind whatever facade you're putting up if you don't just lead with the truth and reality.
No, and we do that, and we talk a lot, and we're very open with each other.
Good. I was going to say, I hope y'all communication is open, because that communication, from what I learned throughout the years, especially when you're with your spouse or your girlfriend or whatever, when you get a chance to tell them how you feel, tell them what you're thinking, tell them what you believe in,
mm-hmm.
you have to make sure that there's just a complete understanding. Hey, I just need you to understand where I'm coming from. So with you, my only suggestion to you is, you can have this conversation with her again and say, hey, I know I be pushing you to be the best, pushing you to be the greatest, but I'm going to pull off of you real quick. I just let you know that I love you and everything is good. And then just let it go from there.
What do you mean everything is good?
It's good that on the notion of, she is already the best that she's going to be. That's it. She can't become a multimillionaire the next day. She's the best that she's going to be right now. And then as she continues to grow, that person still becomes better, if you will. But she is who she is right now.
And D-Mac, let me add to that, and you tell me if I'm on the right track. That where she is and where you want her to be are so Jimmy, where you want your wife to be and where she is are two different places, but that from what I understand, Darshan, what you're saying is that that's a desire for you, and you see that as a possibility, but it's not a detraction that she's necessarily
don't
right?
get me wrong. Like we've seen each other grow up since we were 18 over the last 10 12 years.
You lucky fuck.
Yeah. Totally. I never had to deal with Tinder.
It's rough out on these streets, motherfucker. You don't even know.
I don't, man. I
being short and brown.
I do not envy you. But we've seen each other grow up, and I'm very happy with the lovely woman that she's become. But like, I'm always trying to strive to be better and to be great, and like just bringing that up sometimes makes her feel insignificant and that she's not good enough,
in the sense that she doesn't have that same desire to push herself.
No, it's just, you look at the glass half empty, you look at the glass half full, right? It's like when I see, look at how great things are, look at how far we could go. That same, depending on the day, depending on the medication, it might be like, look at how much we could be doing that we're not, right? Look at all these missed opportunities. You could take it either way.
Oh, yeah, that's Lutz, you were correct. And Jimmy, you're playing in dangerous waters, because when you do something like that, you might as well look at all the rich people that came before you and say that you're supposed to be rich with them too. You see where I'm coming from?
Well, yeah, to a certain extent.
Yeah.
So again, I want to make sure everybody's on the same page, and I'm the least relationship experienced person here. So, positively, I'm going to come back to your comment. So, are you saying that those are dangerous waters because you're setting a standard that A, wasn't there in the beginning, and B, may not be reasonable?
Well, okay, it's reasonable because everyone can become better. But if she's see, what you guys are missing is the fact that she's telling him, hey, I feel like you're doing this. So she's already getting a little agitated. He's probably been doing it for a few years. And she's getting to the point where she's acknowledging to you, hey, I'm the best I'm going to be. And I feel like you're telling me I'm not good enough. And that, and technically speaking, that is what you're doing. Because if she feels like she's at her best and you're saying, well, we could be doing this, we could be doing so much more. She's a woman. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, she's a woman. She's way more emotional. She's a woman. She's not going to be pushed. She's not going to be pushed the way I can push you as a man. Right. And she's
and I know that I've learned that.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's one thing you just got to keep that part in mind. I'm not saying that she's not going to get better. I'm not saying that you can't nudge her here and there, but if she's been bringing it up all the time, just let her be who she is.
It's only in moments of weakness.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's only when she feels real low.
And you sound like a very sensible guy. I'm pretty sure you know how to approach her. And I'm not saying it has to be gentle and but she's your wife. At the end of the day, when we're going off this stream, that's who you have to deal with. So you need to know how to just handle her and just know that she's going to become better. You just got to keep on believing in it.
It's taken a dozen years or so, but we're still working on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It took us, and for anyone else out there that's listening, it took us about 3 years in our relationship just to learn how to effectively talk to each other.
Okay.
I learned very early on that when she's emotional, like there's no productive conversation can be had, period.
That was something I learned early in college. Yes, I would see dudes arguing with their drunk girlfriends at 2 a.m. It's like, bro, go to bed. She'll be sober by the time you wake up.
If I need to let her have the night and cool down, so that way we can talk like reasonable people, tomorrow. That's just something, because I'm a fixer. I'm a technician. All I do is fix things for a living.
Okay.
So the fact that I have to hold off on fixing things just bugs the absolute crap out of me. But that's just the kind of bullet that you gotta eat.
Yeah, I got you.
And it took me several years to understand that. But we're better off for it. So thank you, Darshan. Your words really helped.
No problem, man. Thanks for sharing your story too.
Thank you for
Yes,
coming
sir.
back up, G-Mag. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I care about Jimmy Dean like a little brother. I don't know how old he is, but assuming he's younger, even though he's married and he's probably older. But I care about him like a little brother. So I appreciate you coming back.
I'm not past my expiration date.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Do you want to give him the elevator pitch? Since if there's anybody still here who didn't hear you last time, there, Sean.
Oh, absolutely. We can do another one. Well, listen, guys, I love coming back to promote this business I have going on. You need to check out wildpodcast.me. Listen, we're talking to all sorts of best-selling authors. Trust me, I'm giving up all the trade secrets on how they become bestsellers, how they market their books. And if I don't have any guests, I'll do some trending topics. So come on over to wildpodcast.me. That's www.podcast.me. Check out your boy Darshan McAway, and we'll pull you up on the stream so you can talk to me. Yo, the Indian Jesus, thank you so much for pulling me back up.
Always, brother. Always, brother. You have a good one.
All right, man. Good night.
Peace, brother.
All right. So, I hope he gave you, some information that you were looking for that I couldn't provide. I do have a couple questions, but really quick, I want to get back to Positili's question, and says, if you can't open yourself to the question, remember the previous comment was about liberty and right, left, and all that stuff. So if you can't open yourself to to question your way of thinking, then you will fail to understand somebody else's way of thinking. Questioning others' ideas, but not your ideas, leads nowhere for possible solutions. Very, very well said. Indie Film says men are fixers. Women don't speak the language. Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to get on. Is that's something that I had to also learn early on, because I've talked about how when I was in high school I was in a long-term relationship, and then college I jumped right into another long-term relationship, and then I kind of just wasn't really dating hard since then. But like at 17, I was 2 years into a relationship, which is pretty serious for a 17-year-old. So obviously I don't want to pry, but can you get a little bit more specific about what exactly it is that is either not happening or that you would like to happen with your lady?
What, me?
Yeah, you, brother.
No. It's not anything in particular. It's just just general stuff.
So this is something that comes up in different areas.
Like she's a homebody, and I'm what I prefer to be called as normal. Right.
Well, fuck you then.
So I'm not introverted nor extroverted. I'm somewhere in the middle. I could stay out till 3 a.m. easily, or I could spend all day at home. I'm happy either way. But her being very introverted, like when I try and get her to come out to socialize, to be with friends, and it's like, oh, well, you made me do that yesterday. It's like, I from a personality difference don't understand why that's such a big deal to not do it today too.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid. I used to over the weekend, like Friday night, I would hang out. I would go to a friend's house, and then the next day I'd be like, "Mom, can I sleep over at whoever's house?" And they'd be like, "You were there yesterday."
Right.
So what? And like that was the end of the conversation. Not that.
So you get it.
I surprisingly I do to a larger extent than I would have expected, and having never been married. But I'm curious as to the when you say things like we could do better or do more.
Well, that's considered pushing. That's considered doing
but
better
what
and doing more.
if
I
in
don't
your
view it that way.
Yeah, in your ideal world, what does that manifest as? What does that look like when she does push and she does do the thing? What is the thing?
When she does push, when she does do the thing. Oh, I just suppose socially, in her own life, in her own job, like asking for a promotion, something like that. She in her current job, she's the most valued employee because she has a degree in psychology when no one else does, and she's actually very, very good at her job. And not many others are. So like she has the ability to demand certain things from her job. And so when I say, hey, just saying, like,
Ask for more.
You have the position to ask for to be paid. If they're gonna drag you, if they're gonna send you home at 3 and bring you back here at 5 for a meeting that you shouldn't have to go to, they should have to pay you for the mileage.
I know that argument.
It's just stuff like that. But that's confrontation.
So and so just to use that as an example, are you having that conversation because, and I mean, again, we're all bullshit aside, two men talking. Are you having that, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Are you having that conversation?
My gender identity.
Are you having that conversation because that difference in money is something that is going to change?
No, it's the principle.
Okay, so that if it is the principle, then what would it take for you to be comfortable with the fact that she is okay with getting less money than she deserves?
Nothing.
Because she doesn't want that confrontation.
No, because the first couple years. This was back in Arkansas because I'm a Southern sausage, Southern style. Because the first couple years she was working at a small town shoe shop, basically, and I had to repeatedly badger her into asking her boss to pay her what the state mandated minimum was.
Right.
It gets that bad. So I want to see her.
Is she get it? But she's getting a reasonable, even if it's not what she deserves. She's getting a reasonable salary now, right?
Not really. Oh,
according to you or according to her? According to you or according to her?
Back then. Now it's fine.
Okay. Yeah. So right now.
Yeah.
So right now, she is happy with her job and her position and her pay.
Uh-huh.
So we then understand that her acceptance of her position is an issue with you, though. It's not something that she's doing wrong.
Well, yes and no. Is it an acceptance because I'm happy where I'm at in life, or because I don't want to? I want to avoid the conflict and confrontation that comes with asking for a raise, because those are conversations that need to be experienced.
Well, exactly. And if it's her job and it's her pay.
Mm-hmm.
Then if she's comfortable with where she's at, then why is it appropriate for you? And it's causing issues between the two of you that you are bringing it up, and she feels like you're pushing her, and then she feels like she's not enough. Then why is it more important for her to get paid what you think she deserves than for her to just get paid whatever she's happy with and you guys have a happy relationship?
Okay, a couple.
And again, I'm not saying you're not having a happy relationship.
No. And I've thought about this a lot, so I'm prepared with answers. Because first of all, it's the principle. So like
it's your principle though. She's fine with the principle.
Yeah, sure, my principle too.
Okay.
She needs to be well versed in asking for raises, because when the big girl job comes up, you have to have that experience. You have to have the interview experience. You have to have the confidence and the ability to know what you're worth in order to actually demand. The reason why women make less than men.
Yeah, I know.
Is because they're worse at negotiating a salary.
I know.
So me, someone who knows that, wants to do everything in my power to establish my wife's self-worth.
So what do
Right?
you yes, I completely understand that. But what do you think makes her more unhappy? Her salary or not feeling like she's good enough for you? What do you think is a bigger issue for her?
Depends on if she's had her monthly massage this time around.
Let's see. Let's assume you're a big ball and sausage, and you get her all the massages she needs.
Look, if I can provide for her in every whim that she has, it wouldn't matter to me.
Well, that's why I asked you earlier. That's what I asked you earlier, and I was trying to dance around it. But the question of, is it impacting, like, if that difference in salary is affecting your life because you are a couple, then that's a different thing.
Well, of course it
if you guys are
affects it.
fine for money and she's happy with what she's doing and how much she's making, and you understand that she deserves more, but she doesn't want to have that confrontation, and she just gets paid less, and she's happy with that.
Right.
But she's arguing with you, then it seems to me from the outside, like, if you don't need that money, then why are you creating that issue?
And we're in the very, very fortunate position where he's an ego guy applying enforcement as an individual. Ooh. Oh.
Because I agree.
Well, let me finish. Let me finish. We're in the very fortunate position to not be forced into asking for more money. So it's all right for her to learn and grow at her own pace right now, and that's something that I really appreciate. Is that we've always been that way. And again, like what I told Darshan, is that it's only in moments of weakness that she brings this up. It's not all the time, and I'm not forcing her all the time. Not pushing her all the time. So
she's bringing it up.
I'm letting her grow within her own space.
But that's a big thing. If it's something that you're harping on versus something that she brings up.
Yes, and I'm absolutely not harping on it all the time.
And again, just to understand better, if it's something that she brings up as an issue that she has, and then you go into your fixer mode and say, well, just ask for more money or whatever, then is the issue that then she's not happy with the compensation she's getting?
Well, every job has bullshit, right? Every job has stuff that you have to go through that you don't want to. So when that stuff comes up, like, I'm always willing to provide my solutions, whether warranted or asked for or not. It's in my nature.
I think exactly though. So I'm, just again, two men talking about coming from the outside. I don't even know what your face looks like,
I'm
but
open to all opinions.
it sounds like, especially getting, our comment from Pastille here, that you're putting too much of your own opinion on her life. And that's why I asked about, the money situation, because it's a very different thing. If it's like, yo, babe, we're struggling here and you're worth more money. Like, go get that money because we are struggling together. That's one thing. But if you guys are good and she's good at her job and she could make more, but she doesn't, then the only issue is you have an issue with her, how she is operating in the corporate landscape or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And that sounds like something that not that she needs to solve with her boss, but something that you need to solve within yourself, and come to a place where you're just like, all right, I love this girl, and she's not going to she's not interested in doing X, Y, and Z, and that needs to be okay.
Let me take a second to digest that.
So what? Yeah. Well, and Pastille agrees, and go ahead.
Obviously, I want her to succeed and be successful. If not for any other reason than because her success is attached to mine.
Okay.
Like that is something that does have to be reconciled. Is like her being successful impacts me.
Right.
But I mean, I want to see her succeed as a person. And part of that is being able to negotiate, knowing your value, and not taking any extrajudicial bullshit unnecessarily.
But it's bullshit according to you.
Right. Well, I also have a pretty what's the word that Peterson likes to say? The personality type.
Yeah, I mean,
a disagreeable personality.
Yeah. So and that's totally fine. But if it's not fair of it's not, from what I'm hearing, it's not fair of you to put that disagreeableness on her, unless it's negatively affecting your your relationship in a meaningful way.
Is it disagreeable to ask what you're worth?
No.
Like, is
but
that
it's disagreeable.
Too much to ask?
No. It's absolutely not disagreeable to ask what you're worth. But that's not what the situation is. You're not asking what you're worth. You're telling her.
Yeah.
I understand that. But if she feels that she doesn't want to do that, that it's worth more to her.
Oh no, she does want to do that.
Is.
She does want to do that. It's just hard because it's confrontation.
So she does. She wants to ask for the raise, and she's not comfortable with doing it. Is that accurate?
Confrontation is like very, very, very difficult for women, generally speaking.
So walk me through, just walk me through like what when you try to talk about this and you try to give her, you try to go into fixer mode. What does that look like? What is that? How does that conversation go?
Oh, just well, like when she says, I'm not feeling shucks. That's a very big question. There's been a lot of those kinds of conversations.
So okay, then what would the ideal let me guess. Let me guess what I think based on what I'm hearing. The ideal conversation would be, and then you tell me where I'm wrong or what it would change.
Oh boy.
I got it. I didn't get that degree in psychology for nothing.
What did we sign up for here? All I did was
you click the link, motherfucker. You clicked the link. So, what I would imagine.
Wait, you're not going to bill me for this, are you?
You already paid. You're paid up through the year.
I'm all paid up for this week. All right.
Yep.
Please continue.
So it sounds like she wants what you want, and you want what she wants because she wants it, as well as because it's more money. And even though she wants the better position or the raise or whatever it is, she is not comfortable with the actual confrontation of asking for that.
No,
but
she's
you feel hold on. But you feel like you can guide her to say the right things to make that happen. Yes, no, maybe kind of.
Guide is one word, one way to say it. I mean, this has been going on for 10, 12 years. So, it might be, when she comes home and says, hey, they sent me home early because my client didn't show up. I say, well, are they going to pay you anyway? Because like there's an opportunity cost to your time.
Absolutely.
Like you can't show up there and then they send you home and pay you $0.00. Right. It's like, this is your job. This is what you're supposed to do. We expected to make, because every time they do that, every time a client cancels, that's a steak dinner that's taken out of our mouths.
Oh, you preaching to the choir.
Yeah, right. You get it, right? So like that is easy. It's a much easier for her to brush off as just the way things go than it is for me, because I expect my steak dinner.
Fair enough.
I expect to make that money, and the money doesn't even matter. It's the principle of the money.
So
It's
when
that her
you
time is valuable, and she doesn't seem to think that her time is valuable as it is.
So when
So
you present this argument to her in the way that is packaged, let's say it's the best, you've had this argument over 10 years and sometimes it comes out better and sometimes it doesn't come out as good. Let's say the best version of this, I don't even want to call it an argument, but this position. Hey, we got Revolvement in the building. What is up, brother? Welcome to the party. So if you are, let's say you're on a street and you're presenting it in the best possible way, and you're telling her all of the things that you just said, that you want her to be, compensated fairly, that you think she's worth more, all of these things, and you put it in a way that is the best way that you can put it. What is the response from her that you would get?
It depends on the mood, depends on the time of day,
obviously, but we're generalizing here.
I mean, usually, it's the thing that everyone and no one wants to hear at the same time, which is you're right.
And then what do? You just bask in glory.
I usually just drop it at that point.
I think that's where
like I've made my point.
Right. So I think outside of that conversation, separate from that conversation, I think it's a good idea to drop it there. And then later, at a different point, maybe something you're watching on TV has to do with a raise or something that it'd be like, oh, I just thought of this, even though obviously it's on your mind. But Vomit, we are towards the end. There's 30 minutes left in the video that we're watching. Me and Jimmy are having a little bit of conversation here, and then we're gonna finish the video. So we'll be here for a good minute.
Yeah, depending on how long you're gonna be here, Lutch. I had a page or so of notes. You've been on for a while. I had some comments.
Please.
And this time, unlike last time, I'm mostly sober.
Well, I'm not, but that'll work. So yeah, Obama will be here. So, so let's say that you express this to her in the best way that you can, and then she says, "Yeah, I know, you're right." Then what's your response to that?
Which the problem is that it's hard to sort of bring a temporary solution if we don't know the other side of the story. We're just going to be running in circles. Well, that is possibly that is the wife's perspective.
I don't know what you mean. What? Explain that.
I'm just joking.
Okay, so she says, "You're right. I know. I should ask for the raise." And then you say,
well, that's where the autonomy goes in, is that I can't I can't tell her exactly what to do and force her to do it.
Right. So go ahead. So here's what I think would be, you need to line it up as two separate conversations. So first you have the conversation of getting to that point, telling her or her telling you that you're right. And then you just dropping it and be like, oh, okay. I mean, and just letting her feel comfortable first, admitting that once again that you're right in this situation, and that she should be doing something different, but that you're not going to come down on her for not doing it. Then, in a separate conversation, however it comes up, then you talk about the aspects of how to do this, what to say, where the like, and I mean, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but if she's like most other women, then she likely, if you're saying she wants that and believes that she deserves it, then she likely just doesn't want the confrontation itself, and she doesn't know exactly what to say to avoid that confrontation.
Well, there's no avoiding the confrontation. Asking for a raise is confrontation.
Right. But avoiding it being confrontational.
what I'm trying to teach her is that confrontation is even if it hurts in the moment, is a net positive. And
I think that's the next lesson. I think she will learn that if you can get her comfortable enough to say that she can do this, not necessarily that it's the right thing to do or that it's the what she deserves, but that she can do it. She has what it takes.
We're getting there. Yeah.
And I think once she
and she is building her confidence because she's realizing that she's better at her job than pretty much everyone else. And so she's slowly building her confidence, and it's just, it happened at much different rates for the two of us. Like a year and a half into all of my jobs, I'm thinking, wow, I'm such a badass because I know, I can see empirically that like I'm better and I can fix things better than anyone else can that I can see. So I have that reinforcement to say how valuable I am empirically. And it's whether she can or not, I don't know. I don't work her job, right. But whether it's easier for her or harder for her, it seems to be that the confidence builds more slowly. And so that makes asking for things more difficult naturally.
So am I correct in saying that what Indie Film is saying here, what's on the screen, is not very relevant?
If she really wants it, she will do it. Otherwise, she just wants you to listen and support or acknowledge her feelings. Well, the reason why people tell you their feelings is so you can support and acknowledge them. No one says, hey, I had a shit day, for you to say, I don't give a crap.
Right. But there's a difference between saying I had a shit day and be like, well, why? So you should have done this and that and that and that, and you won't have a shit day tomorrow.
That's the fixer mode.
Well, exactly. And that's what Indie Film is talking about. So maybe Indie Film is correct in saying that, you are too quick to the fixer mode and just let her vent. Let her just.
Yep, Indie Film, you are exactly correct.
So here's something I can suggest to you.
Hold on a second, Lutch. This is something that we had to learn over years and years of conversation. Is if she just wants a shoulder to cry on, if she just wants me to listen and acknowledge her feelings, support and acknowledge her feelings, she will say that. She has to say that now, because otherwise, and I've worked on my part to suppress this as well, I will immediately jump into, well, this is how we can solve that mode, because that's what we do as men. Yeah. So we've had those conversations and we're working on it. And we do really good. Is that when she comes home, hey, hon, how was your day? Immediately I suppress those urges to try and fix that. Oh, I had a shit day. Well, tell me about it. Let's go sit on the couch. Tell me what's up. Tell me how your kids were, stuff like that. So yes, you're absolutely correct, sir.
Yeah, and that's tough. That's something that
that's something that every man has to deal with his wife.
You got to suppress it because
husband, whatever.
And sorry, Morty. So I mean, we don't have to beat this to death. We can. I mean, if you want to hang out, I would love to have you for the rest of this video where we're just talking about Rollo. But just to tie a bow on it, I think, it sounds like you guys are working through it. It sounds like you're doing, you're obviously only hearing from you. It sounds like you're understanding, what's going on and what you need to do. And it's just a matter of figuring out how that actually will manifest. Right? I think that is yes.
We're getting there.
Wonderful.
All right. I had to get a Modelo.
All right. Well, cheers. Let's get back into the. So, as far as the video here, our Christian friend Ruslan has left the podcast. So now it's just Sauce. I don't know. Adam Saw.
Actually, Lutch, can I distract you?
Sure.
I hadn't gotten into my comments.
What? Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
So very when you were first talking, first of all, you know who Rakita Law is?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Rackets was unbanned, so let's take a second to appreciate that.
What?
Rackets was banned off of YouTube. Yeah, you didn't know.
What?
Because YouTube wouldn't let him tell anyone.
Why?
Hate speech.
That's some fucking bullshit.
Yeah, he had the gun tuber on, who was talking about selling wind chimes, and that apparently violated 9mm wind chimes.
Oh my god!
So that apparently violated TOS. So he got banned for a week, and on day 9 of his week-long ban, he showed up on another person's stream, and then apparently he got like indefinitely banned, and now apparently he's unbanned. So I haven't heard from him. I haven't seen the channel, but just wanted to give you an update on that.
If he's out of the way, then TLA is rising to the top of LawTube.
I'm an Emily D. Baker fan personally.
I think I know who that is. I think I've seen her face on Rakita, but
coffee and cursey words. She's great. Former prosecutor in I think California. Anyway,
gotcha.
One of the questions. Why is the state involved in marriage in the first place?
Taxes.
Okay. Why else? Because you were talking earlier about marriage, right? And like the
yeah. So why don't you give me a little context? Really quick. We got it from Indie Film. Says when I was 18, my father said, "Don't ever try to understand women. You never will." At the time, I thought he was an idiot. Now I know he's a genius. I struggle to agree with that because of all this red pill stuff. You know, I feel like we maybe at the time, you know, I don't know how old are you, how old you are. I think based on your comments, I think you're older than me. I'm 32. So at the time, that seems like good advice. But now we have resources to understand exactly how women think. We have data, and I think we should use it and you know not feel bad about it in any way.
Well, yes and no. Data can only get you so far. Data falls apart. Statistics falls apart when it comes to the individual.
Right, but the
so go ahead.
Well, I know anyone was saying you never will, and I'm saying now, you know, maybe let's just say when I was 18, maybe that was a reasonable thing. You will never understand women, but now we have people like your Kevin Samuels, your Rich Cooper, your whoever in the manosphere, your Rollo Tomassi, of course, who have studied this stuff, and you're never going to completely understand women, but in 2022, you can definitely get a good idea of how women operate.
Right, but also you run into a lot of trouble there when you actually apply that stuff. It's like that it might work if you're a legislator, but when you're actually talking to people, statistics falls apart. When you're talking to actual individuals, if you're talking to a lady at a bar and she says, "Oh, I'm not interested in beefy guys," and you say, "No, that's not true because Rollo told me it wasn't true." Like that's probably not going to work for you. And the statistics that these gentlemen cite, and I use that word loosely, is like, 60-70% of women believe this, therefore X is
yes,
law.
but that already leaves the space for that woman who is not into big and bulky.
And that's probably 60% the one that you're talking to.
Well, but probably not, based on my own personal experience. But that's 70% means that that's not 100%. So
no, I know, but
30%.
But then and you'll notice this, and I would be very shocked if you dispute this, that these guys, these red pillars, these manosphere guys, they take that statistic and then they extrapolate this to say that this is the way women think. This is the way all women think. And I know that all is implied.
It's not even implied, because the bottom of the barrel, even the bottom of the barrel red pill YouTubers, Fresh and Fit, these fucking loser ass, fake ass dudes who probably never fucked 10 girls between the two of them.
They're
before the
banging
podcast.
women. I mean, it's
Before the
to
podcast.
get on the show.
But what they always, before I knew how ridiculous they were, and I was actually watching their show over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, they would stress that we were talking about how men think on a balance of probabilities, where women think on a balance of possibilities. And what you're talking about is possible, yes, but we don't base our lives. You could win the lottery, but you're not going to live your life based on the on the idea that you personally are going to win the lottery, because you probably won't. You might, and if you do, okay, great.
Okay,
but accepting that you're probably not going to win the lottery,
okay,
whether it's money or a mate, then it's the same thing.
It's begging the question, because it presupposes that men and women think that men and women think the same way. It's thinking past the sale. You're saying that men think about in terms of possibilities and women think in terms of probabilities.
Generally,
I have that
generally.
Right.
So there are exceptions to both. There are women who think in probabilistic terms, and there are men who think in
but that's not something that's clearly stressed and reinforced.
I've
heard them say, well, you bring up Fresh and Fit, so I'll use them as an example.
And as the worst,
because they are the bottom of the barrel.
Yes.
So I'm not going to extrapolate from there. But they say women think this way, men think this way. They say it as a statement of fact. And that's
a
why
generalized fact. Yes.
And that's what I'm saying.
A generalized fact. Yes.
Someone who listens to them might reiterate that as a statement of fact, saying, no, you don't like me, you like burly guys, right? When you're talking to an individual, because they heard these manosphere guys, these so-called red pillars talk in absolutes. And they do not caveat.
Hold on real quick.
They're absolute statements.
Positively, the link is there. You are more than welcome to come up. If you want to come and just jump in and say a few things, you're more than welcome to. And if you just want to hang out, no offense. It's completely up to you. But while we are discussing this exact thing, let's go directly to the source. And again, we both think that as far as red pill, manosphere, whatever stuff goes, this is the bottom of the barrel. And I just Googled, or not Googled, but I searched in YouTube the Fresh and Fit probability, and this is what came up. So keep that in mind.
If you've seen this before, you know what it's going to say.
Well, right, but that's what I'm trying to show to you, is that they say this all the time.
Entire life savings into a lottery for the possibility of winning $1 million man, or whatever the case is, all of you guys would be broke.
That bass drop.
Is this gonna get copyright?
It better not.
You guys operate off like possibility.
Hey, just because you're brown, don't think you get a copyright card.
Oh, don't even start. I have so many copyright claims. I need to figure out an entirely different way of doing this show once I get monetized, because half of my fucking streams are claimed. But I ain't monetized, so take all that and zero money.
Louis Rossman.
Like, yes, is it possible that you could find a dude that would be okay with that, etc.? Yes. Is it probable or likely? What is the statistical average that you will achieve that outcome?
It's more in the possible aspect of it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that women in general operate off of like possibilities. Possibility just...
What did you say? All women or women in general?
No, I get it. He said women in general.
Right.
Means that it could be 1%, less than 1%, 0.0001. Yeah, it's possible.
But you know why?
Do
you know why? Because females like to know, they like to hear what they like to hear. Males don't. You could tell them, I like to hear this, but yet you guys want to hear what they like to hear. Just as females.
Yeah. Well,
but they take, it could be 100%, right? It could be 10%, and they'll still like the 90% of it. They'll still be like, oh my goodness, you know what I mean? Vice versa.
I can't even listen to this person.
No, I get it. But even saying something like that, right? Like
So
women in general, like it's presupposing if you meet a random woman on the street, it's safe to assume X.
Yes.
Right.
I think that is fair. I think that is accurate.
Yeah. So it might as well be 100% because you're presupposing that women think this way.
No, it's just innocent until proven guilty. Reversed. It's just guilty until proven innocent. I assume that most women
gold digger until proven Amber Heard.
Exactly. I mean, I've had enough experience with women that the overwhelming majority of women who, specifically with me, are I miss this one, but super fat. I will always support that message instead of chopping off your goddamn dick. Sorry. No, I mean, I disagree with the notion that even fresh and fit, and even if it is fresh and fit, but I disagree with the notion that they are saying all women. And
no, I mean,
if fresh and fit are saying all women, most manosphere red pill guys are very, 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 very clear about the fact that they are not talking about all women, that they're talking in generalities, that they're talking about probabilities, and the whole point is to find those anomalies.
I have heard those caveats and yes, they do exist. But when people say, and it's not just Rollo and it's not just Roosh and Fresh and Fit, Roosh V, and Kevin Samuels, when they say women think this way, women act this way, women behave this way, women want these things.
They do.
That is an all-encompassing statement, and it doesn't leave room for you to assume that there are women out there, just like all these women that go up that have
what the word colloquial means,
daddies. Right? Yes, I know what colloquial means.
So, how many times do we need to define a colloquial definition before we can just use the colloquial definition?
I mean, it's something that's open to interpretation inherently, because that's what colloquial definitions are. They're given definitions. They're accepted definitions.
So then let's make it more specific. So if Kevin Samuels goes on and talks about whatever
they're accepted
woman,
definitions, even if not given.
Right. So if he goes out and he's talking about women do this, women do that, how many times does he need to say, well, I don't mean all women, but just we're talking in generalities.
Every single time. Every time.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah. Well,
that's silly. That's not how people talk. That's not how people talk.
Sorry,
that is completely you just defined colloquial. How can we have colloquial definitions if we are not able to speak colloquially?
If you're gonna cite statistics, you have to produce the caveats.
I didn't say he was. So when he says women use sign language,
okay,
shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right. Women use sign language. How many times? Every time when he's in the midst of an argument, he say, "I'm not saying all women, but you, one woman right now." That's not how people talk. And for you to expect that because you don't necessarily love the message or the way that it's being said is I mean, you're free to do that, but you're purposely misinterpreting what he's saying because you do know. You've just acknowledged it. You know.
I know.
You do know.
I know.
Right. So
because I know how to read in between the lines and what they're saying.
It's not between the lines.
I know.
Do we need to play it again? It's not between the lines. It's explicit. It's explicit.
No, not them. I'm saying generally, and that's something that you agreed with, is that when they say most women believe this, most women say this, most women do this, it's taken as a granted statement.
For most women.
That all women do it.
No, that is what I brought up. Hey, words. Is this the first time I said this on this channel?
Yes.
Words have meanings.
I disagree.
Most
with that.
and all are two different words. So if you decide to hear the word most and determine that it meant all, that is a you problem.
I'm saying that's the given acceptance that most people have.
Well, maybe if we didn't have a culture of obfuscating semantics and just listening to words, then that wouldn't be an issue. That is not my issue. If you, not you personally, but you in general, choose to take my explicit words to mean something different, and this is something that has happened to me very many times.
We've been over this before.
Okay, there you go. When I say things like I'm specifically not talking about you, or I'm specifically not trying to put you in this box, I'm just trying to make a point, and then they just ignore that part. What else can I do? What else can I do besides say most? Or and for you to say no every single time you say something, you have to say I mean most, but not all. And sometimes it's usually this way, but not all. And I just want you to what that's not how people talk, and it's ridiculous for you to ask that, but. You're just fine with men are trash.
Don't think it's ridiculous when you talk about important subjects and you're generalizing. You have to provide the caveats.
Pastile, welcome.
What's up, buddy?
By the way, it's Positile. You know,
Positile. I told you to correct me.
Positile.
Yeah.
How are you?
It was a silly name, you know. Instead of positive,
like a dashing young man.
No, man, I have a thick accent. Just wait for it.
All right.
So what's up, brother?
No, I'm just honestly for now. I just want to stay in the background and listening to you guys, and maybe provide some ideas.
Yeah, thanks for joining. I got a bunch of other stuff. Let's sidetracked.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we're on that point. I think we just gotta agree to disagree. I think that we have the colloquial definitions. We understand that when we're talking about the generalities of what men, women, black people, convicts, whatever the conversation is, when you're talking in generalities, as long as you acknowledge that at some point, then it's ridiculous to say that every single point that you address that you have to rehash every caveat. I think that's
once the conversation, it's okay to say, and I'm not talking about the extremists, the Muslim extremists that mean to do us harm. I'm talking about the good Muslims.
Yeah, at the beginning.
You say that at the beginning of the conversation.
Yeah, then you don't need to say it again.
Oh boy. All right. If that's the way you want to play it.
Why? Go ahead. Go follow that through.
It's because as soon as you start launching into tirades about how Muslim extremism is bad, if you don't caveat it every single time, you're going to end up in hot water. You're going to.
I don't need to caveat Muslim is extremism, because Muslim is extremism, much like any religious extremism, much like any political extremism, all of the time, always is bad.
Well, I mean, honestly, the Mormon extremism, I can kind of get on board with.
Ask the women of the Mormon church how they feel about that.
Yeah, I've met a couple.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
They're pretty based.
Either way, my position does not change. That I do believe that all of I don't even remember what you fucking said. What was it? The Muslim extremists. Yeah, I believe all Muslim extremists. Indie film. There you go. Thank you. Like, what are we talking about? We're talking about extremists.
Right. But what I'm saying is
how often do I need to talk about non-extremists when I'm talking about extremists?
Okay, but that's okay.
You brought it up, motherfucker.
No. Okay. Much. We'll tie it up.
I'm just having a conversation
because we're not moving on this.
Okay, so your next comment?
The women and caveating not all women is the same thing as caveating not all Muslims, right? Is caveating not all trans,
because all extremists are bad and not all women are bad. I think that's how words work and have worked, and that is my point. That if you're talking about all women, then
if
you want to talk about all women. If you're not talking about all women,
if 70 or 90% of women think one way, then the other 10% are what? Are they extremists?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not necessarily. I think it might be. It depends on what we're talking about. Do we have 90% of people thinking that all men should die? Then no, those are the extremists. The 10%
are not on Twitter or not.
You didn't ask me if they were fringe. You asked me if they were extremists. Words fucking matter.
All right.
They are absolutely fringe. But no, if there's 10% of women who don't think all men should die, then no, the 90% are the extremists, and the 10% are the fringe, but they are the rational ones.
So given that, I'm gonna
Didn't you have a whole list of shit?
I know. I'm gonna indulge us for just one more second. Just one more comment. So if 90% of women think all men should die and 10% don't, would you say that most women think, or women think, that men should die, but not all? Would you caveat it then?
There's no reason to say most and not all. Those are most means not all.
Yeah.
If I just said women, then it could be
you said women generally speaking think men should die.
That would also mean
that's
not
okay
all.
with you?
If you say generally speaking, if you say not all, if you say most, if you have a caveat, then you are signaling that you don't mean all of them.
But you only have to caveat it the first time in a conversation and never again.
Correct. As long as you're not talking to a moron who is coming to the table in bad faith and wants to clip you saying, well, women do this, and pretend that you didn't make that caveat in the first place.
And I'm not saying that. I'm showing it to you. I'm saying,
and I'm explaining.
This is what these people
We're
are
both
saying
friends here. I don't know why you're getting upset. I'm just answering your questions.
I'm not getting upset, man. All right.
Well, then don't. I'm doing that then. We're just having a conversation.
Bringing it back to marriage. All right. Yes. So very early before I came home, you were talking about marriage. As an anti-theist, how do you view marriage?
I don't think that.
And would you ever get married?
I would get married. I would get married. It would take a lot.
Because the way I see
it, I think my like red pill manosphere stuff has a lot more to do with my views on marriage than my not believing in a God. I don't really see any connection between my not believing in a God and wanting or not wanting to spend my life with one person.
Well, that's just the thing, though, is that because marriage without religion is purely a social contract. It's for convenience. It has no deeper meaning than we're going to share taxes and revenue together. That's all marriage is from the government's point of view.
Any film asked if I would get married in a church. If it was that important to her, I could see it, but likely I would expect that if I was with somebody, that they would understand that getting married in a church would not be appropriate.
Yeah, indie film. You would hope that someone that you're engaged to would be ideologically aligned enough.
I'm not even necessarily on that where I feel like, they have to be atheist. If they're Christian, they're whatever. I mean, again, most Christians don't really believe shit. Like
you have to be somewhat ideologically aligned, though, in order to actually be compatible.
Right, but that doesn't necessarily mean religion. Like if you're a fucking Bible thumper, we're probably not going to get along. But if you believe in God, then that isn't inherently going to be an issue for me.
Or just pretend to believe in a God.
As most do. They make up a God to believe in. They don't actually believe in Yahweh. They make up a God and believe in that.
No, because religion inherently presupposes that it's the most important thing about your life.
Says who?
Says every religion ever.
Okay, but people don't follow their religions. How many Christians do you know with tattoos? How many Christians do you know that wear 2 different types of fabric? How many Christians do you know that eat seafood? How many Christians do you? I mean,
exactly.
Like, the list goes on. That's what I'm saying. People make up their own religion and follow that. People don't believe in the God of the Bible.
And
if
also,
that's the way you want to define it, I can get on board with that.
And in terms, and also, it's not really the most important thing. Think about it. Society has improved as more people stop believing in religion. It's proven.
And here's the other thing.
If you want to keep with that argument, then look way back when there was no, science. Let's say. People were living not good, People couldn't make it to the age of 40 or 30,
Well,
it was rare.
That was when religion was science. They were the same thing at one time. It was science is our best attempt to figure out the natural world. And at
during
one
that
time,
yeah, that
at
was
one
the
time,
most important thing. Yeah,
at one time that was the
yeah,
the best of our knowledge, and then we figured out better stuff, and
exactly.
some
Yeah,
people decided, nah, I like the old stuff. And then
exactly.
it's 2022, and there's still motherfuckers believing in the man in the sky. I don't know what to tell you.
Well,
Yeah.
I'd push back. I'd push back on both of that. With Positile saying that things weren't better before religion. Like for instance, in the Middle East, with the invention of the Arabic numerals and math as we know it, that all happened because of religion. That all happened because of religious unity.
Nah.
You don't
that happened because of religion.
Then how did it happen?
Because people needed a way to count shit.
Okay.
And also happened to be religious. People needed to count shit and also happened to be religious. I said this at the beginning of the stream.
Exactly.
If you take anything that happened over 150 years ago, it came from a religious person, because there was no such thing as atheism before that.
Exactly. And the thing is, everything happened once people starting questioning the religion, not understanding the religion, questioning the religion. More things started to, happen.
Sure. And I can give you an example of that, which was not Galileo, Newton. He looked at the stars, and he developed calculus and gravity and stuff like that. And, as soon as he looked to nature, he said this can only be the work of God, and he stopped there in his scientific discovery.
Okay,
so
but
that's where he stopped being right.
before that, Galileo, he questioned the church that the Earth was not going. Sure, I mean, all the planets were not going around the Earth. He actually proved that we were going, like all the planets going around the sun. So that's an improvement of knowledge. Now, from that knowledge, Newton was, basically inspired by this knowledge, which helped him with, with all his genius, in math. You can say he invented math, let's say. Well, he didn't really invent math, but he literally, exactly. So, and then you stop from there. And the thing is, this is the same thing with the, let's say, with many questions that we don't know right now. Just give it time, we don't know the answers right now. Let's say people who, I don't know, before Einstein, way before Einstein, quantum mechanics was not a thing. No one knew about quantum mechanics, and nobody knew how things were attached together and all those things, but they knew there was something behind that, but they didn't know the answers. Society was asking for the answers, but the main people didn't know the answers, But it's just about time, you give time and patience, and you get the answer that you're looking for. Same thing for Newton, he didn't know the answer, but he just had to wait for, well, not him, obviously, but society in general, basically, to answer that question, So it's so it's just about time. It's just let the idea, keep the evolution of the idea going, until you are receiving those answers that you want. I don't know if I'm making sense, but
So
Jimmy, I can.
So Jimmy, do we agree that somebody can believe in Christianity and have a scientific discovery, and those two things not be connected? Do we agree that that's possible?
Yeah, sure. It's like what Peterson
okay, then shut the fuck up. What are you talking about?
and this is very popular because
I'm only talking to Jimmy this way because I know. I love you.
Okay, we'll talk about it some other time.
So Indie Film says the Big Bang Theory in quotes. So maybe talking about the TV show.
The Big Bang Theory is absolutely
a justification of God.
No,
I would love to hear this, Indie Film.
So the thing is, a lot of people,
to hear this.
I had a lot of debates with religious people, and that's the main question they always ask me. Then explain the Big Bang, what happened before the Big Bang, and it's maybe an answer that exactly. It's so funny because it's for me so easy to say I don't know, I don't know. But the thing is, they don't understand that it's a question that might not ever be answered, but it might be answered. Like the same question for Newton and quantum mechanics that we didn't know. Just give it time. Let the idea keep, the evolution of the idea going, and you will receive the answer or not.
Not. Yeah. I mean, that's what science is. Especially like physicists and people who work on like big fucking scientific questions. Yeah. They all accept that they will likely work on one question for their entire lives, their entire careers, and likely not find that answer.
Yeah, exactly.
That is accepted as a physicist. I mean, okay, Jimmy, did you see that Netflix movie, The Atom Project, with Ryan Reynolds and the little kid who was acting like Ryan Reynolds?
I sure did. I fast forwarded about half of it because I couldn't stand it.
Okay, so spoilers for the Atom Project. But so you see how in the end, spoilers again. If you care that much, I mean, it's a good movie, but
it wasn't. In no metric, by no metric, was it a good movie.
I had fun, and the kid was funny, and was a good interpretation of
young Ryan Reynolds.
There you go.
Yeah. Well,
so in the end of the movie, they go and fucking the Hulk, fucking
Bruce Banner.
Fuck you. Name. Mark Ruffalo. Mark Ruffalo is like, oh my god, we figured out. Da, 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 da. And that's that's the most recent time I've heard that claim, that physicists will work on a problem their entire lives expecting to die before the answer comes. That is just how science works. And people are so fucking uncomfortable with the lack of knowledge.
And that's the fucking beauty of it,
Exactly.
That's the beauty of it, like it's knowledge, it's like we're literally fighting to understand the environment around us, and not just in Earth, but also, around the universe. And a lot of people be like, why government is wasting so much money on understanding other planets or, the universe? But they don't understand that because of understanding the universe, you can understand your own place, your own planet. So many things have been invented because of the knowledge that we have gathered from understanding the universe. So many things, even the pixels right now that you have on your screen, because of learning about Mars, we could, we invented pixels, which is images and all those things. So many things that have gone to this point where the what do you call it? The wanting of I don't know how to explain it, but like to understand something, it really provides a whole variety of answers. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
science is beautiful for me. It's very beautiful, more 100%. Than religion.
I just pass out. I just dropped the link to my Discord server. Please join it. We will definitely have some awesome conversations in there. Everyone else is also invited. When it gets to a certain point, I am telling you now, people will have to pay to get into the Discord. It is free right
Cancel
now.
This man.
I am trying to quit my job and do this for y'all full time. So join the Discord before it's got to pay. So Indie Film, we didn't get any further explanation on how the Big Bang Theory is justification for God. I would love to hear that one. But Jimmy Dean, did you have some other notes? That you wanted to add?
Do I.
Well, all right, let's do it to it.
Marriage, you were alive in the 90s. You remember the 90s, the early 2Ks. Remember when the authoritarian boogeyman, the Republicans, were trying to push for civil unions instead of marriage for the gays and the others?
The gays.
Given your what's the word?
Atheism?
Yeah, given your atheism, given your not declination, rejection of any kind of significance to marriage other than it being a contract, a social contract. What's the difference for you between a marriage and a civil union?
Nothing. But I think the value of a marriage comes not from the state, but from the people in it. I didn't say a marriage is valueless. I said,
hold on. Let me digest that. The value of a marriage
is within the
comes from
people.
the state.
No. It doesn't come from the state.
It doesn't. Okay, it doesn't come from the state.
So the fact that so let's say I'm with a girl named, give me a name.
Positive.
A girl's name.
Positively.
Yeah. Positively. Yeah.
Let's say I'm with Posy all
okay.
day, and
I'll
I want to spend the rest of my life with Posy.
No.
Then the value of that marriage, if we decide to get married, is not on the piece of paper that we signed. It is the relationship between the two of us.
Yeah.
Okay, but
right.
the state is
so whether you call it a
involved in
marriage or whether you call it a civil union makes absolutely zero difference to me.
No, the state is involved in the institution of marriage for a very good reason, because people who are married tend to be more productive. They tend to produce kids who will be productive and also American citizens. And that means something for the growth of a country. So marriage,
but it's not
marriage has an inherent value in the state.
It does.
It has a role to play.
Okay. So it has I'm not getting your point.
So civil unions don't, or do they, in your opinion?
I mean, if I've never been married, never been close to married, and definitely not gay. Although that's perfectly fine if you are. But so I don't know the material differences between what is proposed to be a civil union and a marriage. I personally, if I was gay, I don't feel like I would care to have a civil union and not be allowed to get married beyond the principle. But because I'm on the other side of that, I think that a civil union is just a religious way to keep people out of marriage. And I understand that, the Bible says a man and a woman, and so you want to preserve that, but that's religious. That has nothing to do with politics.
I mean,
you can decide.
It had everything to do with politics back when we were having this discussion.
Right, but it shouldn't. Much like all these gun laws had a lot to do with politics, but they shouldn't. So my point is, if I was gay, then I would consider myself. I would either way. I don't consider there to be a material difference between a civil union and a marriage. I think I understand symbolically to a gay couple to be married when that was not allowed. I understand the sentiment, but especially if legally everything is the same. The state does not define my relationship.
Yes, it does.
I don't have I'm gonna out myself. Hold on. I'm gonna out myself here. Don't tell anybody, guys. But I never applied for a dog license for Marty. I've been here almost 2 years and I don't have a dog license.
You need a license? Oh, you got your license for that pupper, mate.
I have a homeowner situation. I live in a condo, but yes, they're allowed, but you need a license in my town, and I don't have that license.
You should move to a free state, brother.
Or maybe I should just not give a fuck about the government, and I have my dog. He's my dog.
That's very.
And that's it. I don't care what the state says. I don't care what the government says. I don't care what the town says. This is my dog. He lives here. And if you want to come take him, you're going to have to fucking fight me for him.
They won't come take him. They'll just make you
homeless. That's not the point, bro. That's not the point. Come on. Don't. You got good questions. Don't troll while you're in the midst of it.
You're not playing by the rules that you agreed to play by.
I understand that. I don't agree with the rules.
Okay, then why did you sign up for the rules?
Because I don't have a choice. When
you signed, you could have chosen to not live in that particular place.
Actually, I couldn't. I mean, I could have, but I would have been homeless for a period of time before that.
That's
yeah, that changes things, doesn't it?
No, not for me.
Okay, well, me neither.
No, it's just anyway.
Did you have another comment? This is not a winning hit for you. So if you want to go
what I was asking
one.
is the marriage versus civil unions argument.
Right.
Why would you support civil unions instead of marriages, since marriage has
Hold
nothing
on,
to
you
do with
absolutely, you absolutely can participate in the chat. I don't know why you think, but I see you here, so yeah,
It's
you're
because of
definitely
the
here.
Big Bang Theory comment.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, but yeah, indie film, I still am seeing everything. So chat away. I'm sorry, Jimmy, you were saying? Actually, I gotta pee.
So marriages should have no part in the state as far as opposed to civil unions. Civil unions should be state sanctioned, and marriages should be religiously sanctioned.
Yeah, theoretically, I don't think the state should be able to marry you. I think that all of the benefits of a marriage should be like legally. There should only be such thing as a civil union. A marriage should be a personal religious thing.
Symbolism.
Yeah, like the same way a fucking quinceañera or a fucking
birthday or a fucking birthday.
bat mitzvah. Yeah, the government doesn't sanction your bat mitzvah. I don't understand why a marriage is any different.
Okay. Next, you said abortion is arbitrary.
I said that?
Yes.
I don't remember saying that, but
I have abortion being arbitrary.
But he said he was pro-choice, right?
I am pro-choice, but I do believe it is immoral.
He's pro-choice because the life of a child, you said, begins at conception.
Correct.
All right. So when you get an abortion is when you're killing the baby, the child, right?
Yes.
It's an arbitrary line that each person draws.
No, I said if you don't draw oh, honey, sweetie, baby. What I said was arbitrary. Is if you decide that you think life begins at somewhere besides conception, that decision is arbitrary.
Okay, so abortion is arbitrary.
Scientifically, there is no other place to put the start of life than conception. Where else can you put it? That's not arbitrary.
Okay.
Oh yeah, indie film for sure. Yeah, it's all that's exactly they want to take. Yeah, I mean they give you some tax benefits, but they want to know. They want to know. They want to make sure they.
Well,
take all
they give you a tax cut because they're counting on you reproducing and growing the population.
More taxes,
so that way your kids can provide taxes.
Exactly.
That's why the state is involved in marriage.
Exactly.
Yeah, right,
Anyway.
So abortion is immoral, but I don't believe that the government is the arbiter of morality, and I believe that it is wrong. But I am not the person. I am not an arbiter of morality either. So yes, I think if you have an abortion, you are murdering a baby. But that's a terrible thing. But you should be allowed to do that because consent of what to do with your body should always be yours.
So you're pro killing babies?
No, I just said it's immoral. Did I not just say that?
I mean, you can be for it and it can also be immoral.
Well, I didn't say that I was for it. I said I don't. Why would I be? What do you mean?
Because
you can be for it and it's immoral. What? Give me an example of that. Give me an example of that would be reasonable in this conversation.
Oh, self-defense. It's immoral to end another person's life, but you can end another person's life in self-defense.
Nope, that is not
so
immoral.
You can be for self-defense.
I mean, religiously, it is moral,
life.
You can't kill somebody else, but without,
I'm not religious. I do not believe it is immoral to defend yourself in any way, shape, or form.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, it is.
That's what Jimmy's saying. Jimmy's saying he thinks that I think it's wrong to kill a person, but because they're attacking me, then that makes the wrongness okay. No, it takes the wrongness away.
Exactly. Yeah.
It disqualifies that from being murder because I'm being attacked.
So you're not pro killing babies. You're just okay with killing babies.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not. I mean, when you put it like that, yes, I'm not okay with it. I believe it is immoral. I wish it would never ever happen, but I don't believe that the government has the right to stop it. And it's not my place to say if this chick, whatever the fuck her situation is. It's not my place.
Is there a week or a trimester in which you would make it illegal?
No, because that would be arbitrary.
Ever. So breaching the birth canal, breaching the pelvis, you'd be okay with aborting it?
No.
Killing the baby.
So wait, you're saying like in general, like killing? Like in general, immortal is like killing, you know. If you kill him, it's immortal.
No, immortal means you cannot die. Immoral.
No, immoral. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Immoral, man. I'm sorry.
Immoral
No, Jamie. No, what I'm saying is that Jamie's saying that, you know, killing a baby, it is immoral. Like, it is.
Yeah, and I agree that it is immoral. It is wrong to kill anybody.
Okay, but you said that the government doesn't have the ability to make you act morally,
or to determine what is moral.
Okay,
yeah, exactly.
But that is a philosophical endeavor.
Okay, but all
and this
laws...
can be proven. No, this can be proven. Like, go to Texas, state of Texas. They literally kill their criminals if they do a really bad crime. You know, they can get killed by their own government. You know.
Sure.
By their own government.
Yeah, they think that's a moral thing to do. They think that's a morally good act to carry out.
Mm-hmm.
But my point though is that all laws are morally based.
I don't disagree with that.
So if
I don't understand the point that you're trying to make. Just
well, I'll tell you. So if you're saying that killing a baby is immoral, but the government has no right to be able to do it, that's not those don't coincide.
Say one more time.
Because the government does have the right to enforce
wait.
laws.
Wait. What?
Yeah, can you repeat that one more time, please?
Okay, so you said before that killing the child is morally wrong.
Correct.
But the government doesn't have any right to step in and prevent it. Right?
Right.
But since all laws are morally based, the government does have a righteous reason to stop it.
I didn't say they didn't. I just said they're not the arbiter of morality. Slavery was legal.
Yeah, exactly.
Does that make slavery right?
Oh, are you asking for an answer?
Yeah.
By today's standards, no.
Okay.
Yeah, and like even in the future,
legality and morality are two different things.
Yeah.
Correct?
Okay.
So any film says if life starts existing at conception, then the Constitution protects it. The Constitution protects goes on to say, but a baby is viable, abortion still legal. Again, as far as where to draw the legality of when you can get the procedure, I don't have an answer for that. I would need to think on that.
All right, we'll chew on that for a little bit.
But I don't think that there should be a situation where a baby is viable and it doesn't live. I can't see a situation where that would be reasonable. Because if a baby is viable, that means it's able to live without the mother.
That would mean that you'd have to birth it.
Or a C-section.
Those are actually pretty dangerous procedures.
Okay, but it's still better than dying, no? I mean, you're the one arguing for babies' lives here.
Well, if you're invested in the life of the mother in front of the baby, then you have to put them first, and that's what everyone, even the most hardcore Republicans,
You're misunderstanding the position. There's two positions here. One, the baby is its own person. Two, the baby is dependent on the mother's body, and regardless of whether or not the baby is a person or not, the mother still has the right to consent or not consent to what to do with her body. And the government cannot supersede the consent, what she decides to do with her body.
Yeah.
Is it killing a baby to have the procedure? Yes. Is it immoral in most cases? Is it immoral to just do it without a health reason? Yes. It is immoral. But I do not believe that the government has the right to dictate those things and say that, hey, you're not allowed to do that immoral thing.
Okay.
Is that confusing?
No, I mean, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree.
On what though?
If the government is going to be the moral, not the moral arbiter, but if their laws are going to be based on morality,
right?
Then,
but they're based on
you could easily make a law saying, hey, this, a third trimester abortions post viability is immoral and therefore illegal. And you would disagree with that because the government shouldn't.
Not necessarily.
Because you just said the government shouldn't.
No,
even
I would
though
disagree with that. I would disagree with that.
Okay.
I would disagree with that. I think, it's people on either side try to use examples that make their side seem obvious, but there is no obvious answer in this.
Oh, no. And there probably never will be. And that's what makes it so wonderful.
Oh, I thought you were saying, oh no, he's going down this road.
Just like the recent.
I was like, what, motherfucker?
The recent Halo release or like Elden Ring, like we've got months of content to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, there is no easy answer, but at the end of the day, I am on the side of liberty. I am on the side of individual rights, and I am on the side of not giving the government medical power over your own body. This is the one place.
Square.
This is the one place where that line of thinking comes to a head.
It doesn't.
There's no other place where that's an issue, right?
When you say you're on the side of liberty and also recognize that life begins at conception, but you're not on the side of liberty of the fetus. You have to square those two things.
Okay. I accept that, but you cannot. So the answer to that is you cannot take both sides. So this is like the trolley problem. You cannot take the side of the woman and also the baby. You cannot. That's not an option. I would love to say, hey, woman who's pregnant, you should want to have this child. I would love to say that, but if we are in a position where you have to pick, then 100 out of 100 times, I will choose that woman to decide what to do with her body versus the government.
What about a rape situation?
Even if we agree that the fetus is another person, then the fetus is all the woman is deciding is what to do with her body.
Mm-hmm. To answer your question, Positayo, rape shouldn't morally it shouldn't make any difference at all. RPay. It shouldn't make any difference at all.
I agree. I think that is precisely those types of situations are why I don't feel the government has a right there. If you are a woman who's been RPA'd and you have a life inside of you.
All right, so last question about this. If you were talking about consent, and you can withdraw consent mid coitus, right? And suddenly it's RPA.
Hold on, because any film says unless you think the unborn baby is also a body. I do think the unborn baby is also a body, but you know what? Actually, I'm gonna try and find a video that will say this better than I can. So, indie film, I'm coming back to this. I promise. Jimmy, you say what you were gonna say.
All right, yeah. If you can withdraw consent mid coitus and make it EPAR, can a woman withdraw consent to being impregnated in the second trimester?
Yes. I think that's bullshit, but yes.
Okay. Now, if that's the case, should the man be charged with EPAR?
If
she withdraws consent to being impregnated.
No, No.
Why?
Why? Because she didn't not consent to the sex.
No, I mean like to Jimmy, like why?
No, because I mean you're withdrawing consent to being pregnant. So that means
what does that have to do with the
that
dude?
means retroactively you were
Yeah, that's what I'm
impregnated
saying.
against
Like,
your will.
why? Like, what does it have to do with it?
Difference
Like
between
the
being
male?
pregnant and having sex, Jimmy. I don't know how much you know about the human body.
Very little, being a sausage.
So, all right, I want to play this for you guys, and hopefully this will clear up my position. And I want to make it very clear that I thought long and hard about this. And any film, this is directly relevant to what this says. I thought a lot about this. I was almost going to be pro-life. I was almost going to take that position once I was convinced that life it doesn't make sense to say the beginning of life is anywhere but conception. But consent is still a thing. Ready?
Oh boy.
Just imagine. You wake up one day with the feeling that something isn't right. Where on earth am I? Who is this man next to me? And why are there tubes connecting me to him?
Pull it right now.
So I can even before we even go further, I don't like this setup. Let's say the narrator agreed to all of this beforehand. We're making that change. Understood?
Wait, is the narrator not the person who's hooked up?
This is the narrator.
That guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the narrator. As he, right now, he's questioning, why are there two? Da, da, da. So, for my argument, this guy already agreed to this setup. He already agreed to this setup.
Changes everything.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, fine. Well, then he didn't. And then we'll change it afterwards. Go ahead.
Okay.
A doctor explains your situation. The man next to you is world famous. He is a virtuoso violinist. His life is in danger. He suffers from a fatal kidney disease. He's been waiting for blood for days, and time is running out. But then, yesterday evening, a few of his biggest fans brought you to the hospital because you are the only person who has the exact same blood type as he does. Connecting your two circulatory systems is his last chance. Otherwise, he will die. You, and only you, can save his life.
They just like date rape drug you? Hold on.
All of a sudden, you remember, last night the violinist's fans kidnapped you and brought you to the hospital. The doctor can hardly believe it. They kidnapped you to save the violinist. You try to free yourself from the tubes. Get me out of here! But the doctor tries to explain to you. As soon as you pull out the tubes, the violinist will die. You will kill him. You can't do that. She tries to calm you down by assuring you that the therapy doesn't last forever. Just 9 months. Then, the violinist will be restored to perfect health.
1 minute.
And you can go home. So what do? Do you pull out the tubes? Or do you stick it out in bed for 9 months? What's more important? The violinist's right to life? Or your right to self-determination? Some philosophers see a similar dilemma with the termination of unwanted pregnancies. As contraception failed, for example, or even as the result of rape. The life of the unborn child depends on the pregnant woman, like the violinist's life depends on you. And assuming the unborn child already has a right to life, the question is, which right is more important? The fetus's right to life, or the pregnant woman's right to self-determination?
So, let me go to Jimmy first. Whose rights are superseded in the violinist case as presented?
Yes. Well, okay, so are we assuming that the person was kidnapped or not?
Yeah, so let's take it as the thought experiment as it was presented. They were kidnapped. They have no idea what's going on. They find themselves connected, and now they're in that situation.
I'd pull the plug just off the principle. That violinist has shitty friends.
Are you gonna? I'm asking. I'm giving you the opportunity.
Yeah, fuck yeah. No, same answer. If I didn't want to be there, I would pull it.
So you think it's okay if a girl is R-paid that she has the procedure?
That's not what I said.
That's the whole fucking thing, dude.
Okay, but first of all, that's a false comparison.
Why is it a false comparison?
It's a false comparison because it's not your responsibility that the other person lives.
Isn't it?
No.
Yeah.
You don't know the
Why not?
violinist.
You don't know you
violinist,
don't know your arpist.
The violinist has nothing
You
to
don't
do
know
with
your
it.
arpist.
No, but you do know your child, and it's half you.
That is not what that's not what we that's not the conversation.
But it doesn't make a difference at all.
No. You can have a disagreement, but you're misunderstanding the question.
No, I don't think so.
I'd
still yank the blood.
So why is that different
IV.
than having the procedure? So
the-
before they hook you up, you shoot the guy. No, you are knocked out. You are knocked out, and you are this is the analogy to an RPay. Why is it okay for you to let the violinist die, but it's not okay to let your arpist's child in your stomach die? What is the difference?
Well, also it kind of depends on how likable they are.
No, it doesn't. And
it does to me. That's how I feel about it personally.
Okay, you're missing the point, dude.
No,
I feel like you're purposely. I feel like you're purposely being
truly.
Okay, so you understand that this is an analogy to abortion.
Yeah.
So you don't know the child in your wife's womb before they're born.
Okay.
Okay.
But you do.
Why is it different to pull out the plugs for the violinist, but it's different to pull out for the baby that came from the arpist?
The violinist is causing harm on the world by being an artist.
Bro, if you're just gonna fuck around, like me and Pastile can talk.
No, I'm serious. Well, it's the same thing that I said with the trolley.
Any film says, okay, you are paid. Thank you, indie film, because this fucking sausage is too dumb to actually play along.
It's the same
I know he's
answer.
not. I know he's being.
It's the same answer that I gave with the trolley problem.
I know he's purposely being a dick right now.
No, it's the same answer that I gave with the trolley problem, and you didn't want to accept it. I said whether I would pull the lever or not depends on how hot the girls are. And you said no, because to you, there's like an exactly correct answer every time, and there isn't. Your personal attraction to the thing growing inside of you.
You can't see them. You want to go back to the trolley problem?
Decision.
You want to play like you're so fucking smart? Okay, let's go back to the trolley problem. You can't see anybody on either track. What do?
If I can't see them, how do they know that they're in danger?
Somebody told you. I texted you. I told you.
I don't believe you. Don't believe everything that you see on the internet.
All right. So, Pastile, I assume you're willing to have a legitimate conversation and not waste my time 6.5 hours into a goddamn stream.
I think you missed the whole point, right?
Are you gonna be serious, dude?
I am being serious.
You're not.
You're assuming that there is a correct answer. I'm telling you, there is not a correct answer. It's a messy situation.
And you're purposely obfuscating that situation to give an answer that is not part of the equation.
Because you didn't make it part of the equation.
I did.
You're only accepting answer A or answer B. And I'm telling you, it's more complicated than that. And if I don't give you A or B, you're going to get mad.
Right, because
it's more
there is
complicated
only A or
than
B.
that.
There is only A or B in the situation I'm giving you. To try to make a C is to change the situation. I am giving you an A or B situation. And you fucking chased Indie Film away. No. Thank you. Indie Film's never coming back because of you.
This is
not a joke. This is my life.
Whenever you're given A or B,
Indie
you know what
thank
answer
you so much
C
for hanging
is
out.
always...
Shut the fuck up. Indie Film, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm sorry we couldn't get a real answer from this fucking sausage, but I am glad you were here and glad you were able to, answer the conversation. as always, a pleasure to have you, and hope to see you
Thanks for
soon.
coming, Indie Film.
Take care.
Well, in my opinion, I will pull the plug in both examples. If and for the girl, if I was RPay, let's say this changes when you're the actual female. You can be saying this as a male, but when you're the actual female, the 14-year-old girl who got raped, RPaid, and you, let's say Jimmy, you come by and tell me that I need to have this child because it's more if I don't have it, and I'm a 14-year-old, girl, and I don't know nothing about life. Do you think I will feel comfortable to have a child that I don't want and I was paid by a random ass, I don't know, dude, douchebag?
You would be perfectly within your rights to say you don't know my situation.
That's not the question. That's not the question. We all know the law, Jimmy. We're asking your personal opinion.
Yeah.
And you keep dodging it because you want to be cute. Stop, dude. We've talked enough. I know that you're doing this.
This
I'm not
isn't
stupid.
my cute face, man. I'm being real with you.
Then you're being retarded. So shut the fuck up and let's go over this again. Because if you're being serious, then you've missed a big part of this.
Okay.
So you get knocked out. You wake up connected as we saw in the video, and there's a curtain between you. You don't know who knocked you out. You don't know who you're connected to. All you know is that you are connected to somebody, and if you disconnect those tubes, that person will die. The first question is, are you within your right to disconnect those tubes? Yes or no? There is no third answer. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So if that is okay, then I'm asking you, what is the difference between that situation and you getting RPaid and having the procedure?
False pretense.
How? How?
Okay. Well, I mean, first I wasn't abducted.
I did I say you were or weren't? I'm giving you a
Yeah,
scenario.
in the
I'm
beginning,
giving
in
you
the
a scenario.
first.
You were
You said that
abducted.
you're
You were
abducted.
abducted. You were abducted
Okay.
and raped.
Okay.
I don't know why you're doing this. Like you obviously see what I'm trying to do. I know you're not stupid. I know you understand what this thought experiment is.
Yeah.
Positano doesn't even fucking know you, and he knows that you can clearly see what's going on. You're not being cute.
No, you could.
I want to go. I want to go to bed.
Probably
Better Call
justify
Saul
it.
is on tonight.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Well, never
I'm
mind
here
then.
because I want to have this conversation with you.
Yeah.
And you're making a mockery of my show. So
I'm
please,
not.
you are. So stop lying and please take this seriously.
Okay, get fucking rid of it.
What is the
Jesus.
difference? What is the difference?
There's no difference at all. There's no difference at all.
So then why do you have a different
That's
answer?
what you want to hear.
So then why do you have a different answer?
I don't have a different answer.
You do have a different answer.
Oh yeah. I've been in favor of killing kids the whole time.
Okay.
Not because I'm pro-life. I'm just anti-kid.
All right. Well, just because Pasta wants to be here to comment. What else did you have?
One of the things that Rollo said is why do you need to inject your own personal religious one of the things that you said is why do you need to inject your own personal religious thoughts into this own thing that you want
That's
to
what Ruslan
prescribe
said to
others?
Rollo. And I questioned Ruslan. Yes.
You said you're just pushing people away.
Yes.
What I would say to that is that narrowing the audience can be a real helpful thing. Is that if you weed out, there's a strategy. I don't know what it's called, but there's a strategy when you're first meeting in the dating what these guys prescribe to. Is you say something outrageous to weed out the people who don't, the women that don't prescribe to that, of shell 1 So that way, the only women that you stay talking to are the ones that prescribe to your ideals.
So the only people they want listening to them are people who think exactly like them?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Or
I
are
was about to say that.
susceptible to
That's the
thinking.
worst way to think, to be honest.
But it is effective because that gets you the most loyal audience.
Hold on.
People who think like you.
Hold on.
Hitler thought that way, you know.
Hold on.
Yeah. And it was
Hold
effective.
on. Are we really trying to say that YouTubers, TikTokers, social media influencers are only trying to appeal to a small group of people?
No.
That's literally what you just said.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
I asked you.
I'm saying that it can be helpful.
That's not what I asked you. I
out.
heard when you said that, and then I asked a question after you said that.
Okay.
Did you hear the question that I asked you?
Yeah. Are you
just
saying,
talking?
Are you saying that people on TikTok are only trying to target a smaller audience?
Right. So
that's
then
what you
that's
said.
your turn to answer that question.
And I'm trying to.
Or I think I'm gonna go neutral here. I think I know what he's trying to say. It's almost like if you're building a team and you only want strong individuals, you ask the group that is interviewing for your team to be. You tell them that the only thing you want is strong people, and the weak people leave. Let's say, so you keep the strong people that you want. You know.
Oh, I understand. I understand.
So I think that's what he means, right, Jimmy? Like cherry picking the people that you want.
Okay, fine. So Jimmy Dean, explain to me how you get money out of social media.
Jack Murphy.
All right, I tried.
The liminal order.
Thank you guys for coming to hang out. I know it's kind of ducktailed at the end. I did my best, but trolls are gonna troll, and that's I don't know. I mean, well, you know what? Fuck it. I said we're gonna watch the rest of this, so we're gonna watch the rest of this. That's so disrespectful, dude. That's so fucking disrespectful. I would never fucking do that.
I was there when Fresh and Fit hit 100,000, and maybe I'll be here.
Oh, I think it may be the Rollo sauce.
Magical thinking.
I have to with you. But okay, so real. Was that what you thought it would be? Was that?
It was good. It was a good conversation. Yeah, I mean, he's into okay. So there's a difference between stupidity and ignorance. Okay, stupidity means you don't have the raw materials there to actually process anything, and so you kind of have to. I can forgive stupidity. I can't forgive ignorance, especially when you're smart enough to figure these things out. It's just you simply ignore the facts, and this has been sort of like what I've been.
This is what is happening right now.
The Jedediah did one as well, and they're not the only ones, by the way. I really get pissed off when people like, oh, should the manosphere go mainstream? And then when it does, people like sort of misinterpret it and corrupt the idea behind it. Like I said, I'd sell derivatives of the stuff that I've been doing for a long time. But when I have to defend that, and I have to defend ideas right now, like people go, well, let's go and talk to Rollo about whether Tate was right about dynastic emperors of China, right? And okay, great, thanks, Tate. Now I've got another 2 hours to untangle all this stuff because there's
oh my god, no way.
30 seconds.
What's up?
No, it's literally predicting the whole conversation we had right now.
Do you guys care about this? I mean, there's 30 minutes left of this. Do you care about this?
Are you tired right now?
I mean, honestly, I'm good to go. I'm more pissed off than anything else. But if you guys are down,
I'm being serious.
Yeah,
man.
I'm down.
Yeah, hurt your feelings,
bro. It's not about hurting my feelings. I'm not stupid. I don't know why you think I don't know why you think I can't tell what you're doing.
I'm not. I was being fucking serious.
You were not. Stop fucking lying to me. I don't know why you're doing this. If I didn't know you, if I hadn't had extended conversations with you, then you see how I am with people who I don't know.
Do you think maybe you could possibly be wrong in determining my intent?
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Let's then we're not ditching it. Explain to me where I'm wrong.
All right. I said Jack Murphy, the liminal order.
Right.
You broaden your audience to get a lot of eyes on you, right? And then you narrow it back down to get only the most hardcore people that believe in you and what you're saying to subscribe, to reinforce each other because sunlight is the best disinfectant. So if your views are out there to the biggest audience possible, then you have a lot of counter examples. You wouldn't put that shit on Reddit because you'd have accounts. You'd have regular people coming and questioning it all the time. No, that's not the way women think. No, that's not the way people behave. No, you're wrong. So if you weed out those people early, you can get just the incels in your echo chamber to talk to each other, and they're more likely to give you money because of it, because they're all self-reinforced. That's how cults start.
I'm not talking about cults. I'm talking about social media.
Okay.
And for you to have the ability to target incels only, you have to have a reach far beyond that first.
That's why I say a broad audience, and then you narrow it down.
But you don't get the broad audience unless you have broad appeal. Jack Murphy never had broad appeal.
No, he did. Yeah, from Democrat to deplorable.
No, he didn't.
There's a reason why he was on Tim Pool so much, because he had broad appeal.
That's I understand that you think that that's like broad, but there's a couple million people in the entire world that see that, and those people are not the same. Like, where's Jack Murphy right now?
Hiding, probably still.
And why is that? He was on Tim Pool. He was on Tim Pool though. Like, he's got the liminal order. Why is he hiding?
The point. It's because he got outed. But the strategy was effective, was it not? He was making like $200,000 a month off the liminal order at one point.
Okay, let's just fine. Let's say I don't understand what you're saying, and let's say you're correct. What does that have to do with the question that I asked you about abortion?
Oh, it doesn't have anything to do with that.
Then why did you bring it up?
I thought we were on a different question. No, we moved past that.
Okay, well, then I guess agree to disagree that you can just target exactly who you want to target on social media and get all of those people and then narrow it down just like that.
You can nurture that audience.
Yeah. How many? Wait. And I fucking hate that you're making me do this. How many subscribers do you have on YouTube or Twitter or?
I'm not on the internet.
Oh, so you know so well how this works.
By looking at other people that are successful in their strategies, yes.
Oh, so I'm fucking retarded because I'm not monetized yet because I watch YouTube all day. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but for different reasons. You're retarded because you actually care about truth and common sense and haven't resorted to clickbait, which you don't think this was money. You don't think
this was clickbaited?
Make you more money.
The fucking thumbnail was the money pill. They didn't even talk about money.
No, it's because
to be honest,
I
honestly thought they were going to talk about money. I was looking at a different video and I confused them and I thought they were going to talk about it. But
no worries, man.
But there was no money talk. And I put Rollo on his fucking forehead. I'm sorry, dude. It's silly to think that you can operate that way. That is not how social media works. If you honestly think that, then you're just so far off base. And I'm sorry for thinking your stupidity was genuine understanding.
No,
but
Jordan
sorry, your ignorance, not your stupidity.
Jordan Peterson, me real quick. What do you think my position is?
Excuse me? What did you say?
Jordan Peterson, me real quick. What do you think my opinion is?
Steel man you? Are you
Steel man me. What is it that I'm trying to say? Because
you are trying to say that.
Oh, I need some coffee for this.
Go on, get you some, bro. I don't let shit go. You are trying to say that Jack Murphy purposely got himself out there to incels and then closed that group to people that he really wanted to hang out with.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. That is not how social media works.
Okay, whether or not
I
you
have
believe
built
that's the way it works,
social media platforms before.
but that's exactly what he did do, starting the liminal order. Is he closed off his audience to the paid programmers that would only reinforce the things that he was already
So does
saying?
that hold true for anybody who has any paywall?
I wasn't saying that holds true
I'm
for
asking.
anyone.
I legitimately don't understand what the fuck you were trying to say, dude.
I don't know. I don't know if that holds
makes two
true
of
for
us.
everyone. You asked for an example of someone who had a broad audience and purposefully narrowed it, and it was beneficial to them by weeding out people. And I said Jack Murphy in the liminal order, and then you fucking muted me.
Wait, so you're saying Jack purposely he purposely outed himself as a cuck and then flipped out on
no.
Then what is your I don't understand. What are you saying? This is the things that he's known for. These are the reasons that he's associated with being an incel. I don't understand what you're trying to say. What you are saying does not make sense and does not fall in line with the way that social media works and building a social media platform works. You are wrong.
Positile, why did you bring up Hitler?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you have a good leader that provides the idea and finds specific people to follow that idea.
Positile.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you're thinking about what you're saying before you say it on the live internet, because
no.
this video.
No. I'm just saying, like, that you can, let's say cherry pick, people or sheeps. You can say it sounds bad, but you can do that. I mean, it happened, let's say, on World War II, Germany was going through a tough time and everybody was blaming it on each other. And then this guy, Hitler, came by and, he provided the ideas, the reason why Germany was bad, and people follow him because the way he talked, the way the way he provided those ideas.
People think he was a good leader.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not about if he's right. I'm just saying about like the powerful thing about providing the way you provide those ideas, how you can, basically blind people to think that you are correct.
Jimmy, is that relevant to the point you were making?
It absolutely is, because
so I understand what Positile just said. Can you connect the dots for me, please?
Yes, because what Hitler did, and this is what I say that the manosphere guys do, is they espouse ideas that everyone can agree with, and then slowly and methodically crack down on the dissidents until the only people who are left in their audience are dogmatic supporters.
Yeah, and this is happening because the people who did not support Hitler, that were from Germany, the German people who did not support him were killed,
they were rounded up and exterminated.
Wait, but that's a big fresh and fit, and people are not killing. So that's what I'm not understanding. I don't understand the comparison. Maybe I'm fucking stupid as shit. I'm sorry.
No. It's just I think he's talking about the strategy, not that is the best way.
Where's the analogous strategy to killing all the people who didn't
imagine
support Hitler? What is the analogous situation with Jack Murphy or any YouTuber?
Yeah, about that. I don't know, because I don't know. I'm ignorant about
Jimmy,
that.
Maybe you can fill me in. So I'm weird. I'm with you that far. Okay, I get it. That Hitler was a bad person, but he came to power because he convinced people that he was good, and then he narrowed that down to the hardcore. Got that? How is that analogous to YouTubers who are not killing people who don't support them?
Okay, so Jack Murphy, we'll use him as the example, had past Jack Murphy, not current Jack Murphy. He had a giant audience from his appearances on Tim Pool, right? He got a lot of exposure from that. Sure. And then he narrowed that audience down to the liminal order, people who, would somewhat support.
But the liminal order was long before he was ever on Tim Pool. Is that relevant?
It was. Genuine question. It was, but it wasn't really popular.
Okay.
It's his it was basically his version of not Patreon, what is it,
locals or whatever.
Viva Barnes locals.
Yeah.
So it's basically his version of Locals. So he had a very wide audience, and then narrowed it down to the super awesome people who were willing to pay him money. And because they were willing to pay him money, and because they espoused the same ideas that he did, at least a little bit, they self-reinforced each other dogmatically, and they became a much stronger force. And they became much more aligned with the way he was thinking.
I think I'm.
All right, Pascal. Maybe I'm stupid. I'm not getting it. I'm not getting it. I got to the point. He had a big audience.
Yes.
How? What is the method to narrow down people? Hitler killed people. Jack Murphy.
He told people to go to subscribe to the Liminal Order. He said, hey, if I'm preaching stuff that you like, if you view women this way, if you want to become a man like me, if you want to be a high value man.
So it's like, I think, imagine, I think,
$5. Sorry,
I don't know if I can, I don't know if I understand, but I can give an example. Imagine like you're an artist and you're doing your artwork and you go to a convention, right? And you show your artwork and there's people who like your artwork and you tell them, look, I have, let's say, a YouTube channel where I post all my work, or I have a gallery, let's say, where I post all my work, and you can come and see it and enjoy it, you know. And you, not all the people at the convention are
And if you
gonna
don't,
like
then
you.
I'll kill you, like Hitler. But wait,
you're missing the point.
I am missing the point. You're not making a good point.
The point is what
is it? Just narrow it down. Okay,
so what Positile is saying is that the people who go to that channel based off of your recommendation,
I understand that part, Jimmy. What I'm not understanding is what to do with people who don't support you. How do you take over people who won't support you without the power to kill them? Because if they don't like you, then they just won't buy the fucking subscription. That's what I'm not understanding.
Okay, now I understand.
What did Jack Murphy do to make
that?
What?
So let's say, I think, what about this example, maybe? What about this example?
If hold on, because Positive, Jimmy Dean seems to have this down, and
a very small percent of Jack Murphy's audience is actually going to believe the shit that he's saying.
I understand that, Jimmy.
I'm
asking a very specific question. Stop.
Okay.
You made an analogy.
Sure.
From Jack Murphy and Hitler.
Okay.
You made that comparison.
Okay.
And you said people will follow Hitler because if they don't follow Hitler, they will get killed. That makes sense. Okay.
No,
either
that's not
follow Hitler or get killed. Jack Murphy said, follow me or don't follow me. How are those the same thing? What am I missing?
They're not the same thing, because follow me or get killed is like step 6 of Hitler's plan. We never
got that far. You're already powerful enough to do that. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you'd have to.
So they're not analogous situations.
What about this one?
Beginning.
I'm sorry. I'm just neutral here. I'm just trying to give examples.
I'm legitimately. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm legitimately not.
So what about this one? Like, imagine, like, let's say I create a YouTube channel. Let's say, okay, and you have, let's say I create a YouTube channel about, I don't know, trending topics, and my YouTube channel is about feminism. Let's say that my opinion is that feminism is going the right way. Okay. So I don't want people who believe, let's say I'm not a open guy. I just think about my own ideas, let's say. Okay. So I'm like, I think feminism is going the right way. And if there's a guy in the comment section that, you know, doesn't like it, let's say, or that feminism is going the right way, then, you know, he's not going to watch all my videos, or it'd be interesting on my channel.
Right.
But the people who do believe,
videos, so you don't have the opportunity. You don't have the opportunity to narrow down that audience, because only the people who like already what you're saying are going to watch.
Well,
the people
that's the
that
idea,
Hitler
though.
would kill, you're not going to kill them for not following you, right?
Yeah, but you
so Jack Murphy is not killing people who are not following him or not paying him, correct? So Jimmy Dean, again, both Postile and I are confused as to the analogy. It either is a bad analogy, or you are doing a bad job of explaining how Hitler did the same thing theoretically as Jack Murphy. One of them is killing the people who doesn't support them. What is the analogy? I'm not saying that you're saying that Jack Murphy's killing people, but if if it's analogous, then there must be some downside to not following Jack Murphy.
Okay. The downside in Jack Murphy's perspective to
No,
not
I get
follow
you.
Jack Murphy.
No, not in Jack Murphy's perspective.
Oh, like the consequence of not following this person.
In Hitler's world, to the Jews, or you don't, or to the Germans rather, you either follow Hitler or you get killed.
Yeah.
It's not about what Hitler thinks. Hitler thinks you follow me or you die. That's why it's not analogous, because Jack Murphy does not think if you don't follow me, you die.
Okay, now I
Unless there
understand.
is some theoretical way that he is punishing them, or there's some consequence coming to them. So I've now spent the last hour, 30 minutes, asking you, what is the analogy that you are making? And you're telling me that I'm getting mad for no reason and that I'm not getting it. Even though I'm telling you I'm not getting it, I'm asking you to explain it, and you're telling me the same thing over and over. And I keep pointing out the issues with your argument, and you fail to acknowledge that I am making a point and that you don't have one, or to re-explain it in a way that is understandable. There are two other people on this panel, and both of us are confused as to what the fuck you were saying.
Well, Positile was on board until like 30 seconds ago. But
yeah, until I explained that what you said doesn't make sense.
Because you're making a false dichotomy. You're saying that I'm saying Jack Murphy's going to go kill people.
No,
people don't
you
subscribe
said
to him.
it was like Hitler.
Nobody said that.
Did I bring up Hitler?
No,
I did.
Positile did.
I
And
did.
he
I
brought
did.
it up.
And then,
He
and then
brought
what
it
happened?
up.
Then what happened?
He
Then what
brought
happened?
it up.
Then you said, "Oh yeah, that's a good analogy."
He brought it up to point out how charismatic leaders have a big
And
audience.
then what happened? And then what happened?
Narrow it down.
I asked you
to
what the
most
analogy
dogmatic
is.
People.
Certainly for the last 20 minutes, I've been asking you the analogy, the analogy, the analogy, the analogy, the analogy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe.
And you
yeah.
said, no, it's
yeah,
this,
yeah.
it's that, it's that, it's that. If you're saying there is no analogy there, then why have you been arguing that there's an analogy there?
Okay. All I'm saying.
No, not okay. Is there an analogy or is there no analogy?
Well, there's my analogy that I made up and
so
it's sound.
So just because you come up with an analogy doesn't mean that it fits.
Which
I get
is
that
why
you're
I
thinking
said analogies are bad persuasion.
No, bad
And you-
analogies.
and you
I use
disagreed.
analogies all the time, and I
And
convince people of
they're
shit
bad
all the time
persuasion.
because my analogies are good and logical. You just made a bad analogy. I don't know why you're getting so upset and trying to get, this moral high ground that I'm beating down on you when I keep saying, "Hey, buddy, that's not a good analogy." You're like, no, it is. That's what you're doing. Is it a good analogy or is it not a good analogy?
All right. Which one? The Hitler analogy?
The Hitler to Jack Murphy. Is that an analogy that you stand by, or is that an analogy that you don't think is appropriate for what we're talking about?
The way I describe it,
so I
it is
missed
a
that.
good analogy.
Okay, so maybe I missed it, but
And
the
I
way
only brought up Jack Murphy to explain.
Okay, but now you're
why Rollo was being dogmatic.
Maybe I got it confused because, maybe I got it confused.
People who are dogmatic to keep listening to him, so that way they can laser focus on him. Because most other people would say, "Hey, that doesn't pass the sniff test. That smells like bullshit," and they would click away. By narrowing your audience from broad to narrow, you can get the people who agree with you most to be most on your side, the same way Jack Murphy and Hitler did.
What is the original note that you wrote down about this? I am so lost. I don't even understand what you're trying to say to me. I don't know. What is it that Rollo did that Jack Murphy did that's analogous to what Hitler did? I'm so lost.
It was a quote. It was a quote from you when you were watching them. You said, "Why do you need to inject your own personal religious thoughts into this own thing that you want to prescribe to others? You're just pushing people away."
Right.
And my comment on that was that might be a good thing because you're narrowing and focusing your audience. Even if you're pushing most people away by being dogmatic, you're narrowing the people who stay. They're going to believe what you say more.
So you're saying that Rollo is trying to now galvanize the Christianity, the Christian people of his audience to be diehard followers.
I don't know if it was Rollo or the other guy, the Christian.
That did what?
That was being that was injecting their personal religious thoughts into the conversation.
They both were. One, the Ruslan dude was all about religion.
Okay.
That was the whole issue.
Sure. Well, you said you're just pushing people away.
And then my issue with Rollo was that he's a practicing, or with what Ruslan said to Rollo, is that I'm fine with the fact that Rollo is a practicing Christian, but it makes sense that he doesn't put his religion into his work because then he can reach more people. And then you're saying that, okay, he wants to reach as many people as possible and then niche down into the religious people.
Niche down into whatever the people are willing to pay for.
Okay, but the point is he's not selling religious shit.
Well, then he's probably not trying to push a religious agenda.
I agree.
Okay.
Hence the question, why put your religion in what you're talking about?
Okay.
See, if you just have the conversation instead of trying to win an argument, then we get places.
Trying to win the argument.
You were trying to win the argument. Because see, when you just explained it, I understood it. What was your next question?
It took a while.
That was way. I'm seriously, dude. That was way harder than it needed to be. And
well, Lutch, I said the exact. I have it written down. I said the exact same thing a half an hour ago, and you didn't seem to get it. So I think I
told you that I didn't get it, and we got into
talk.
I told you that I didn't get it, and we were talking about Hitler. I don't know why we were talking about Hitler. I don't know what Hitler has to do with anything.
I'm talking about focusing an audience for your benefit.
Don't use Hitler.
We didn't have to talk about Hitler.
You brought it up. I did not say Hitler.
I did not.
I don't care.
I brought it.
There's somebody actually still. Hey, Godfrey's in the building. Good morning. I don't know where you're from, but
God, it better not.
I guess morning. Shit. It is good morning too, and goddamn morning. Well, what we were doing was watching Rollo Tomassi and Ruslan on the State of Manhood. But now we are hearing Jimmy Dean's issues with Jesus.
All right, last one, I promise.
No, that's it. You're gonna after all of that, you got one more.
I've got more than one more, but I'll do last.
No,
one.
we go. Hey, we going. You came up here. We're going.
Okay.
Okay.
This. Well, all right.
I love you, Jesus.
Let's bring it back to friendlier territory. Right. I don't want.
It's always friendly territory here.
I don't want you to be mad.
Hey, we get heated, but it's always friendly territory.
Yeah. All right.
Cheers.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
How does leash popping work with dogs? And
so
okay, hold on. The follow up, the second part to that is leash popping bad when it comes to off leash training?
Well, you're not going to pop a leash if they're not wearing a leash.
Yes.
So let's start with the first thing. Let's say this is a collar, right? And my hand is the dog.
Sure.
So
Cute dog.
So if the dog's always
What's her name?
Shut the fuck up. Pamela. That's Pamela. So Pamela's always pulling. All right, let's do that this way. She's always this is you walking the dog. This is Pamela. Pamela's your dog, and she's always pulling ahead, right? If you just drag her back into place, then she's always going to think, "Oh, this is what walking is. I just do that, and then mommy or daddy or whoever just yanks me back into place." So a pop correction would be more of the dog is walking, getting towards the end of the leash, and then you should pop. And it doesn't. It isn't meant to move the dog. It's meant to be a disruption. So it's meant to almost be an annoyance, so that the dog has the option to
surprise.
Yeah, to continue experiencing the pop corrections or to slow down. In that sense, you're not forcing anyone to do anything. You're just providing options. You can get, and usually I prefer a front clip chest harness as opposed to a collar or back clip harness. And so it's clipped here, and every time you go too far on the leash, it's like pop. And so it's not painful or anything like that. It's just uncomfortable and annoying. So if you want to keep pulling, you just get pop, 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 pop. And then when you stop, you get stopped getting popped. And you're like, oh, okay. If I go this far, then I get popped. If I don't go that far, I don't get popped. This is much more enjoyable if I don't go that far and I don't get popped. Good question.
Okay, now compare that.
I'm still here.
What's the equivalent of off leash?
Well, it really depends. When it comes to off leash, it's much more specific to the dog. But what you would likely do is, for most dogs, is run them on a long leash, like a 30, 40, 50-foot leash for maybe a few months, and increase the increase the power or just increase the correction, a little bit of stronger pops when they get to the end of that 30, 40, 50-foot leash, whatever you choose. Then when you've got like 6 months without a pop, then that dog ain't going nowhere. I mean, there's a little bit more to it, but for all intents and purposes, that's about it.
Now, do you, being from Jersey, I can't imagine you do a lot of off-leash training.
Nope. People want it, but then they realize what is involved, and they're like, oh, but
liability.
This is also, do you have anything more relevant to the stream?
Yes.
Thank you.
I wanted to throw that in there.
That is always, the stuff like that is always welcome in Discord. But while we're on air, we're not the only ones here, so.
All right. All right. I've got another quote. Last one. I've got another quote from you. It says,
"Is it the last one?"
Yes, this is the last one.
Are you sure?
Then you can go to bed.
No, I want all of them.
It says, "Making words mean things that they don't mean is tearing the country apart." Facts. And I know we disagree on this quite a bit, as far as like accepted definitions and real definitions of words. So I wanted to get your opinion on like a couple of words that really don't mean what they really mean.
Here we go again. Oh shit.
Kyle already knows. Okay, go ahead.
No, stuff like when it changes in Merriam-Webster, but not the real.
Just give me the examples.
Real definition: racism, socialism, fascism, and one of the things that Tim Pool says is we are different people. We have different language, and one of the things that binds a people together is their language, is the language that they use, which is why it's so important that when immigrants come over here, they assimilate to, if not the language, at least the
culture,
mores, the cultural norms. You can keep your own cultural norms, but you have to at the very least assimilate to America's cultural norms.
Yes.
And Tim Pool says that the only resolution to people who don't speak the same language is civil war. So for people, because
wait. What?
Yeah.
Can you run that by me one more time?
Tim Pool says that the only resolution to people who don't speak the same language is inevitably civil war.
Okay. No, yeah, I don't disagree with that.
So what do you see? What do you say to people who are just changing definitions?
You are starting, at this point, perpetuating civil war.
Okay. That's it seems pretty fucking stark.
What's dark about it?
Well,
Are there factions in this country who have different ideologies that are fighting against other factions?
Well, depends on how you mean fighting.
Psychologically,
I
shaming
generally
people
agree
for
with
not
that,
getting a
yeah.
jab. On the right, you have shaming people for being trans. Psychological warfare.
I generally agree with that. But the changing the language, changing the definitions, that's something that we haven't
So is the
seen.
division,
But
because now instead,
language,
I'll give you a perfect example.
okay.
Perfect example. I cannot imagine a world. I cannot imagine a world, Jimmy Dean, where you are okay with the teaching of whatever it's really called, but is commonly referred to as critical race theory. I have to imagine that you're not cool with that. Yes, no?
Well, it depends. I mean, you no, I'm serious. You blanket that, but
it's almost like you've never watched my channel before. It's almost like when I say CRT, you're just like, what does he mean? He's never talked about this before.
Because you know,
specifically with Anirudh.
You know as well as I do that CRT has a lot of different meanings.
Okay.
And I'd like
I don't know how this is helping you. I don't know how this is helping you, but fine, let's go there.
No, it's
no. I'm happy to explain. Cause unless you understand what I mean, because I've talked about this plenty of times before, where I've seen you in the comments.
There are parts of CRT.
Do you need me to explain or no?
That should be taught, and there are parts that
and
are not.
That was not my question. Do you need me to explain what I mean by CRT, or do you
understand
from previous conversations?
Yeah, can you explain to me as well?
Thank you. Hey, we got Snuggles in the building. Late night after dark. What's good, bro? So, by CRT, and what I actually said was whatever you call it, but is often referred to as CRT, is also often referred to by the Castle as crap. Critical race applied principles. So the principles of critical race gender theory, the legal the legal I don't even know what the fucking word is. The legal bullshit that they teach in college level, taking praxis in elementary schools, such as if Tyrone is pulled over 3 times in a month and Jack is only pulled over once, who is more oppressed? That is what I mean. Are you okay? Do you need further clarification? Do you need me to find examples?
I mean, I'd have to leave it up to the school district.
All right, let's find examples.
I mean, because
I mean, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, then
no, I don't.
No. It's okay. We gotta make sure that we're all on the same page, because
that's the kicker with CRT. It's the Mott and Bailey defense. You know what that is?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, so it's a logical defense, I guess. Where the Mott is the thing that you espouse. It's the definition that you give whenever you're defending it, and the Bailey is the definition that you espouse that other people
so like
are giving
racism
whenever it's being attacked.
It's like racism,
right? Sure. So that's the Mott and Bailey. So people who like CRT say, "Oh, it's just teaching kids that not everyone is created and treated equal."
So but you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, and we're just spinning wheels right now.
Okay, but that's my definition. That's not your definition.
No,
when
that
you're
is my definition. And you know that because you've heard me say that.
Okay.
Don't do that.
No, I'm serious, because I don't know what you mean when you say CRT. Because it could
when I bring up Anirudh and I talk about
other.
What is commonly referred to but may or may not be CRT, if you don't know what I'm talking about, based on the comments that you've left on videos that I've been talking about this, then you have a split fucking personality.
No, it's just it depends.
No, I knew what it was 3 months ago when you were talking about it, but I just forgot because it's convenient for me now. I'm not fucking stupid. Why are you doing this?
I want you to clarify what you mean.
Jimmy, I'm trying to have this conversation with you. I'm really trying. I'm here. I'm
trying to be precise.
Why are you doing this?
I'm trying to be precise. That's it.
Godfrey says, can we just agree that there are monitoring and suppressing forces in the world, and whoever's in control of them controls the public discourse? Of course. Absolutely, Godfrey. So what is your point? What is your point, Jimmy? What do you need to get to?
No, I was just saying I have to leave it up to the school districts and whatever they define it as and whatever they deem is acceptable. Because there are good things about CRT to be discussed, like redlining.
To children?
Yeah,
so,
to children.
Redlining is not inherently CRT.
Okay,
not all of history is inherently
some people
CRT.
Will disagree with you.
So all of history is CRT. That is your claim?
I didn't say that. No,
I'm asking.
I
said not all history is CRT, and you said we disagree. So I asked you the follow-up question.
Yes,
do you think that all CRT
not
is
all history is CRT?
Or okay, so then what are we talking about?
Oh, you're the one who brought up CRT,
right?
Being taught in schools.
Yes. And you had questions about it.
All I was saying is that language changes over time.
You have not said that. Yeah, on this Positile, did you hear him say that before? Language changes all the time. I don't remember hearing that.
Maybe he did, but I just don't remember.
Maybe he did, but and we both happen to have missed it. But I don't think he said that.
So,
no, saying that
yes, language is changing all the time. Okay,
the meaning of words changes, and when when the words change enough, you get different languages.
Okay,
and that will inevitably lead to civil war. And then you started asking about CRT.
Wait, so okay.
Go ahead, because he's just trolling me at this point. So
I'm not. I haven't.
But can you give
thing that I just said?
But can you give an example of any civilization that had a civil war because of language?
The Romans.
Romans. Because
they kept conquering the Gauls, and they said, okay, hey, we conquered you. You abide by our laws. You pay our tribute, and you're Roman now. And what led to their downfall was that they incorporated.
Hold on, guys. If you are still here, and please, if you have not hit that like button, I am gonna pull my fucking hair out at this point. So a like would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
You bitch.
Continue.
At least tell me when you're gonna cut me off.
I said hold on.
The Gauls, the Romans conquered the Gauls, and they said, hey, you're Roman now. And they said, no, we're actually not, because we don't abide by the same mores. We don't abide by the same gods that you do. And then when the Romans called to them their defense against the cons, they said, no, we ain't fucking going over there. And so they wasted all their resources, defending these people that didn't defend them back because they didn't espouse the same ideologies. It's one of the very many reasons why Rome fell. And also,
somebody ask you why Rome fell? I thought you were asking me questions. What is your question?
We're people of different.
Hold on, Jimmy, hold on.
Positile asked.
I am holding a show right now, and you are on the panel to ask me questions about the things that we've already talked about.
Yeah.
So please ask me about the things that we've already talked about, or if you would like to have a different conversation, Discord is open.
The reason why people of different languages will inevitably conflict.
That's not a question. That's a statement.
Well, a couple seconds ago it was contentious, and now it's not.
Do you have a question or do you not have a question?
If
you have a question, ask the question. If you don't have a question, then let's move on. Do you have a question?
No, I was
okay. Then let's move on. Do you have a different question?
No, that's it for me, bud.
All right, moving on.
it's short of it anyways. So in that sense, it's like I'm harping on the idea between stupidity and ignorance, because it's like, well, you're just ignorant of what you're talking about. And if you would educate yourself, that's why I told him, I said, hey, if you just from the very get-go, back in November, I said, if you want to have, if you talk, do yourself the favor, do me the courtesy anyways, of reading these books. I've done a lot of freaking work on this. And so then we can debate it. I would love to. I'm glad we did. I wanted to have this talk for a very long time, but it has to be from a position of educated information before you can even, because otherwise we're sitting here for 3 hours and 10 minutes trying to explain, the background of why I come to the points that I come to.
So, but you respect the fact that he actually
absolutely, that impressed me above everything else right there.
So if there's anything that,
and not just the religion, but the other one too.
Is if there's anything that, if you can summarize something you're like, oh, you know what, we totally agree on this, Ruslan and I, and then what is still left to debate? Because I'm teeing up around two. So what do you agree upon? And
what I would argue is this: is like when I approach religion, in the introduction of that book, I made it very, very clear. This is not a book shitting on religion, and this is not a book shitting on atheism either, because that's what people want. This is a book shitting on Christianity. I'm not going to read it. Or else it's atheists saying, oh, you're going to try to back up Christianity with the red pill. And I'm like, no, neither. And in fact, I said that.
Wait, I have a question.
You're pissed off at me.
Yeah, for you, Jesus. So you think one of the not the main reason, but some of the reasons why religion is more popular, it's also because of how easily it is to understand than science, let's say.
Oh yeah. It's so much easier to be. I mean, this is my dad to a T. He'll, we have conversations about this and be like, but look at a flower. It's so beautiful. You think it just happened out of nowhere? It's like, well, not out of nowhere, but if you understand the Fibonacci sequence and how nature works and pollination, then yeah.
Yeah, obviously. I agree with that, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
If you're a Christian or a Muslim or whatever, and you're going to be pissed off at me if you're an atheist as well, because I'm going to come out both at the same time. And so when I approach this, like when I talk, I think people have a really tough time wrapping their head around the difference between, let's say, ideology and praxeology, or belief versus empiricism.
That's interesting because what's his name? Ruslan used praxeology synonymously with the ideology earlier.
It's not that empiricism is like innately good or evil. It's just what's factual. What are we looking at as far as the facts? And here's what we have to deal with. And then from there, we can go with best practices. And usually those best practices turn into mythology. They turn into religious tradition. They turn into doctrine. They turn into ritual, because they had actual basis at one time. Like I keep saying, like eating shellfish or eating ham, right? You can eat cured kosher, ham right now. And now it's not even about like whether it's kosher in the Bible or not. It's whether the rabbi said, Shalom Aleichem, you can eat this ham.
That is Hebrew right there. Rollo nailed that one.
Yeah. So yeah. And by the way, I learned that working in the liquor industry, working with a lot of Jewish people in the liquor industry. All you needed to do to get a kosher designation for a vodka is just have the rabbi go, go and pay. They don't do that, bro. So what's happened is there used to be like a practicality to kosher beef or kosher hot dog. Hebrew national, right? I want to eat a hot dog. Rabbi, come on, help me out here. Because that was a religious proscription against that. When like today in 2022, it doesn't really make any difference whether you do or you don't. You're not going to die from eating pork right now or bacon. But Orthodox Jews, Orthodox Muslims will not eat because it's in the Bible, and I understand that and I respect that, and I can respect that too. But it's based.
The best to navigate it.
So when we're talking about like dynastic emperors of China having access to full women, first you pointed this out, was that only the high level apex alphas are the ones who can really make that. The tribal chieftains, the emperors, the kings can make that really happen by order of degree. But our concept of marriage in the 21st century is one man, one woman, one monogamy, and that's it. And that's worked very well for a very long time. The reason we're questioning it right now is because of what Natalia was saying, is that we have all these feminized guys who aren't good candidates for marriage, but there's very few Andrew Tates. There's very few of those guys. And so what's happening is women would rather share a successful alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta. And if you don't believe me, look at all the women catering their lives to avoid beta males. So you're looking at polygamy once again.
But you also see a lot of women also accepting more of a feminine side of men.
Yeah, so those are their two options. They can
alpha fucks.
That's fucking fake.
Somebody finish it. Nobody knows it. Alpha fucks. Beta bucks.
And share the alpha guy, or they can settle on the guy who's and what do we tell women? You don't have to settle for anything, girl. You go. You don't have, and don't settle for anything than the best, right? And so consequently, more and more women don't get married as a
Notice how he said women and not most women.
Say again.
Notice how he said women and not most women.
Why don't we roll back the tape and see if at some point maybe he said that he wasn't talking about all women and he was talking in generalities.
Yeah, maybe. But
maybe
that still doesn't matter when he's talking about the thing that he's about to espouse. Like, hey, most women drink water. Most women vote libertarian or Democrat. Women tend to date up and along hierarchies.
So is it incorrect?
You caveat it the first time.
All right. No. You want to play this game? We'll fucking play this game. So is it incorrect to say that humans have two eyes?
I mean,
is it incorrect to say that humans have two eyes?
Mostly it is correct.
That's not an answer to my question.
Well, the answer your
so then he's mostly correct, and you have no leg to stand on then. So
no,
the same way I'm mostly correct, he's mostly correct.
Eyes.
So
some people lose
what the fuck
eyes.
are we talking about?
I'm saying he didn't caveat it when he said women are
2 hours and 17 minutes into the conversation.
Okay,
but what did we determine about caveats before?
He hasn't. Go ahead.
You sure? You want to play that game? Act like I won't fucking run the whole thing back and sit here for another 2 hours.
Well, I won't.
Oh, you think I'm fucking joking?
I gotta get to bed. But no, I mean, I'm saying he's about to espouse something about women.
Jimmy,
in a general
sense. You are too dumb to understand the nuances of the English language. That is not Rollo's problem. That is not my problem. That is your problem.
Okay, it doesn't matter what we know. It matters how it's going to be taken by the audience.
No. I know. He knows.
Okay.
Sauce knows.
Okay.
And even Ruslan knows.
Okay.
I'm going to guess that Positile knows too, right? Positile.
Yeah. I agree, yeah.
Sounds like a you problem, bro.
Maybe we're just overthinking about it.
Or maybe we're just being little bitches because why not, right? It's 2:30 in the morning. Lutcher's got nothing better to do. Let's fuck up his show, right?
Sheep rise in the sheep economy. Women by 2030 in the prime working age, will be like 45%. Will be single.
What you think I'm doing,
I don't want that. I'm relating the information. I would like to have society avoid that because it doesn't seem like it's good for a nation and for families. But that's where we're going, and that's I just work here, man. So I just go out there and I report the news.
But let me ask you something, Rollo, because I know a lot of very successful men. Let's say. You're talking 6 figures, 6 foot, the whole thing. Double that, triple. I mean, I'm talking very, very, very successful guys who are married. Okay, not many of their wives who are living amazing lives are allowing that.
You just said allow.
You notice that I didn't say that they don't do that. I'm just saying they don't.
What a dick! Notice how you just said allow. What is he like nitpicking every little word, almost like words like. Meanings. Oh my god, what an asshole.
I don't allow that.
I would never watch that guy's show. If he had a show on YouTube, especially, he's got long hair. If he called himself Jesus, I would never watch that shit. What a fucking asshole. He should every time he speaks, he should qualify every aspect of everything he's ever saying.
They don't want that. Like I keep saying, women don't want a man to cheat. They love a man who could cheat.
Oops! He meant most of the time. Oh shit! Oh my god! I don't want every woman out there to think that they're all being generalized.
Yeah, because that's what he's doing.
We just want to make sure, because we have dumbasses out there in the audience. We want to make sure that they know.
What he's doing. He's saying women, period.
Woman wants to be with a guy that no other woman wants or no other man wants to be. Okay. The problem with this.
You know what? Actually, I'm curious. How long have you been with your girl?
He says no other woman.
I didn't. That's not what I asked you.
Say again.
How long have you been with your girl?
10, 11 years.
And how old are you?
About 30.
That makes a lot of sense. All right. And that puts a lot in perspective for me.
You bring this up on one show. The problem with this is that
I bet you banged another girl before her too, didn't you?
Not officially.
I alpha and make him attractive and arousing and like fun and really want to rock his world kind of thing. Those things are exactly the things that are counter to her being able to lock him down in security. So there's the balance right there. That's why it's what you're gonna have John from Model Life Dating on here pretty soon. It's what we call the extra scoop of rice. Okay. And what that is.
Oops. Oh wait. But this doesn't count. This doesn't count because you didn't qualify.
Once a woman gets with a guy that she
you didn't qualify.
Is clearly high value, she'll find ways to
but you didn't qualify.
mate guard him, and usually that's
but he didn't qualify him.
the extra scoop of rice, which is fatten this guy
up. Didn't qualify that guy.
You just hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, make it. Yeah, make. Like,
let me
make
tell
it,
you
like,
a story,
like,
Rollo.
desexualize him. But in doing so, she destroys the aspect of what made him sexy and arousing at the same time. So therefore, now he's the fat, happy husband instead of the hot Superman guy that she's.
Do you understand how ridiculous it is for you to expect that, Jimmy?
He's talking about a certain.
I asked you a direct question.
And I'm answering
Do you
it.
understand how ridiculous it is for you to expect people to talk like that? Yes or no?
I'm not gonna answer.
Alrighty then. Moving on. How you doing? You riding with me for the rest of this puzzle?
Oh man, I'm enjoying this right now. Jesus.
Appreciate you, brother. You know that's the sad fucking thing. You know, Jimmy is one of the first fans that came over from the Talking Shit podcast, and I added him to one of the Discord servers that I was in. Not my Discord server, just a Discord server that we were all hanging out, having a good time. There's been times where we spent hours talking, and I'm trying to run a show here. I get it. It's 2:30 in the morning. It's just us hanging out. I get it.
Yeah.
But you could tell. You don't know him that well. You could tell when we were having the procedure.
Right away. Yeah.
Thank you.
You can, yeah.
So I don't need some fucking bullshit. Well, I'm just trying. Get the fuck out of here. Take your sausage somewhere else if that's how you're gonna fucking treat my platform. You fucking cock. No, go ahead.
It sounds cringy, but your time is valuable. It's like, if you knew you would prefer to be having a conversation with someone else that could provide well-developed arguments that could challenge your way of thinking,
Thank you, bro. And the fact is that Jimmy is smart enough to do that. He's very smart.
Yeah, he knows a lot. Yeah.
He's able to have these conversations. Unlike a lot of people. There's a lot of people who every single night I do the fucking panel time and nobody shows up because they understand. Like, I'm nice, but, if you come at me with some bullshit, then obviously I'm going to match that energy.
No, obviously, yeah.
But, like, if you want to come up and just and say your piece and whatever, I'm not going to jump down your throat. But with him, he knows me on a different level.
Yeah.
It's like if your best friend, your brother, or your whatever came in and you're trying to do a thing to a bunch of strangers.
Yeah.
Y'all don't know me like he knows me. He's trying to play me on my own fucking platform. Why are you doing that?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
And then, well, I'm just get the fuck out of my face. Go back to Talking Shit podcast. They'll take your bullshit, Jimmy.
Yeah, he was. I guess I don't know him, to be honest, but it seems like he was trying to be a troll for tonight.
Why. I really like Jimmy. If you're watching, I genuinely like you. I genuinely want you to be part of this community. But I take this very, very seriously. I take this very, very seriously. And when you make a mockery of my platform, I don't take it very nicely. I try very hard to provide value to you guys. And trust me, there's a lot of people that I know that do YouTube that I don't watch because they suck.
Yeah. You're trying to create a brand,
So if y'all are here, at least I'm doing something right. Why are you trying to fucking spearhead that? By making me look stupid and pretending you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about? Why are you doing that? Maybe you didn't understand while you were up here. But now you're sitting back in the audience. Let me fucking record this so that you fucking actually see it. You think I'm a fucking joke? Maybe you didn't fucking understand while you were up here. But I want you to understand right now. I take this platform dead fucking seriously. You are always welcome to come up here, Jimmy. But do not fuck with my pockets. Please. I feel like that's not too much to ask. Godfrey, thank you. Thank you. You're just trying to get an argument about opinion. No reasonable person would do that in 20. Thank you. Thank you. Acting like I feel like I'm going fucking crazy up here.
But do you think it's like necessary so you now know in the future that like to not waste your time?
But that's the thing. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like I said, Jimmy has been one of my earliest fans.
Yeah, it's like a surprise.
And we've got into conversations before where we legitimately had disagreements and we're talking past or not talking past each other, but had different opinions, and we're arguing those things in a positive or at least useful and or at least entertaining way.
Yeah.
I'm 7.5 hours into this stream.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Thank you guys for hanging out. I really do appreciate. Like, you know, I know it's the fact that he's talking about whittling down audiences when I've got 4 fucking people. What did I max out at? Concurrent viewers maxed out at 5. 5 people. I've been here for 7 hours and 41.5 minutes. And I've never had more than 5 people here at one goddamn time. And he wants to take up that time pretending that I'm fucking stupid? That's why.
Yeah.
You guys
totally understandable.
You guys can come up and say whatever you want. I want this to be a community. I want this to be. That's why. That's why I was like, yo, let's go through all this. I don't care how long it takes. This is important to me. If you have things to say, I want to hear them. Nobody ever fucking said that to me. Nobody said that to me. But I'm saying that to all of you, all 3 of you, but everybody who is ever going to watch this. I fucking care what you have to say. So if you come up here, act like you're talking to somebody who cares about you, please. Please. Pastille, I appreciate that you have respected my platform, and you are always, you don't even have to wait for panel time, bro. If there's ever a time you're like, yo, drop the link, you always have a place here. Middle of the stream, unless I'm directly arguing with somebody else. That's the only other time. But if we're just watching a video and you're like, yo, what's good? I'll drop that link. You don't even have to ask. Because you've been respectful. And that's all I ask. That's all I ask.
Thank you.
Let's finish this out. We got less than 20 minutes, and we're at 1.25 speed.
I think they do that so that they stay and they don't cheat.
Okay,
a form of make garden.
Dude, thank you, Rollo. This is why we have.
When he comes on here, you make sure you say the extra scoop of rice.
Yes. Well, I have a friend. Okay, this one I'm not going to name names, but anybody that he was the guy throwing all the parties in Miami in like late 90s, 2000s. He got married around 50 years old. No, I'm sorry, late 40s. He married a gorgeous, gorgeous woman, Brazilian woman, okay? And he's very faithful to her, no doubt that she's like kind of the boss, even though he's got all the money, he's got all the clout, he's got the resources, everything you think about. But she's vocally wants him to gain weight. She's like, no, eat more.
You look better with more meat on your bones.
And I always say, like, why do you want...
I mean, a little tummy's okay.
She's encouraging the dad bod. And I go, what do you want? She goes, I don't want him going nowhere. I know who this guy was. I know what he used to do. I locked him down. You think I want to lose this situation?
You can't make this shit up. They will trap you. You will trap you. You maintain frame and you stay on your purpose. They will trap you. They will do anything they can. Anything.
Get fat, get a little, out of shape.
Extra scoop.
Is that what it is? So is that how these women operate?
That's how we stay safe out here.
It's what?
That's how we stay safe out here with our men.
Order another. So
when he comes on here, I know John's coming in the middle of August. You tell him the extra scoop of rice.
So walk us through the woman's mindset for that and why a man.
It's mate guarding. It's like anything else. It's like
do you think?
Mate guarding.
Do you think Do you think the woman right there agrees with them?
I don't know enough about the show to know where she stands. I think and I don't know enough about I don't watch the show regularly. I don't really know how this what their dynamic is. It seems like she's eating up what Rollo and Ruslan were putting down in terms of the general red pill. I think that she's probably, as much as any other any other woman hearing this kind of information, she can't deny it. But she's gonna have her own way of being like, "Well, that's not me." Like, I get how that's totally like every other.
Even you still have that small percentage of bias, even if you're male or female. You're still gonna be biased based on your gender, you know. I feel like,
and I mean, it is what it is, but it is what it is, right?
They don't want to lose their investment, their long-term security investment. So when a woman is between the ages of, say, 18 and 28, those are the prime years that she can have her hoe phase, and she can find the guys, she can play the field, she can hoe around. Not my words. I said party phase in my book. I didn't say hoe phase, but that's the point at which women say, okay, I'm at my maximal level of sexual agency. This is when I'm going to be my hottest. This is when I'm going to be the most sexually marketable in the sexual marketplace. And as they get older, they get cycled out by the next generation of 23-year-olds.
Oh, I thought that was you.
Yeah, and again,
I get older. They stay the same age.
Let me clarify the wall really quick. That wall is not your ladies. Is not your body. There's girls who are doing Fitness America pageants at 34, 36. Yeah, there are. But your 33-year-old self, no way can beat your 23-year-old self in the sexual marketplace, or at least not as effective. I hope you stay in shape. Please do.
Let's play that clip of the wall real quick. I think we actually have that clip for you, Rollo. We're prepared for you, baby. We know who you are.
Oh, Jesus.
Look at you guys. You knew we were going to be.
I know. But Natalia forgets to, play the audio sometimes.
No, the audio's on. It's on me.
Hit the stage.
All right. This is the second video we played, bitch. Come on. Woman, lady. Just kidding. That's irony. That's situational irony.
Okay.
Years old right now. I mean, and it's getting pushed further and further back.
Let's talk about marriage.
It's because we've empowered women.
Say again? What was that?
Oh, was it?
No. It was you.
No.
Let's back it up. Let's back it up. Let's see it all. Okay. We good?
Yeah, we're good now.
All right, let's go.
It's not me.
Hit the space bar.
Okay.
Years old right now. I mean, it's getting pushed further and further back.
Let's talk about marriage.
It's because we've empowered women and they're going to school and they've got careers. No, bullshit. They want to hold out because they believe that they have more choice than they actually do. And then it bites them in the ass when they get past the 31-year-old mark, whether you want to call that the wall or whatever you want to call it. I don't care.
Okay.
Once they get past that, they become yellow pearls. They're not undesirable, but they become less desirable. Less desirable than the 23-year-old that the guys that they want to get with during that time of their lives, assuming they're high-value guys that they could only hold out for the high-value guys. They're not interested in a 31-year-old. They're interested in a 21-year-old.
So break that down. Are women after
buy that book?
Yeah, buy that book.
Now, Posital, do you find anything wrong with that? With what he just said? Well, first of all, do you think it's true? And second of all, do you think there's anything wrong with what he just said?
Now, can you summarize it again so I know that what I'm agreeing to is correct?
So basically, he was talking about the wall. The wall is just that about age 30, as a woman, your value in the sexual marketplace starts to decline. And the 23-year-old you is way better than the 30-year-old you. It's not that you are bad, you're horrible, you're anything. But if you are a man who has options, then it makes sense that you would pick the 23-year-old version of you over the 35-year-old version of you. And even though both of those don't exist, even though you're actually 35, there are other 23-year-olds available.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah. And also, if you think about it as well, there's more chances of a woman at 30, getting more sex than a guy at 30, I believe the woman, I'm pretty sure that even if you're a woman, if you're in your 30s, I'm pretty sure you're still going to have some guys trying to, have sex with you. As a man, definitely. When you're 30 or at the average man, they get that bump and everything. And the chances of you, having sex reduces. So
the difference is that,
but if you're an average man, though, if you have a lot of power or like you can decide what woman you want to get, obviously you can get the younger ones,
Definitely.
But yeah.
And women can easily get sex after 30, but that there's a different. The confusion is when women think that the men who want to have sex with them are interested in having a relationship with them.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Yeah, you just want the experience, the fun experience.
That's it. Yeah, that's all you're good for at that age. And I mean, like, that's not me. I'm saying the sexual marketplace dictates. That's all you're good for at that point, because there's there's another new 23-year-old every goddamn day. What do you want to do about it?
I totally agree. Yeah.
The age of 30, 31 considered yellow pearls. Explain that.
The term yellowed pearls I got from actually Chinese culture. There's a documentary thing called Yellowed Pearls, and it was the crisis of marriage, I think, in China, in areas of China, and they have like matchmakers. Like it's an industry in China, and it's not just women; it's men who are also matchmakers as well. And they have it's not online or anything. You go to this park, right? Like the public park, and you meet the matchmaker, and they have like a binder full of pictures and like profile, and say what, and then, so it's like this kind of thing. What their terminology is that if a woman is past a certain age or she's fat or whatever, like she's disadvantages of herself in the sexual marketplace, they call her a yellowed pearl. And I was very generous, because in China they'll say if you're 25 you're a yellowed pearl. I'm talking about like,
you're no good.
Well, you're a pearl, you used to be good, but now you're not as good as you were when you were a white pearl. So that's the terminology right there.
I mean, that's reality check, right there.
Yep. And that's, that goes across cultures, across everything. I think that's pretty much, what they're just going to get into more of that same shit. So, we don't need to beat a dead horse. We get it. Old women are not as good as younger women and to look at. That's all we're saying. Bastille, I want to thank you so much for hanging out. Is there any social media or anything that you want to plug to people?
I actually have an IG page on Instagram. It's cozy.ii, 2 eyes. I just post like photography and videography, like stuff. So yeah, if you want to check it out, you can check it out if you want to. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out, brother. I really appreciate it, and I hope you enjoyed the dysfunction, and I promise not every stream is like that, but like I said, you always
and by the way, my goal for like in the near future, I'm trying to find a topic where we disagree, but it's really fucking hard, man. Like I'm trying my best to see if we can disagree on something, but it's, I don't know, it's almost impossible.
I promise you, keep coming back and you will find something.
Hopefully, man.
So God, you can see the screen, right?
It's cozy. It's with the K, cozy, cozy, like this.
K-O-S-E.ii.
It's KOZY.ii. Yeah.
I'll put it. Cozy.
Love that.
.ii. Boom. All right, brother. So looks like you got a new follower. Thank you all. Well, let me not get there. Well, let's focus on my boy Positile first. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being part of the panel. Thank you for sitting by while me and Jimmy.
No, it was fun. Yeah, I loved it.
Oh, I bet it was. It was.
It was fun. Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah.
I promise you, keep coming back. And I guarantee you, we'll find something we disagree.
Man,
and
I'm hoping. Yeah.
And I will, unless you're a dick, I'll be nicer than I was to Jimmy.
No, I love learning, I love questioning myself, all the time.
All right, brother. You have a good night.
All right, you too. Yeah. Bye.
Peace. So we did a lot tonight. I did not fucking expect to be on here for 8 goddamn hours. But hey, Gottfried JH still in the building. I assume Indie Film went to bed. Whoever's still here, I appreciate you guys so much. I appreciate you guys so much. If you're not Godfried or JH and you are here, give me something in the chat so I can pull your name up so I can say thank you. I really appreciate that you would spend your time with me. I think I'm pretty entertaining, but doesn't everybody, right? I think that as long as there's not somebody trying to fuck me up, then I could spread a lot of positivity and a lot of information. And that's, hey, we got Tyler Smith still in the building. And you know what? It's the next day. So you know what we're going to do for Tyler? Specifically so he don't have to ask. Tyler! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's go, baby! Oh, do 15? All right, I gotta do 5 more now. Jesus, fuck! Jesus! Oh my God! One-handed? No, I'm just kidding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Woo! There we go. Leveling me up. See, that's what I need. That's what I need. Leveling up. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. I am going to watch Better Call Saul, and then I am going to bed. I'm fucking exhausted, but I love you guys. You're right. When you're right, you're right. Tyler is right. Again, I can't say how much I appreciate you guys. You guys are fucking awesome. You are amazing, Godfrey. You guys are dope. You guys are dope. Keep coming back. We're gonna build more. We're gonna keep building. Tell your friends. I'm dead serious. Like everybody's like, oh, we're gonna have such a great community. You are going to be upset if you don't become part of this because it's becoming a thing. And it's gonna be awesome. And like I said about Discord, I'm going to start charging people once we hit 100 members. So be one of the first 100. The link's down there. You just got to click it. After that, you're going to have to pay monthly. You don't have to do that. No, I honestly, I really expect an apology from Jimmy. We are friends. I don't know him personally, but I know him outside of YouTube. He is a good guy. I think he got, a little bit, I think he had a good time trolling me. Ha! Good one. That was good. Oh, that was good. No, but, oh, man. Oh, boy. Run it back, bro. Run it back. This is a party. When it happens, it happens. So you can run it back, but it happens and then it's gone. That's why when the party's on, the party's on. Guys, all right, we're 2 minutes away from an 8-hour stream. So I'm not bouncing out fucking 2 minutes before an 8-hour stream. Come on. Only gangsters could do that shit. So let's watch this for another 2 minutes.
The side of things is women will
unless you guys have questions. I mean, questions, something. I want this to go for 2 more minutes. If you guys have questions, then yeah, man, that's my hook. That's why you gotta make sure you're subscribed and all that, so that you're here. That's the point. The party isn't fun after the fact. What party have you been to that was fun after the party's over? Come on, man. That's not how it works.
Think that their sexual market value and their agency is evergreen. And I've mentioned it on this podcast before. I think it was when George Gammon was on here. I said, if you want to be a millionaire and you want to market the sexual marketplace, find some grift, some hack, whatever that convinces women that they have more time in the.
It is 2:58 in the morning.
sexual marketplace than they actually do. Make them believe that their sexual agency is
making this
evergreen,
fucking 8
and
hours,
you will be able to sell magazines, you'll be able to sell egg freezing, you'll be able to sell abortion, you'll be able to sell anything that has to do with the idea that it's not forever 21, it's forever 41. Avoid that. And if you can convince women as old as what are we talking about, Paulina Porizakova, that her sexual market value should be indefinite, then you're going to sell a lot of product, whatever, according to that, because it's very seductive for women to believe that they're never going to be a yellow girl.
So what about the whole, like, there's a lot of dudes out there that love the MILFs and the cougars.
Because it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Explain that.
Well, you'll notice this is men have fetishes. Women do not have fetishes. Not in the same
All
degree.
right, everybody ready? We're doing the countdown. Oh shit, I can't see it. Move. Fuck. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. You just witnessed the greatest fucking party on this channel. I am your host, Lutch, aka TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense, just like my shirt, mysickT-shirts.com. Until next time, if you missed the party, come on back. I am out of here. Peace.